Amazing news, folks. Piecework. Written and read by Spike Milligan. Home. Indeed, we won the war, but I lost 5 precious years. I was to mourn, and still do, the physical breakup of my family. It was a sort of time warp, Belson. As my ship left Naples harbour, it was the cool end of autumn. The year 1946. Time, like the ship, was slipping away. An azure twilight glazed the Campania. Lights enumerated along the seemingly timeless shore. Now lifeless, Vesuvius was turning into a faded amber silhouette. I stood aft on the promenade deck. Seamen still fussed around the ship's limits. The other passengers leaned out at the rail. I watched the oncoming pollution as they tossed their cigarettes into the sea. Goodbye. Here I was saying goodbye to all that, though I was only 28. Here I was saying goodbye. I hated goodbyes. They gave me the same haunting sadness every time. Whenever I had put down emotional roots, it was painful to bid it adieu. I am still haunted by all the homes I had to leave. What was it like to live in a cottage in a village in the 16th century and never say goodbye to it? Is the modern social pattern of unending change and movement the cause of 2 modern diseases, insecurity and dissatisfaction? How lucky Thomas Hood was to be able to write, I remember the house where I was born. I didn't even know what mine looked like. I stayed on deck, smoked a capstan full strength, one of my last Naffy issue cigarettes. On the port side, we passed what were the Isles of Magic Memory. Capri, Ischia, scarlet and bronze in the sunset. The sea was turning to ink, our propellers churning up a Devonshire cream wake. The ship's siren sent out a long, mournful departing note. It echoed across the bay. Eddie Malloy, who had been below, joined me. He'd run out of cigarettes. Sure enough, he said, I've run out of cigarettes. In the central pool of artists, he had been known as Virgin Pockets, as no human hand had ever entered there for money. Ashore, somehow, he had the franchise for the weekly Naffy ration. He would sell anything. Half of Italy was walking the streets in overcoats made from his army blankets. When asleep, one only had to whisper how much into his ear, and he would leap to his feet and sell you his bed. Yes, I've run out, he reconfirmed, puffing away. I've got to cut down. On mine, I hope. It's getting chilly, he said, and all his blankets ashore. "I got a nice cabin," he said. I waited for him to sell it to me. It was dark. Better go below before he sells me a torch. The four-tone dinner xylophone has gone. "First dinner sitting?" called the white uniformed steward. "I'm first sitting," said Malloy, referring to his seating card. "Good. I was second sitting." "Oh, why don't you change to first?" "No," I said. I'll change to second." So while I waited, he did. We sat at the purser's table, or was he sitting at ours? Mr. Greenwich. "Yes, 20 years with the P&O on Union Castle. Nearly torpedoed twice." He was a man in his middle 50s or a woman in her late 60s, a repressed homosexual with a wife and one daughter. He was possibly the first human gynandromorph. Next to him, Eileen Walters, Queen Alexandra, nursing sister, a fine, cheery, plump, sweaty matron, passing 40, at great speed, and mostly uphill. I came out via the Cape on the, oh dear, she can't remember. Never mind, she came out on the, SS, Two officers at the table, one in mufti, Carlton Death, tall in a rigid Eiffel Tower way, saturnine, his jet eyes incredibly close together. A forceps delivery, I say. Before he had finished soup, he let slip he was a Coldstream Guard and ex-Eton. I heard myself saying, "I was Lance Bombardier, ex-Brownhill School, Catford." Not many people can say that. You see, the school was burnt down, I concluded. There was Captain Manning O'Brien, a wayward romantic Irishman, who had produced some of our shows at the CSE, Combined Service Entertainment, Naples. How does a man who claims he was dropped with fellow drunk Randolph Churchill into Yugoslavia to organise Tito's guerrillas and Alcoholics Anonymous get posted back to an entertainment unit and Alcoholics Anonymous? His first effort was to call a parade. "Any Irishman here?" he said. Two of us held up our hands. "You four, step forward," he said. "We need some. It was only 8 a.m. His show, Shamrock Review, was unbelievable. The entire cast were untrained Italian POWs, their sallow complexion done over with a pale makeup, red lips, pink cheeks, and the occasional red wig. Each one dressed in green breeches smothered in red shamrocks. Red? Every victim had been taught the song's parrot fashion. The curtain went up on a tableau of an Irish village, harps, jaunting cars, shillelagh, and the opening chorus began, "Begin the begin." Efforts had been made to parachute him back to Yugoslavia or Greece or anywhere. He ordered drinks for the table, I think for the chairs as well. "God, you should have seen Tito and Randall together," he said, and I said how sorry I was not to have. "Apropos of that," our matron said, "I met General Montgomery." Had I? No. The nearest I got was General Motors. Colonel Death, too, had met General Montgomery and Churchill, but was loath to mention the fact that they both fired him. He ended his career as a military prison governor in the Dolomites. Ah, yes, the ship, she remembered, the SS Lacanius. It was the worst ship I ever travelled on. With her on board, it must have been. My travelling companion, Eddie Malloy, was eyeing her up and down. It was quicker than going across. She was a large woman, plain, but sexually attractive. To Malloy, that is. It would be like sleeping with a side of beef, even a football side. Finally, Captain the Reverend Peter Fairchild, army chaplain with the Jocks, was going home at last. 61, quite old to have been in the war. Going home was Dundee. "It's a nice wee place," he said in a slow drawl. "It's been a long time, 4 years." He went on to say, "Aye, 4 years is a long time." 5 is longer," I said. Aye, 5 is longer," he agreed. You can't argue with a man of God, but Malloy, I ain't been home for 12. I was serving in India. "Oh, aye, 12 was a very long time. Something else was going to be a very long time. This bloody trip." Thankfully, we didn't stop at Malta. I think Malta was thankful too. We docked at Marseille. Ashore for the evening with Malloy and Matron Walters, I had last come ashore at this port in the arms of my mother in 1919. I knew we had been billeted at the Château d'Aiglès. Was it still standing? It was. So let's go and see. French taxi. When I mentioned the place, he threw his arms in the air, and I waited till they came down. "Mon Dieu, sacré bleu, le trait de grande distance." He believes the world is flat. Outside of Marseille you fall off, but he will risk it for twice the fare. So, a voluble driver plus 13 kilometres. He wants to know why am I going there. I say, "It's nostalgia. I was here when I was one." "When you were one what?" he said. A baby." "A baby? Well, now it is an old folks' home." I didn't get out of the taxi. It was just as well. I don't know. What was I doing there? Never go back, they say. Well, I had. I would be a lifelong nostalgic fool. That evening, Matron Walters, Malloy and I sat in an estaminet, a café de port, at the dockside, redolent with gulwars and fish. My mother told me that distant day in July 1919. She and my father, too, had drunk wine in a dockside café. Was this the one? Never go back, Milligan. My God, Malloy has let go a butler's. The butler's revenge. It's letting off in the presence of people and then looking accusingly at somebody else. The Minden Monarch sailed at midnight, by which time Malloy had been rogering the lady who had met General Montgomery. I had fallen asleep trying to read Le Matin. I could read the date in French fluently, the 2nd of November. Evenings after dinner we spent in the saloon. Decor was appalling. Someone thought pink, green, black and blue curtains and carpets were acceptable. Yes, we had a lady who does our decor, said Mr. Greenwich. She worked for Hardy Amis. Not for long, I'd say. We played cards at the assistance of Malloy. We terminated whist and played pontoon. "Oh dear," said the Reverend Fairchild, "I should not be playing cards," as he cleaned us all out. "You sure you never played this before?" said Malloy. "Oh, never," said the holy man. "It's more than my job's worth," and pocketed the winnings, which did look more than his job was worth. The days were sunny but cool. The evening was starry and cool. Winter started as we reached Gib, very brief. We docked at 6 p.m. "Will the passengers please return by midnight?" said the notice. What about the bloody crew? It was they who were being driven back, crammed into horse-drawn landaus, insane with Spanish wine and vomit. Did the victorious Trafalgar fleet really bury their dead here? They must have missed this lot. I think our ship left the rock with only the captain on duty. The event of the voyage! Ta-da! The captain's cocktail party. First-class passengers only. Fuck 'em. We'll still go, said Malloy. At the party was Colonel Philip Slessor. Saw your act at the Bellini Theatre. Jolly good. You're going to do it back home? Yes, I was going to do it back home with a girl called Lily Dunford. Ha, 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 he said. Jolly good. I next met Slessor at the BBC, a good place for unemployable people to go. In Biscay, unexpected calm weather. Cold, brisk walks around the promenade deck early morning, lascars sanding the decks, seagulls overnight. Where from? Where do they come from? Took a picture of a porpoise. Oh, wait, coming towards me. Rather bearing down, I should say. Matron doing her constitution, white plimsolls and chubby legs. While down below, in his seaman-ridden bed, Malloy is recovering from her. Good morning, Mr. Milligan, she wailed. Change in the weather? Yes, I grinned in time-honoured cliché. Did you see my porpoise? Yes, I said, still with a fixed grin. He was up there a moment ago. She pointed a suturing finger forward. Oh, he's gone. Never mind, she said. He's bound to show up. Yes, I said, yes. And away she went. She really was a very nice woman. I wished her and her porpoise well. He in the deep Atlantic, and she on the ship. If only it were the other way round. Oh, my God, here she comes again. See him again? No. Well, I must be getting low. Yes, she must. I insist. Right down to the very keel, then out to the bilges. Why do I hate ordinary people? If only she had said, Good morning, Mr. Milligan. I've had a good shag last night. Nothing like it for a good night's sleep. If only she had said it. See you at breakfast, he yodeled, and he heaved the door open and went down. Yes, I wanted non-cliched conversation. Good morning, Captain. Like to join me for a nine-a-side porridge? Good. Better get your knee clips and quaffle spoons. Or would you rather twosome with conch plates? There must be something wrong with me. The night before Tilbury, the cordon bleu gourmet dinner turned out to be cordon brown. 6 out of 10 to the chef for trying, and 10 out of 10 for us for trying to eat it. Basically roast beef, but not 2, but 3 veg. However, we were well served with red Chianti. Amazing how wine transforms a meal. And that night it transformed me. I was such fun, as Malloy told me next morning. Yes, they put you to bed after you'd done the white-eared elephant. No. Did I do that? Well, it's a soldier trick. You open your flies and hang your prick out, and you pull your pockets inside out. That is supposed to be the white-eared elephant. Yeah, not only that, but the early days of aviation. The soldier jokes. You take your prick out and you swing it around like this, like a propeller. That's early days of aviation. I shouldn't be giving all these soldiers' secrets away. Never mind that. Did they clap? We were dock at high tide, mid-morning. I packed my lone suitcase with a few war souvenirs, some purchased in Naples, a drawing of the head of Christ by Leonardo da Vinci. After 2,000 years of standardized Jesus, he was something different. Here was a Jewish Jesus with red hair, of all things. After 2 years away, I had precious little to show for it. An Italian medal intended for the victory in Egypt, a pocket Belgian 32-point pistol, my webbing belt, and £80. Weather was chilly as we moved slowly to berth. I had no mob overcoat. I sold it in Bologna to an Italian footballer. He was a top goal scorer. 3. Military police and customs came aboard from the pilot's boat. We queued up in the saloon with our documents, bloody documents, paper everywhere, and not a bit to read. Milligan, the passport officer, read my name. I knew a Leo Milligan in the Indian Army. Any relationship? Yes, he was my father. It's a small world, he said. Yes, I said, I nearly fell off it. Yes, I remember he was a very good horseman. Indeed he was. This man's name was George Guy. My name was Spike Milligan. He had befriended my father back in 1919 on leave from India and got him a job as a tally clerk at East India Docks. Good luck, he said as he stamped the passport down the gangplank to the gloomy, unwelcoming luggage sheds with equally gloomy people. Since I last saw England, it had gone prematurely grey. Or had I been disorientated by the sun of Africa and Italy? Malloy is up the platform, waving and pointing at a carriage. What a great mime artist he was. It's a non-smoker, I said. Fuck him, he said. The likes of him would proliferate in the land and become football fans. Shock horror. Matron Walters has joined us. Oh, I don't mind if you smoke, she said, followed by England's only porter, a little tidy chap who couldn't reach the luggage rack, or didn't want to. Malloy took them and, with his eyes popping, got Matron's 2 bursting cases on the rack. What you got in here? Pianos? He said. Oh, you'd be surprised, she twittered, eyes flickering. God, it's a wonder I'm not ruptured, he said, lighting up a cigarette. Do you know, said the matron, the first operation I attended was a rupture. She giggled. When I saw it, I fainted. To add fuel, I said, I suppose you're used to it now. Yes, I've seen a lot of it, she said, and I did look at Malloy, who had a lot of it. 2 middle-aged officers with luggage struggled into the compartment. They were both portly, with heavy army overcoats. The luggage rack was now glut with luggage, and after the traditional struggling and straining, and the "is anyone sitting here?" silly sods, they could see nobody was sitting there. They sank into the seats. The platform is a crisscrossing of civvies and servicemen. 2 soldiers are carried by on a stretcher. Now, that's how I should like to travel, said Malloy. The guards whistle. We are leaving for lovely London. One portly officer leaned towards Malloy. I say, this is a non-smoker, you know. Is it annoying you, then? Said Malloy, accelerating the puffing regretfully. Simmering with hate, he stubbed it on the floor. Picked up the stub. He made a great display of straightening it out before pocketing it. True grit, as most of the stub was now. I don't recall much more of the journey, and I'm glad. 3 Leithwell Road. At Waterloo, I took the tube through the rush hour to London Bridge. Being very sunburnt, I turned a few girls' heads. The bodies would have to wait. St. John's Station, where I alighted. Now, where the hell was 3 Leithwell Road? What was a Leithwell? Doesn't appear in any dictionary or any place name. Let's say it was a well. Well, but what is a Leith? Who are those creeps who choose our street names? Yoxley Approach, Sonora Street, Yabberley Street, Cronk Avenue, Gonson Garden. Gonson? Gonson? Who? Where? Where's Gonson? By asking 100 people who were each a stranger round here, I arrive at 3 Leithwell Road, a terrace of factory workers' houses that backed onto Elliott's factory and a shunting yard. I have not informed my parents of my return. I wanted it to be a lovely surprise. It was, for me. They were out. It was evening, cold and foggy, and Mrs. Higgs, a lodger, answered the door on the chain, a shivering old Victorian in black. Yes, sir, they're Wayne, yes. They're not in. Who was I? How did she know I was their son, Terence, back from the wars? Oh, I don't know. You might be anybody. I showed her my passport, my army paybook, my bank statements, my laundry list, my scar on my right shin. I sang God Save the Queen. Finally, I was allowed past the centurion, who was heartbroken I wasn't a rapist. I walked down an unlit passage, the only light from the landing above. In the gloom, I fell down a half step. I've never said "oh fuck" in the dark before. Groping, I opened the door. Lino was crackling underfoot. I struck a match. What a terrible thing to do to an innocent piece of wood. By its light, I saw a twin-mantled gaslight. Pulling down a tabulated metal chain, I applied the match. Soon the room was an earthly green, a small rectangular room. Against the wall, a dining table covered with a blue cloth edged with little dangling balls. Into the wall opposite was let a magnificent black iron stove, with the faintest glow of fire from under the kitchen peelings. A large blue mocket armchair, and above me a triple drying rail hung with underwear. It could have been 1880. I wished it was. I wouldn't be here. Outside I found a coal box, and I made up the stove. I rustled some tea and toast from mildewed bread. In this setting I stared into the fire, sipped tea, and suffered the trauma of having left behind what was the good life. This was home. Off the front passage there was a parlour and a bedroom with my parents' double bed covered in a pink padded eiderdown, which inevitably slid off in the night as Malloy had done. The WC was outside in the garden. Upstairs next to Mrs. Hicks was a black bedroom 12 foot by 12 with a single bed. This was mine, all mine. The time was 10:30. In the kitchen I boiled 2 eggs for dinner, fiddled with the battery-operated wireless. It was Harry Roy and his band with Ivor Morton Day-Kay, all very hotcha-machocha. Having heard new players like Miles Davis, Charlie Parker, and Charlie Christian, this all sounded dated. Harry Roy, 1939, and the world I knew was coming to an end. A week-old copy of the Daily Herald, which suggested how long my folks had been away. Wouldn't it be silly if they'd gone to Naples to surprise me? Eh? I lit the gas in my little bedroom, unpacked my worldly goods, put them in a small chest of drawers, and hung my clothes in the wall cupboard that flanked the Victorian fireplace. The grate was filled with red crepe paper. The fog had increased in density, and so had I. I drew the flimsy curtains on my window. I was in bed smoking. I had left in 1940. All the while my head lived in 1939 and the years up to it. In those 30s, I was in a dream. I learned the guitar. I learned to knock out chords like D9, D11th, D13th that made me feel giddy at the sound. Eddie Lang was the guitarist who was a god. And then I heard Crosby, a vibrant light baritone, different from the appalling nasal singers like Brian Lawrence and Kitty Marson and Sam Brown. I had to sing like him, and by God I did. I won Bing Crosby contests. Local bands like the New Era Rhythm Boys had me sing with them. There was no money in it. I just did it for the kicks. So I got nowhere, but loved it. I couldn't wait to put on my 50-shilling tailor's suit, brill cream my hair, and go to the mic at the Ladywell Baths and sing Temptation. My friend Jeff Smith recalls those days. On the evening I was present at Ladywell Baths, when you were asked to sing a number with the band, I do not recall any hesitation on your part. You sang Temptation in a Bing Crosby style. He was all the rage at the time, and you received quite an ovation, partly because this was a tricky song. When leaving these dances, you found leaflet distributors outside advertising coming dancers in the district. They must have wondered who this young unknown singer was and where from. Next morning, I slept late, mild ship's lag. I bumped into Mrs. Hicks on the landing. What do you say to someone you don't know? Good morning, I said, with all the warmth of old England. Morning? More like afternoon. A few letters were on the map. Captain L.A. Milligan, Mrs. Florence Milligan. Food. I found some shredded wheat. The milk had gone off. Not enough, by adding mounds of white sugar to neutralize the taste. Tune in the wireless. News is about rationing. No one's getting enough. Restarting the trio. What to do? First, I had to contact Bill Hall, the violinist from our trio, 6 Legard Road, Highbury. After a spaghetti of buses and trams through grey, grotty, post-war streets, I was knocking on the door of a Victorian terrace house. Had I gone in a circle, it looked like 3 Lethal Road. A dying female, circa 1880, opened the door. "Oh," she said. "Spike Milligan. What did I want?" "I didn't want anything. I wanted to see Bill Hall, her son. He's out getting some fags. Could I come in and wait or rape her?" Grumbling, she led me into the kitchen of 6 Legard Road, with identical laundry overhead. Seated in an identical blue mocket armchair was Bill Hall's father. "Ah, yes, Bart Milligan. Bill has told us you might be coming. Didn't he, Vera?" The living dead Vera said, "Yeah, I didn't know what he looked like. He could have been anybody. I don't like letting in stranglers." "She means strangers," said Albert. "A dog has appeared, an old English mongrel with a huge nose. It swelled up when the cat bit him. Yeah, Rex, good dog, Rex." Ignored him and started to sniff my bowls. It happens not only in working-class family. I was at a black-tie dinner with Lady Nethersole. Among the guests were Kenneth Tynan, Sir Bernard Miles, Field Marshal Montgomery. Post-dinner, a poodle was released under the table and sniffed all our bowls. The front door slamming announced the return of Bill Hall. "Oh, hello," he said with a smile, his lips parted, a cigarette stuck to the bottom. We shook hands. "When you get back?" I gave him chapter and verse, spicing it up with Malloy's extramarital bunk-ups. Bill frowned, looked at his dying mother, and put his fingers to his lips. "Shh, me mother. I don't want her to hear about Malloy's bunk-ups. It's bad enough hearing about mine." Hall and I are making arrangements to get our post-war career started. We have to get an agent. "Foster's," says Bill. "Foster's are the biggest. I like big agents. They're easier to see." Bill has Johnny Mulgrew's address, 13 Linden Gardens, Notting Hill Gate, Park 3535. Thank God! A phone! We'll leave all messages there. We have an appointment with Leslie MacDonnell, one of the agents at Foster's agency in Piccadilly. Fancy me in Piccadilly. I remember before the war, simple-minded me thought of Piccadilly in the same distant terms as Moscow. Piccadilly, oh no, that was where the special people went. The toffs, you had to dress up to go there, had to have money. I recall my father had done a speciality song and dance. Piccadilly, London West, that's the place that I like best. There's the place to drive you silly, willy-nilly, dear old Piccadilly. For the army, the war, and Tony Pontani had changed me. Now I would go anywhere with or without money, mostly without. Work. W-O-R-K, work. Hall and Mulgrew met me in Lyons Corner House, Coventry Street, at 11. We sat around, the nippies flitting between tables. "Pot of tea for 3, please, miss." A palm chord trio are playing a medley of tunes from Ivor Novello's Perchance to Dream, which was showing at Wyndham's Theatre. Oh, he can write tunes, you know, said Mulgrew with a witty smile. Never mind, Tyrrell. If we are as popular in England as we are in Italy, mate, we might be into dibs. As a prophecy, it was a disaster. All this time, Harry Seacombe was appearing at the windmill in a nude review. He was the one with the clothes on. Being there gave us ingression to the stage door in Archer Street. Yeah, said the stage doorkeeper. I've come to see Mr. Harry Seacombe. I think the Mr. bit made me sound respectable, whereas all I wanted to see was the bird's tits. Harry took me into the green room, where all the girls were in dressing gowns. Yes, 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 yes. He liked it here. Yes, 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 yes. All the girls. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, he was allowed to stand in the wings. Yes, 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 yes. He had to go on the stage and do a comedy. Yes, 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 yes. But then he came off the stage and the girls are all there in the wings. Yes, 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 yes. He gets me a free seat doing comedy at 11 a.m. Can't be easy. I watched with popping eyes and aroused loins as naked women, in a tableau, spring in Arcadia. The nudes stay stock still as the waiting honorists vibrate our row of seats. The only moving entertainer on the stage is the prima dancer Peter Glover, who is leaping everywhere in the Spectre de la Rose. Curtain. Enter one who, a while back, was a lance bombardier in a hole in North Africa. He comes on like a dynamo, carrying a table and a shaving kit. Everybody's got a shave, he says, yes. He's hypnotically funny. His energy could light a city. In 8 explosive minutes, he's finished. A few wankers laugh, and they've got 5 more shows. Between shows, Harry and I visit Papa Allen, a first-floor club on Windmill Street. Others from the Windmill were Jimmy Edwards, Frank Muir, Michael Bentine. Have a drink, Spike, says Harry, over the moon at being in the West End. He's on £20 a week, and I wasn't. It was Harry who gave us an introduction to the nightclub circuit. The first one was the Florida Club in Carnaby Street. It was 6 phone boxes square. The house band was Ike Isaac's trio. Unbelievable, Ike was at school with me in Rangoon. They were in one corner. The bouncer, Mike Noonan, in the next. The rest were customers. We appeared in a serving hatch. It was our first appearance in England, and by God, we tore 'em up, folks. Oh, yes, here was an unusual comedy act, literally in rags, but playing music like the Hot Club de France. We were soon inundated with work. We did the circuit, Blue Lagoon, Panama, ending up in Edmundo Ross's Coconut Grove, featuring his and Sid Phillips's band. We were kept on for an extra week. Rabbits Landau came regularly to see us. So did Eugenie Goosens and Eileen Joyce. Sid Phillips took us on one side. He couldn't manage to. I said, now listen, I'm going to make a lot of money out of you boys. Another disastrous prophecy. Sid was Jewish. How did he go wrong? What did we do in the day? To start, I was living with my parents, who weren't at home when I had returned from the war, and the surprise was extended. They had been staying with Aunt Nance in Sittingbourne, whose husband is a builder, you know. So when they got back from Aunt Nance in Sittingbourne, whose husband was a builder, you know, I was out. I left a note saying I was back from Italy and was now in Catford, visiting Auntie Cat, whose husband was an insurance agent, you know. So during the first days I was back, I tried to revive 1939. I had to see Lily, Beryl, Ivy, and anybody. But Lily Dunford had been unfaithful to me. She'd married. So had Beryl Southby and Ivy Chandler. Yes, married, but to someone else. Why hadn't they waited for beautiful me with my 5 times a night? Had they all forgotten the 1 and 3 seats at the Rialto Crofton Park? Those dinners of eggs and chips, tomatoes, bread and butter, and pot of tea for 2 at Reg's Cafe, opposite Brockley Cemetery? And I used to change my hair oil every 300 miles. Very well, they'd regret it. In gloom over the loss of Lily, I wrote this bizarre letter of farewell which I never posted. Dear Lily, remember this. One day in years to come you will cry. Cry for the fool that you were and are. Cry for me, Lily. Remember that no one will ever love you like me. You will come back to me one day. Love has many children. One is called hate. And you will smile when I say I hate you, want to kill you. See you with your face blue and black and your eyes. I love to see, sightless. I mean that, all that. To finish this, I will make you hate me. Hate me till your mind is full of poison. Hate me till it hurts. And I will still love you. Goodbye, Lily. God, what a monster! No wonder she didn't marry me. Ex-soldier kills ex-girlfriend, paints her face black and blue, then does her in. When I read this letter after 40 years, it made me wonder what kind of person I used to be. Well, for a start, I liked to choke and blind people. Yes, I could have been another Neville Heath. Help! Coincidence, when I eventually booked a room at 13 Linden Gardens, I discovered that the previous occupant had been the murderer, Neville Heath himself. I mean, who else could he be? He was a real gentleman. Who would have thought it of him, said Blanche, the lady cleaner who did the place. Dear Blanche, about 45, with a face that would have modelled Paleolithic man. She was still a virgin. Still got it, and no one's going to have it, mainly because nobody wanted it. I wasn't earning, so I had to budget. Toing and froing from 3 Lethal Road to London was boring and expensive, so I moved to Linden Gardens. Aren't we strange? 2 years away from home. Come home. Leave. It was one room with sit-up bath, top floor at the back. It was £1.50 a week with breakfast, usually a kipper. If you stand in Notting Hill High Street next to Lloyd's Bank, look up, you can see the window of my bedroom. Margot, the landlady, was a short, plump, prettiest, mid-40s, dark feline, very rude with dark red lipstick. She reminded me of Theda Bara in that she was dead. Margot spoke so slowly, people dozed off in her presence. She lived in the basement in Stygian gloom with the smell of cats and mansion polish. A widow, but there came into her life a humpty-backed lodger, Mr. Len Lenx, an insurance broker who worked, quote, from home. He was about 5 feet 6 inches, an inch taller than Margot. He had a face like Charles Lawton's and Boris Karloff's superimposed on his. He wore pebble-dashed glasses which magnified his pop eyes, giving him the countenance of a man being garroted. Yet Margot was attracted to him. She had him down for supper, and while there he had her down for screwing. "What does he see in her?" I said. Margot, who was evil, said, "His hump turned her on." "Hump my ass," said Hall. "I bet he's got a huge chopper. Length by name, length by nature." How did Hall deduce this? Listen, mate. Admit the number of good-looking women with ugly blokes. Well, it's a big prick. Women will stand anything as long as a bloke's chopper is big. All these theories seem to clash with medical evidence, but neither Margot nor Length had heard of them. All we knew was he wasn't paying rent. Yes, what do we do all day? One time at Windmill Canteen, Harry introduced me to Jimmy Grafton, who owns a pub. He was the figure in my life in the immediate post-war years. He had served as an officer in the infantry and was at Arnhem, a very brave man. He was now serving behind the bar. He had somehow or other become a scriptwriter to Derek Roy, the would-be comic appearing in Variety Bandbox. So Jimmy had an in into broadcasting. Michael Benteen introduced Harry to Jimmy. As Harry recalls, Mike told me of this pub in Stratton Ground where I got a drink after hours, and somehow Jimmy became my manager and scriptwriter. He started back to front by me telling him what bloody awful scripts Derek Roy had, and Jimmy said, "Well, I write them." A strange start to a 40-year relationship. Hackney Empire! Ta-da! I got a week for you at Hackney Empire. The words fell from the mellifluous lips of Leslie MacDonald, our agent sitting behind his desk at Piccadilly House, Piccadilly Circus. We were overjoyed. I could see our name in lights. MacDonald then added, "I've arranged for Val Parnell to see you on the Monday performance." Val Parnell? This was something. If Val Parnell was coming to see us, MacDonald must have thought pretty highly of us for giving us this break. Bill proffered his thanks. "Ta." "Bill," I said. "Ta? Ta? Excuse me, Mr. MacDonald. Bill is a man of few words, and that was one of them." I thanked MacDonald formally. "Like this," I said. I knelt in the grovelling position, my head on MacDonald's shoe. "Oh, 1,000 thanks, oh great wise one," I said. MacDonald was highly amused. "Is he always like this?" he said. "Only when the money's right," said Mulgrew, pulling me away. There, boy," he said, patting me on the head and feeding me pretend sugar lumps. "So to the big time." "Oh, we'll be there, son," said my dad when I told him. My parents, especially my father, was very proud, he having been a stage performer. "I never knew you had it in you," he said. I told him I myself had never had it in me, but I had had it in other people, for the opposite sex. Well, that's where they were at the time. That fateful Monday night, the night of February the 3rd, 1947. Heavy snow had been falling. It was very cold. Up to then, it was the worst recorded winter in living memory. Our dressing room was on the 5th floor. "I must think we're bloody eagles," said Mulgrew, humping his double bass. Dressing room, 6 foot by 10, cracked mirror with dabs of grease paint, 40-watt bulbs, 3 fused, leaking wash-hand basin. Warning, "Do not stand in the sink." One of the girls did and was terribly injured. It must have been something to see. Before the show started, we peeped through the front curtain. Oh, my God, there's only 3 people in, and 2 of them were Val Parnell. Even by curtain up, there were only 12 customers. Serious. The pit band struck up. I strolled on the stage alone, started to tune my guitar. Bill Hall runs on backwards as though being cheered on. He collides with me. Looking directly at me, he places the hair of the bow over the strings, and with the bow underneath the violin, soars through organ grinder's swing, until then a popular tune, during which Mulgrew brings his bass on. The diminutive audience don't laugh. One person applauded, which made it sound even worse. In the box we could see the chiaroscuro figure of Val Parnell. We went through our repertoire. After each number there was a lone clapper. In desperation I ad-libbed, "Please, sir, for spoiling it for the other people." This got the only laugh of the evening. It would go on to be the only laugh of the month. We died the death. The pit band played us off with "Where's That Tiger?" If I'd have found it, I would have shot it. We stood there in the gloom. "Never mind, lads," said the stage manager. "It's Monday. They'll be better by the middle of the week." "They're not staying here until then, are they?" I said, always cheerful Spike. We sat in our dressing room in silence. In unison we lit up a cigarette. Where the fuck did they get that audience? It's the Nazi party. Never mind, eh? Val Parnell had seen us. He knew a good act when he saw one. We never heard from the bastard again. Tuesday night, only 18 people in. Next night it snowed heavily. "This'll kill the business," said the manager. On the Saturday night we did well. Why, oh, why did Val Parnell come on a Monday? He's a perv, that's why, said Mulgrew. I bet he feels little girls' bicycle saddles. However, from that week we received £75. Who would have dreamed such wealth existed? It meant £25 each, but each of us had to pay £2.10 commission. Mulgrew rolled his wages into a tight roll, then wedged it into his wallet with a rubber band around it. I think he was marinating it. A dream of grandeur. The story that follows tells of the bitter experience of a bass player who basically had the arse out of his trousers, even someone else's trousers. The first week's wages went to Mulgrew's head. He had met a girl, Elsie, I remember, was her name, and she had enormous bosoms that promised pneumatic bliss. It appeared as though a giant hand had grabbed her bottom half and squeezed it all upwards. Mulgrew was besotted with all three of her. Every night after the show, she waited at the stage door, and he whipped her away from A to B, that is, stage to bed. By the time I arrived back at Linden Gardens, groans and steam were coming from under the bedroom door. I would send a prayer to help him through the night. On the Sunday, I was up at the crack of 1 in the afternoon. Sunday was the one day we didn't get breakfast, so I made tea and toast on my gas ring. I did my accounts for the week. There was a faint tapping on my door, and there, after a good night's coitus, stood the wreck of a man in the Robbie Burns manner. I sang at him. There's fucking in the hallway, fucking in the stairs. You could not see the carpet for the cunt and curly hairs. Shh! She'll hear you, said the wreck of a man whom I recognise as the remains of Johnny Mulgrew. "Ha you got any tea?" he said. "Ha, yes." So I boiled up a pot for him and his wee lassie. That night we repaired to the Coach and Horses, now alas demolished. Here Mulgrew's attempts at the grandiose failed. What he had done, the little Scottish nana, was to cut 30 strips of the Daily Mirror to the size of his pound notes. These he rolled into a wad, and then wrapped his 25 £1 notes on the outside to make it look more. This looked very impressive until the following Thursday, when at the same pub, well-oiled, he forgetfully peeled off his last £2 notes to reveal the Daily Mirror. It didn't stop there. He peeled off 2 Daily Mirrors. The barman said, "I'm sorry, we only take the Express." My brother, like all males in a sexual trauma, is to get married. Pixie Roberts of Devon is the one to get it. And I'm to be best man. Thank God I've got the new suit made by the tailor in Circus Maximus in Rome. What a heritage for a suit. Why didn't I choose the royal purple? The wedding took place at St. Saviour's Roman Catholic Church, Lewisham, with the reception at Cheeseman's, now Army and Navy, where the entire Milligan family assembled. 5th of May, 47. Phone for me from Leslie MacDonald. Thank God. Spike, I've got a few dates for you. Dates? Where are you? Arabia? We have a week's variety for the trio. Oh, boy, we're on our way. Thank you, Leslie. I'll tell the boys. First week is beautiful, sunless Blackpool, Hollywood with flat hats. So we proceeded to do the #1 dates, something my father would have given his right arm for. Why he wanted to do a one-arm act, I'll never know. It seems as though I personally was like a gramophone needle stuck in a groove. Life was like moving but standing still. 1939 was hard to recapture. On stage I wasn't crooning or looking like Robert Taylor. No, I was in rags with grotesque makeup and ridiculing the music we played. It was the liberties we took with the music that got us our applause. But 1939 it wasn't. It was digs like 356 Hagley Road, Birmingham, the poached haddock in milk for breakfast, lunch in a cafe, Dinner was cold collation. One show a night, matinees Wednesdays and Saturdays. Friday night the agents came in. Lou Lake, Joe Collins to suss out the acts. From it, Joe Cohen got us some work after the show at a working men's club. Everyone changed in the same room. We shared it with the lady act. Kathy, the cowgirl, will lasso your heart, say 41, but not in front of her. I watched fascinated as she put makeup to cover the varicose veins on her plump legs. I should have the operation, but I'd be laid up for a month and I can't afford that. Bill Hall felt sorry for poor cowgirl, he said. He felt so sorry for her that he took her back to her digs and screwed her. Bill, all those veins like snakes crawling up her legs. Don't worry, Spike. You couldn't see her. She had elastic support stockings on. Ah, l'amour! It was in these very digs, 356 Hagley Road, Birmingham, that the landlady had caught Sir Donald Wolfett at it on the marble washstand with his leading lady. It's all right, Mrs. Cartwright, said the actor. It's only my sister. The afternoons of these distant days were spent at a cinema. I remember seeing Danny Kaye in The Kid from Brooklyn and thinking I should be doing that. That was for me. That was me up there. I realize now that while I was young, vigorous, good-looking, and a natural clown, I should have gone for just that. It was the right time for this type of clowning. But fear of unemployment, inherited from my mother, kept me with the trio at £25 a week. I could save, but what for? In any case, I always felt I had no talent outside of music. I came from a family who were basically working class, who had left the poverty of London's populous Woolwich, then suddenly were with the Indian Army in India. Servants, free quarters, free rations, horse riding, shikar, polo. Despite this, I remember my family thought of anyone above the rank of sergeant as superior. I didn't think I could do anything on my own because I was working class. When I think of the number of idiots I said sir to in the army because they had a posh accent, oh, what did class do to me? I could have been a scholar. University. Hell. Blackpool. Ta-da! I do like to be. Ah, yes. Blackpool in May. The season was just starting. We were on the bill with Dorothy Squires and Billy Reid. Her song, The Gypsy, made her top of the bill. To avoid legal proceedings, I'll say no more. We travelled up to Blackpool from Euston. The train from Derry stopping and come on and not stopping it alone, and other announcements. It was the days of third class. We are joined in the carriage by Clapham and Dwyer, who are on their way to somewhere. You love Blackpool, said Clapham. You'll have 7 sunless days, tripe and onions, and bronchitis. What? You're closing the first half? Then get out as soon as you can. You see, it's the beginning of the season. Locals go to the theatre to kill Londoners. Next month is when you get the good audiences. They know how to clap. Half of them have got it. Before the war, I had seen their act at the Hippodrome, Catford, along with Gertie Katana. Ah, Catford, England's answer to Karachi, said Clapham. You know what they say about Catford? They don't say anything about Catford. You know why it's called Catford? In 1598, all the dead Moggies were rowed across the ford and sold to the Gypsies to make boots for the British Army, Navy and Air Force. They didn't have planes then, I said. Ah, but they didn't know that, he grinned. The man was a mass of prose stories. We were on the bill with little Davy Kay at Aylesbury. I remember the food at the digs were terrible, and Davy, being kosher, hated the food. On the last night, a rabbi brought Davy an oven-ready kosher bet-din duck. He took it home and he said to the landlady, "Would you take this duck, chop it up, boil it, put it into a mincer, and make soup?" She said yes. He said, "I thought you bloody well would." And he went on to the story of Joe Church in the digs in bitter winter, the loo at the bottom of the garden. He was taken ashore in the wee hours. He pulled a large fern from the pot, crapped in it, and put the plant back. 2 months later, he got a telegram. "We know what it is. We know who did it. But for Christ's sake, tell us where it is." Well, I had never been to Blackpool before. We arrived at the station during a May thunderstorm and almost monsoon rain. It looked bizarre to see families arriving, mothers in floral frocks, children carrying buckets and spades, and on the deserted beach little groups of donkeys stand in the rain. Their attendants wait under mortuorial umbrellas. The sea looks like liquid dysentery, and possibly is. We have arrived Sunday night. We have to be here for the band call on Monday. We've been recommended digs with Mrs. Walters, 106 Hornby Road. It's one of a Victorian terrace. All the windows are steamed up. There's a sign, "No hawkers, circulars, or dogs." "I'll ring," says Hall. I know about these things." No, not him. If they see him first, we were finished. They'll never let us in. No, I'm good looking. I'm handsome. I'll ring. So I ring. So I ring, and I ring, and I ring. What I'm doing is finding out that the bell is out of order. That's it. Yes. Door's open. It's the landlady. "I thought I heard someone at the door. The bell's broken." Yes. She should be standing outside saying it. The sign outside says Hazelhurst Hotel. It's not inside. It's nothing like a hotel. "How do?" she greeted. "I'm afraid that after the last lot, it's rent in advance." The last lot were Borominovich and his harmonica rascals, who did a runner on her. "Of course, Mrs. Walters, you poor bloody cow. Both Mulgrew and Hall both borrowed from me to pay the first week's rent. There's one single and one double." She led the way. The hall was a polished brown lino bordered by a Greek frieze. Green Lincruster ran the length up to a staircase with a floral carpet restrained by polished brass stair rods. "You can register here," she said, indicating a desk squeezed against the wall leading to the kitchen, from which came smells of cabbage and death. Behind the desk sat the daughter Hazel. Hazelhurst Hotel, get it? A little sex bomb that was about to explode. "Just write your name there, love," she said. 18, blonde, blue eyes, with all the expression of a manatee. "Looks like Great Killy, but dead." "I'll fill the rest in," she said. "Oh, yes, fill it in, darling. What's the number of your car?" She looked up. "E," she says. "You look like Robert Taylor." "The number of my car is LNER, London North Eastern Railway." "Oh, you silly," she says. "Hurry up, Hazel," said Mother. "Tea's coming up." Travelling salesmen are coming down the stairs in dozens. As one passes, he says, "There's no paper in the loo, Mrs. Walters." "Hungry buggers," said the landlady as they rushed past her into the dining room. We check our rooms. The decor was 1930, and the beds made at the same time. And those padded eiderdowns, pink, green counterpane, The whole room was a yellow wash basin. "It's not bad for £2.10 for the week," said Hall, who himself looked like a portable slum. "No, it's not bad, but it's going bad," said Mulgrew, pulling hairs out of the sink and stubbing out his fag into the soap dish. "Our bedroom looks out on a garden full of sheets drying in the rain." We went down for high tea. The dining room is full. Someone's bound to leave soon, she says. I suppose standing in the hall can be entertaining. An old man was wheeled past by an older woman. Is it night or day? He said. Day, says his tormentor. Day. I'll tell you when it's night. Watch the light bulbs. There's not a bird tea, said Wretch Hall, as his teeth bounced off tripe and onions. It's typical North Country fare. That evening, Mulgrew and I went dancing at the Tower Ballroom to Sid Dean and his band with the Reg Dixon at the giant organ. The entrance fee was 3 and 6. I found a pretty dark-haired girl with a rose in her hair. As we terpsichoreed around, I spoke lines like, "It's a nice band." "Aye, very nice band." "A nice rose." "Aye, nice rose." Reg Dixon was very good. "Yeah, very good." "Do you come here often?" I said. My God, I'd actually said it. No, she didn't come here often. No, this was her first time. Yes, this was her first time. Can't we go outside for a walk in the pouring rain? I bought her a lemonade and a cake. I saw her home. Her mother saw me off. I wondered what else she would saw off. "What do you call this? Get inside, you, and as for you, get off." Mulgrew didn't get it either. Oh, she lived bloody miles away. All had got it. We thought it was the old dear who pushed the wheelchair. Before I went to bed, I crossed the corridor to have a bath. It took me half an hour to clean it. 4 people were stuck to the side. Not bad for £2 a week. I'll kill him. Next morning, we lugged our props to the theatre. Band call. "Any mail at the stage door?" "No," said all smiling stage doorman. "No," he smiles happily. "No mail for you." We lay our worn band parts on the stage. The conductor asks what they are. As usual, I take the call. The trombone keeps missing an important cue, and we have an altercation. "Look, chum, don't you chum me, son." "Look, sir, and don't take the piss." "Look, you're missing the cue." He stood up in the pit, looking like old Bill. "Listen," he said, "I don't have to do this. I'm a fully paid-up joiner." "Well, go and join the bloody army," I said. On the Monday night, the dancers hadn't shown up, so we were put on first, the worst place on the bill. "I wouldn't give this spot to a leopard," moaned Hall. We did very well for a Monday. We actually got an encore. There was an acrobatic act on the bill, Avis and Zelda Marvey. We all try and chat them up. The wretch, Hall, fails to attract them. We all give up. They're both married, so back to the digs. And cold collation. "Hot stuff goes off at 9:30, she says. "Where's Hazel?" "Oh, she's gone to pictures. It's something with Robert Donat. She loves Robert Donat." So Betty buys. Mulgrew has got a bottle of sweet sherry. We lie in bed talking. I'm surprised she likes Robert Donat. I thought she liked Robert Taylor, and I was in with a chance. "You drank half the bloody bottle," said Mulgrew, holding up the bottle. "Not the bottle, no. Just the sherry. I know a good sherry when I see one." "Well, you can't see any of it now," he said. "I am what they call a savant. You are what I call a piss artist." We all have our opinions. Smoking, we douse the light. I hear Mulgrew gurgling the last of the sherry. "Half the bloody bottle," he said in the dark. So I was in Blackpool. We'd been a success on the stage, and I had had a good half-hour's groping and half a bottle of sherry. Never do things by half, they say. Why not? I had. Next day the rain stopped, sun came out, and the people. "It's fun time on the Golden Mile," said a loud hailer from an open-top tram. Mulgrew, for some reason, goes to Gypsy Madame La Zabellone. "He's going on a long journey." Notting Hill Gate. "He will meet the dark woman." Margot. "He will come into money." Week's wages. "She's amazing," said Mulgrew. So I go in. She is amazing. I, too, will go to Notting Hill Gate and meet Margot. That's a variation. She will take all of your wealth from you. The rent. Why are we wasting our money like idiots? I said. Of course we are, said Margot. What's wrong with people? They're all happy, chewing rock, candy floss, ice cream, funny hats. We even see the old man in the wheelchair. It's day. You hear me? You fool! It's day! There was a Punch and Judy. I'd never seen one. There were never any in India, or at Monte Cassino, when we needed one. Now none or many people know what a swazzle is. Neither did I. It's what the man uses to make the sound of punch. I found it hysterical. I went and asked him where I could get one. You can't. We make 'em. So he gave me one that I still have, and use sometimes to get my children away from that high-stepping fool Michael Jackson. Lots of girls sunbathing. We were admiring them from the prom, when an elderly gentleman said to us, "It's a nice day, gentlemen." My God, he meant it. Yes, sir, it's a nice day. Colonel Stanley Rowlands, ex-Indian Army. How do you do? We shook hands. You both look very serious. You've been to see the gypsy? He spoke with a rich voice, with a hint of the conman. This was the nearest thing I ever got to Major Bloodlock. A girl in the briefest of bikinis, shuddering with hot flesh, drew the remark, "Gad, what a trim ankle." You lads. He looked at his watch. You fancy a drink? Splendid. Tudor roses, my bloke. What, a white wine for you and a red for you. Blow me! It was the oldest trick. Forgotten me wallet. We knew he was lying. What a wealth of stories. Ex-Bengal Lancers. He backed it up with old photographs. Where's me old photographs? We told him we were ex-soldiers. I was at Casino, I said with a note of pride. Which one, Monte Carlo or Nice? He had been in one of the world's last cavalry charges in Waziristan. He showed me in an old yellow copy of the Times of India. Did he live here? No, I live in Bournemouth. I immediately applauded and nudged Margot to do the same. I'm glad you appreciate it. We walked and talked and lent him £1. Never trust a gypsy, he said, and he was lost in the candy floss. The week went by. On Saturday between the shows, the Colonel visited us. Had we a spare ticket for tonight? No, not on a Saturday, but he could watch from the wings. He was smelling of brandy. When our act started, he shouted from the wings, "Bravo! Bravo! These boys were at Casino." The stage manager tried to remonstrate, but failed. His remarks from the wings brought roars of laughter. Finally, we dragged him onto the stage to take a final bow, which he took in his stride. I kept in touch with him until he died in 1958. He left behind a mountain of debts. Never believe in gypsy. Never. We caught the night milk train back to London, which got us in at dawn. At Euston, a sleepy taxi driver took our fare. He told us an incredible story. During the terrible fog of 35, he was on the verge of trying to go home when a drunken Irishman appeared and said, "Can you drive me to King's Cross Station?" The driver said the fog was, like him, too thick. "To the life and death I catch the 9:55 to Glasgow." Finally, the Irishman produced a torch. "Look, I'll walk in front of you till the fog gets thinner. Then you can drive me there." So the wretch, staggering in front, finally reached King's Cross. "Right now, how much will that be?" he said. 13 Linden Gardens. Arriving at Linden Gardens as the milkman was delivering, "You dirty stop-outs," he said. "You won't half get it when you get in. What was he talking about? We spent all the week trying to get it. I flopped on my bed and tried to sleep. No, boiled a kettle for tea. Flopped on the bed, couldn't sleep. It was Sunday morning, silent. That was 1947, and you don't get that anymore. I was always bloody thinking. What was going to happen? The Bill Hall trio were never going to be more than what we were now, unless we got into a big show or a film or something. Here I was, young, full of ideas and energy, and all hidden behind a garish makeup and a guitar. Still £25 a week. That's more than I ever dreamed of. So I saved it in Notting Hill Gate Post Office. It would add up. Right now it added up to £18. No, I couldn't ever marry Tony on that. Not for long. A letter from her has arrived. Inside me, I suppose, I was a mess of confusions. The letter was one of outpourings of love. I loved Tony, but being away, a gap was appearing. I was still heartbroken over Lily Dunford, but was recovering. For a long, long time, I believed I would return to Tony, and then, well, something would happen. For a start, we could do it. I still remembered how only the equipment needed a little refurbishing, using 3-in-1 oil. No Capri, dreams. I had stopped playing my trumpet mainly because I had sold it to buy a new guitar for the act. The old guitar belonged to the central pool of artists, but I still longed to play the trumpet. There is the greatest feeling of euphoria and innocence in playing an improvised chorus based on a beautiful tune. These days, I was hearing new music bop, and I found it wonderful. Charlie Parker, Clifford Brown, and the Cool School, Jerry Mulligan, Stan Getz, Chet Baker. Whereas I was a good swing trumpeter, I was being left behind the guitar, with no Tony and no Lily. Wait, there was still Blanche. Ah! We have a week out. Sorry, boys, said Leslie MacDonnell, but after this, there's several solid bookings. Moss Empires like your work, especially Cissy Williams. You'll never be at top of the bill, but you must know that you'll always work steady. Thanks. He had just spelled out the future, and I don't like it. There must be something else, like relief massage. Meantime, I write new visual gags for the acts. For the flight of the bumblebee, we managed to affix a dummy bee on a very fine hair-thin sprung wire. It is fixed behind the scroll of the double bass. It can be released at a flick of a small catch. The effect is in the climax of the number. The bee suddenly appears above Mulgrew's head. It appears to be attacking him, finally catching in his hat as the number ends. Another effect was to sprinkle my head with talcum powder, then sneeze, showering me in white cloud. Dandruff, I screamed. It means washing my hair every night. Ars gratia artis. The best one was the finale. Special trousers were made for Bill Hall. To pull them off, Mulgrew had a hook attached to his bow. One quick pull and Hall's trousers were off. In falling, Hall grabbed my trousers and they came off. As Mulgrew walked off carrying his bass, his trousers fell down. It was all the stuff for variety, and we enjoyed it. Another party! The disc jockey from Midnight in Munich, Moffat, was being feted at a party in Soho. It was full of in people, and even though I wasn't an in person, I went in. I didn't know anybody. I knew Mrs. Hicks of 22 Gabriel Street, Honor Oak Park, but she wasn't there. Then, as I sipped a Spanish white wine called Corrida, or its corrosion, a beautiful Jewess, long curly auburn hair, large blue eyes, and all other parts enlarged. "And who are you?" she said. She nudged her friend. "Look what I've found," she said. I said, "I am an out-of-season Martian. Grateful to any bodies that will come this way. She wore all black. Well, don't look any further, she said. This is your body. No, don't tell me your name. We can become the world's first anonymous lovers. This is my friend Lila. Hello, Lila, and clear off. So the evening ran on. Kenny Baker and his trio are blowing the night away. We gather round the stand. I ask a tall Cesar Romero type what he plays, and he says cards. Very, very good attempt at being a prat. His name is Tito Burns. He will have forgotten the occasion. If he reads this, he'll try and forget it again. No, Helen cannot come home with me, so I'll go home with her. No, no, my parents think I'm respectable. They're Jewish. Don't worry, I said. I've been circumcised. Look, no, not here, privately. A week later. Helen is coming to 13 Linden Gardens. By getting an overdraft, I laid on smoked salmon sandwiches. It flattened them. Now, a bottle of Chianti, a few empty wine bottles with candles. Mulgrew bursts in. Had he never heard of one of the finest social graces known to man, the door knock? She just phoned, he said. She cannot come tonight. Blast! And me wearing my blue silk red spotted dressing gown purchased in Naples. It broke my heart having to share it all with this hungry Scottish swine who kept muttering, "Wee Helen! Oh, wee Helen!" as he ate my salmon and guzzled my wine by candlelight. "Oh, saving on the old electricity," he said. I suppose murder is sometimes justifiable. Never mind, eh? Helen would try again. The hot Judaic blood would seek me out. I still had 3.5 candles left. "Well, thanks for the treat," said Mulgrew, preparing to depart. "Any time you're passing," I patted him on the shoulder. "Any time you're passing, keep passing. Don't stop. Just keep going till you reach Beachy Head. Just keep going." Yes, Helen phoned. Sorry about last time. Can she see me soon? So soon, then? Well, it was a week of going to the pictures and about 24 candles, but no, Spike, this can't go on. The trouble is, I am a yock. Her mother wants her to go with David. David, aren't there any bloody Jews called Dick or Tom? She's a bit of a drama queen now. I shouldn't go on seeing you, she sobbed as she stripped off. Well, don't worry, I'm seeing plenty of you. If only I were Jewish. I nearly am. Did you tell your mother I'm circumcised? Oh, no, she sobbed. Not that. What did she mean? Helen just disappeared. Why? The world is full of people who have stopped seeing each other. There's a phone call from Bill Hall, wretch and violin player. He's at Highbury Police Station, drunk. The station sergeant. We have been given your name and number by Mr. William Hall, who is under arrest, charged with drunk and disorderly conduct. He is in cell playing a violin and wants you to come and stand bail. Me, how much is it? It's £25, sir. Look, officer, I have it in the bank, but at this late hour, would you take a cheque? If you have means of identification, sir, yes. Me, I'll be about an hour and a half. Oh, those happy days before cheque cards. So, at 11 of the night, I start the complex trip to Highbury Clink, by every means except rickshaw. As I enter the night, the sound of Bill's violin fills the place. It's the Max Bruch Violin Concerto, and it is magnificent. This place isn't going to be the same without him, said the sergeant as I paid the money. Now, the monumental job of getting a stinking, staggering Bill Hall to 6 Legard Road. Ish is not far, said Hall. I know, shortcut. 2 hours with violin solos and farting must be a record for what was half a mile. He hasn't got a key, so while the lunatic saws away at Malta Perpetuo, I knock and knock. There's no one at home. I look in his eyes, and there's no one there either. It's gone midnight. It starts to rain. I leave him fiddling and farting on the porch. I watch him slowly slump to the floor. Good night, sweet prince. I'm still smoking. I note the contemporary prices in my diary of the time. In those days, 1 shilling and 8pence for 10, or 3 shillings and 4pence for 20. That was pretty cheap for lung cancer in those days, mind you. Mulgrew smoked his own and my lung cancer. Alas, in 1970, it caught up with him. Lily Dunford has come back into my life. I've heard with glee, she wrote to me, her marriage had folded. How do you fold a marriage? You take that in, dear. So I decided not to strangle her till her eyes popped. No, I would do something else that would make her eyes pop. So I relit the candles. 13 candles later, she had gone again, though that unforgettable magic of her first love never ever faded. The wretch Bill Hall phones. Is there any news of work? I say no. Is there any news of my £25? He can't remember. It was all a blank to him. Good. Here's a blank for him. Send a cheque. Just sign it. How did I get mixed up with these people? Glasgow. Och eye, och nose, och teeth. Glasgow. Grotty Glasgow, which someone said belonged to Harry Lauder. You'll be playing the pavilion, Spike, said Leslie MacDonald on the phone. Me playing the pavilion? I had no idea how to play one. Are you sure it's not the bagpipes, Leslie? Absolutely sure, said MacDonald, who was used to me by now. It's a good spot. You close the first half. The same money, Leslie? Yes, Spike. Pound, shilling and pence. He was stealing my jokes. Try and speak with a Scottish accent. It's safer, he said. Mulgrew, the Scottish miser, is stricken. Oh, dear, Glasgow, think of the train fare, man. The train fare. I think of the train fare. It's 17 and 6 return. OK. Does he want to walk? Hall is pleased. I've never been to Glasgow in Scotland, isn't it? He was spot on. It was in Scotland. Thursday, the 8th of May. I went shopping for new guitar strings and plectrums. Oh, I remember that Sunday train from King's Cross to Glasgow Central, 3rd class, 17 and 6. Today, that's the price of a British Railway sandwich. The carriages are crowded with Scotsmen trying to get to work on Monday or escape paternity cases. They all look a shattered, tattered Malian army. Why do they come to London? Didn't they learn from Culloden? They slept and farted all the way to bonny Scotland. I tell you, there was more smoke, shit and steam in the carriage than in the engine. One drunk kept waking up and saying, "Where are we, Jimmy?" I called out many stations, among them Falmouth, Bexhill, Rome, and he always said, "Thanks, Jimmy," before dropping off. My eyes and throat were sore with smoke. Mulgrew loved it. When he wasn't smoking, he sucked up what was in the carriage. For relief, I went from the crowded compartment to the crowded corridor. "All tickets, please." The poor collector struggled through the congealed bodies. Later, a scream came from the next carriage as he clipped someone's finger. "I hope it's an English finger," said Mulgrew with an evil tartan grin. A visit to the toilet sent me reeling out again. It looked like a Picasso painting in shit. It was everywhere except in the hole. It was dark as the train ironed itself into Glasgow Central. The pictures of the doors hurtling open. This wasn't passengers disembarking. These were victims escaping. It was like Armageddon, with the departed rising from the tomb. As usual, the wretch Hall is missing. Mulgrew and I take our luggage from the guard's van. That is the double bass, my guitar and props basket, and onto an antique iron trolley that must have carried claymores for Bannockburn. Here, here, a tartan voice was saying. Where are you going with that? That's mine. It's a diminutive porter. Aye, that's mine. Good, I said. Congratulations to owning up. It must have taken some courage, as you've owned up to the trolley. It's only fair that we should own up to the luggage. All this was to a mind that only reacted to Rangers 2, Celtic not. Is it a taxi you're after? There'll be a queue. I'll have to charge you waiting time. Everyone was waiting for Glasgow's 3 taxis. We paid off the would-be Carnegie. 18 Suckyhall Street, I said to the driver. Can you no find anywhere better? Said the scarlet-haired cabby. From what I hear, said Mulgrew, it's the Taj Mahal of Scotland. Oh, Christ, moaned the driver. Number 118 was Mrs. O'Brien's apartments, or rather coming apartments. We traipsed up a concrete staircase confined by iron railings. Oh, you're early. Others are near left. Could you wait in the hall? Oh, yes, we love that. These apartments are handsome, stone-built in 1850. We sit and smoke and sit. Sometimes we smit and sloke. Eh? We are allocated 1 bedroom with 3 single beds. Mrs. O'Brien is 18 stone. Her daughter is 16 stone. Her husband is 9 stone, 6 of it head and ears. You've missed supper, said the 18 stone. We wandered a rainy Glasgow and find fish and chips consumed on the walk, a style highly favoured by people who missed your supper, would seem to be half Glasgow, with the Rangers 3, Celtic naught. Oh, fuck this, said the wretch hall. Let's find a boozer. I'm one, I said. We find one named the 45. Well, there was more than that inside. When we opened the pub door, 20 fell out. When in Scotland, we all ordered a Scotch. It would be a risk of life and limb to order anything else. Hall is nearly killed. Can I have some ice? At the request, the barman grabbed the edge of the bar to support himself. His eyes rolled like eyes rolling. Ice, he said in a hoarse whisper. Ice and that. He pointed to Hall's whiskey. Mom, did you no hear what it did to the Titanic? Hall insisted. I've always had ice in my whiskey. It never sunk me. The barman dropped the ice in the whiskey. The whole pub went silent at the splash, and a low Scottish moan filled the pub. The evening didn't end there. Outside, we were accosted by a small man in a long ex-army overcoat. Here, here, Jamie! He tugged my sleeve. Here, Jamie! I told him he was mistaken. I wasn't Jamie, but I was here. And you got 6pence for the dancer. The dancer? What dancer? From the back of his overcoat, he took out the top of a Lipton's tea chest. Laying it on the pavement, he did a convulsed Highland fling. There, he said, that fucking dancer. It was worth it, so I gave him a 6pence. You mean bastard, he said. As for you two, here Hall and Mulgrew got a raspberry and an up yours. Look here, Jock, said Souse Mulgrew. That's no way for a Glaswegian to behave. Oh, what do you know about Glaswegians? Said the fucking dancer. Well, I am a Glaswegian, said Mulgrew. Well, fuck you, Jamie. I'm from Arbroath. Ah, well, said Mulgrew. Fuck you, too. We had to separate them, but only after half an hour's intermittent fighting. Sometimes Hall and I would hit that fucking dancer to help out. Rangers 2, Celtic naught, we shouted. The fun hasn't started yet. We let ourselves into 118 Suckyhall Street by the time-honoured burglar-proof key on a string through the letterbox. We are greeted by an approaching scream. Down the passage came 18 stone in hair curlers and a nightdress. Following her in the nude and socks is a 9 stone husband brandishing an axe. They disappear into a maze of passages, reappearing here, disappearing there. We rush to the daughter's bedroom. Your father's killing your mother, we warn. She smiled. Oh, don't bother. He never catches her. On our landing, we find a Jamaican trumpeter, Roy Wilkins, in his underpants. Oh, yes, he am never catching her. And I been here the week. He's off downstairs now to fuck the daughter for the rent. And so to bed, which left a lot to be desired, like springs. We all slept with our asses touching the floor. All three awake next morning looking like Quasimodo. Breakfast is up the ladder on the next floor, said 16 Stone, and we'd like the rent in advance. No, we'd rather pay in money. "No more hot water," said Mulgrew. "This is like being back in a bloody army," said the wretch Hall, shaving in agony. "I don't believe it. The way to our breakfast is up a ladder to a trapdoor, with ill-written words, 'Knock and wait.' We did so. Above was scraping noises. What was ensuing was thus. Directly above the trapdoor was the breakfast table. Upon our knocking, those at the table stopped eating, withdrew their chairs, then moved the breakfast table off the trapdoor, allowing us access to the room. It was an attic room. One side you had to eat crouched. The wall on our side was covered with a floral curtain. With reason, as 18 Stone placed egg and bacon before me, the wall behind me seemed to be breathing, then grunting. You see, dear reader, behind the curtain in recesses in the wall slept Mr. O'Brien and two further lodgers who were night shift workers. O'Brien wasn't on night shift. He only got up to get pissed and chase 18 Stone with an axe before falling into a drunken sleep, from which he was now recovering behind me. "Molly, where's my tea, woman?" he demanded. "Your tea's in the pot, you lazy bugger. God forgive me. Get up, it's time for Holy Mass. Bring my tea, woman, do you hear?" His head suddenly poked through a divide in the curtain, colliding with the back of Hall's neck. "Who's this?" said O'Brien. "Oh, look what you've done to the gentleman," said 18 Stone. He looked at what he had done. Egg yolk all over the wretch Bill Hall. "Awful sorry, laddie," said the emerged head. "Apart from that, it was a good breakfast, with us moving the table on and off the trap as and when." Band call. We are on the bill with an up-and-coming singer, Donald Pearce. To me, after hearing Sinatra and Crosby and Vic Damone, this man sounded bloody awful. He went on to fame and total obscurity. So much for the sincerity of the public. At the band call, he sings, "Bye, Bam." I personally wish he was. He's a nice enough bloke. He just shouldn't sing. Then there's the Ganju brothers and Juanita, top of the bill. Two men with muscles and a girl. An Australian juggler, Doig Dowell. These were variety days stretching back to Wilton's Music Hall in 1840. We didn't know within 10 years it would be dead. On the first night, Donald Pearce got, "Oh, I aim, you Sasnak bastard." "I'm not English, I'm Welsh." The stage manager told him to say so in his act, so he started, "I'd like to sing songs from my Welsh homeland," which he did, and they still said, "Oh, I aim, you Welsh bastard." We in our rags and lunacy were well received, as we looked like Glaswegians in the street. "You poor wee lads," was a cry from a lady in the gallery. In the week, these middle-aged ladies asked to see us. "We've brought you some clothes," they said, and laid two huge brown parcels on the flay. "We saw ye on the stage, and I'm sure you'd do better with these clays." We said, "Thank you." I mean, what else? They were ladies from the Stage Welfare Service, now defunct. The parcels contained 3 very good suits. Mulgrew's and mine fit perfectly. The wretch Hall's was a trifle short. Of course, we had no intention of wearing them. Selling them? Yes. After the Friday show, the two welfare ladies reappeared, but gone with a kindly smile. "You did not wear the clothes," she said. "You must return them." What a grim, silent 20 minutes, save the rustle of brown paper as we rewrapped the suits with "Ye are a disgrace to the profession going on the stage like that." Then they were gone. They left the room to our earnest apologies. But as the door slammed on them, Rich Hall said, "Fuck 'em. Off you go then, Bill." After the night show, which came down at 10:45, we would cross the road to hear the band at Green's Playhouse and I, the local talent. The bands were usually so good that I wanted to listen. Among them, pianist Bill Guffey, trombonist George Chisholm, trumpeter Tommy Quater, trumpet player Joey Richmond. It was great music. Alas, it all went unrecorded. It was really me still looking for 1939. Me and Lily Dunford at Ladywell Baths in the quick-step concert to the tune of "I Double Dare You," and Lily's voice in my ears singing "Fall in love with you, I double dare you." That's what I was listening for now. 1939 was 8 years away and never coming back. But there was Tony. Somehow I'd make it back to Tony. And Capri. As they say in Scotland, there's nothing wrong with Glasgow. There's always the streets. With the Rangers too, Celtic not. We'd try amusement arcades. Do you know, dear reader, I actually believed that I could maneuver the claw crane to pick up those sweets, and I was so depressed when I didn't. I'd like to meet the bastard who invented it. I'd have his balls in there, with the crane picking him up and dropping him all day. We tried mini-golf, sixpence, and bet in halfpennies. Being VAF members, that is Variety Artists Federation, we could get into the movies cheap. Scotch audiences are great at sending up movies. It was an hilarious afternoon watching Anna Neagle and Michael Wilding in Spring in Park Lane. "Go on, give it to her, Jimmy," were among the constant cries. "And she's nae boobies. It's the size of your pinky." And Michael Wilding's wig, it was hypnotic. Not once in the movie did he make a move that might threaten it. In fact, the script was written around his wig so as not to disturb it. That mantle now rests with Terry Wogan. What the wretch Hall did of a day, we never knew. He would turn up seconds before we were due on the stage. Some say he would go in the parks, put a hat down and play for money. He denied this. He also denied it when I said he had a huge estate, to which he retired daily to stalk deer, hurl cabers and shoot lobster. "That's a lie," he said. "I walk the streets looking like the reincarnation of Paganini, hoping someone might recognize me, and money." On the Saturday night the act went very well. We got 3 encores, but still the same money. "You got awful good act there," said a stagehand. "You'll go far." We did. Back to London. The crits from the Glasgow Herald had been good, so we decided to put it as an ad in the stage, which set us back £4. It set Mulgrew back 10 years. Rangers 2, Celtic not. Bill Hall Trio wow Glasgow audiences. Wearing rags, but playing first-class music with clowning and jokes, this trio of recently demobbed boys have a promising future. Also on the bill was Welsh crooner Donald Pierce. Here for all to see what my week's finances were in Glasgow. Orchestrations, 4 shillings. Plectrums, 2 shillings and 9 pence. Strings, 2 shillings. Tea, 9 pence. Drinks, 1 shilling and 6 pence. Golf, 6 pence. We returned to London for another week's rest, but no, we've been booked across the Irish Sea One step nearer New York and Hollywood. Dublin. Boys, there's a week for you at the Royal Theatre, Dublin. We stand dutifully in front of Leslie MacDonald's desk. Well, that's great, I said. I'm Irish. I've never been to Ireland. And neither have half the Irish, said Hall. They're all over here. It's a nice theatre, cinema and stage show, says MacDonald. Oh, we can see the picture free, said Mulgrew, his wallet full of strips of the Daily Mirror. Flying? You bloody mad, Hall. Flying would cost us our wages. No air linked us for us. It was the grim train to Fishguard, the night ferry to Dunleary, a crappy black ship called the Blessed Virgin, with a slight tendency to sink. It started to rain, and us, deck passengers. The cranes are loading lumps of timber on the rear deck, in no special order. It looked like a wooden Hampton Court maze. I lost the wretch Hall on the tartan one. The ship sets off. What gloom! Who in their right mind would go to Fishguard, an above-ground cemetery? The only thing there is to leave it. A mournful low hoot from the black smokestack. Look at the seagulls, said the voices. We shelter under an overhang. The night is chill. Dormier would have loved these grim grey-black unspeaking lone passengers. If you ever go across the sea to Ireland, you really must be off your fucking head. So I sang in a soft voice to Mulgrew. Hall's gone for a work, said Mulgrew. Over the side, I think. Dear reader, all night standing or squatting, even trying to kip on the timber, I borrowed the top hat prop to keep off the rain from my head, looking like a travelling undertaker. When the wretch Hall returned, he looked cheerful. He'd had a sleep in the carsey. The mildew dawn haunted us into Dunleary. Dun-Laoeri. That's the proper pronunciation. None of that Gaelic crap, said Hall. We dock and seek transport. These are cheaper than taxis, said the driver of a horse-drawn Victoria. So we pile in. And, says the driver, 'tis more romantic. Yes, the rain poured romantically down on us. The royalty, isn't it? He said. It is, I said. Oh, 'tis a powerful good theatre, but I think they're pulling it down. Can you get us there before then? We cry. It is a fine neo-Grecian fronted affair. We all go through the stage door. The doorman, Mr. Philip. You are the halls of trio. Your dressing room is number 2, next to the girls. Now, here's a list of digs. The best for you would be Mrs. Morris, 11 Belvedere Road. The backstage is as big as the Palladium. 15 girls are rehearsing to a good orchestra. We phoned Mrs. Morris. Oh, yes, he says. 1 single and 2 doubles. 33 shillings for the 3 of you. OK, we'll be round for supper at 4. Mr. George Puttock, the stage manager, is in a green velvet jacket and a gypsy shirt. He's terribly show business, darling. Now, darling, your act is a comedy, is it not? Is it not a comedy? Yes, it is, darling, we say. We ogle the girls, all Catholics and virgins, and draped with holy medals. Then we practice with the band. They've made an incredible scene for us. It's the banks of the Shannon with a wobbly lamppost. So now, off to Mrs. Morris, in a run-down Georgian square, with kids everywhere. You know, said Hall, in between mass, they must fuck like rabbits. "I'll come in now," she says. And we get down to the basement with 100 kids. Our room is quite big if you breathe out. 3 beds, washstand, a cupboard, a gas lamp, a smell of cat's piss, and a skylight to the street. Her little daughter Maureen is carrying a kitten by the throat. Oh, she won't hurt it with her little soft hands, but the kitten's eyes are popping. My husband, the swine, left me with 6 kids, so I have to make do with lodgers. Hey, mister, is you me new father? Said one of the children. We had a new one last week. Shoo, said Mrs. Morris, or I'll kill ye. So Mrs. Morris must put it about, and it would be the wretch Hall who found out. It was he who was getting tea in bed and his laundry done. This was all an experience of old Dublin before the Dublin Council got to work on its destruction. I'd sit on the steps of an evening listening to the children's tales, and me father, when he was on his way home from the pub, he seed a ball of fire, and he knew it was the devil, and he hid in the pub till the devil had gone. The innocence of these children in 1947 I'll never forget. There was no swearing or fighting. Often they would ask me for a punny, mister. I've visited all of Dublin, the museum, the art gallery, matinee at the Abbey, the Book of Kells, Wiles House, 12 Westland Row. Seamus, the taxi driver. Do you want to see the home he was born in, or the one they say he was born in? 33 Thing Street. The talk. I've never heard the like since my father. They all talk like him. And the drama. On Wednesday, I asked a taxi to take me to the hurley match. He grabbed my shoulder. Oh, the hurley match is it. 'Twill be Blackrod that'll win, you see. He then released me. All the way there, he gave the commentary as the game should go, but by the time his clapped-out taxi got there, it was nearly over. Best of all were the Georgian squares. Marian. It was Greek perfect. We went for a walk along the Grand Canal, and we had a few jars at Shilooney. Then Bill Hall did a magnificent thing. He fell in. My violin! My violin! Save my violin! Alas, we saved him as well. We took him for a brandy at Murphy's, and there he enthralled us with Irish jigs. Can you come tonight, mister? Said Murphy. We'd see. We walked to Kilmainham jail. Mr. Brennan, the caretaker, told me a tale. Dominic being with the prisoner in a Mountjoy. Brendan awaited the release of his brother Dominic. When he appears, Brendan says, Have you any money? No, says Dominic. But, says Brendan, did you not get paid as a prisoner? No, said Dominic, I was a political prisoner, so I didn't have to work. Oh, said Brendan, so for the likes of your principals, we've all got to fucking starve. We drank everywhere. O'Brien's, Donegan's, Flanagan's, Blackpool. It's a wonder we ever got to the theatre. Oh, the star of the show was Cavan O'Connor. I'm only a strolling vagabond. He's getting on a bit, but part of the colour of Dublin. It was a city like it was in 1909, with beautiful tinker mothers and children begging. I was walking down Grafton Street when I heard the most wonderful lady harpist. I gave her my last £5, and she whispered to me, I'm here every Thursday. I could have stayed forever. Everyone talked. Everyone had a story. Like when the last Prince of Wales stayed at the Gresham, he asked the porter to leave him a late supper in his room, just a prawn salad and a bottle of hock. When the Prince arrived back that night for dinner, he discovered there were 2 suppers and 4 bottles of wine. I'm sorry, sir, I thought there was 2 of yous. Prince of Wales said, how would you like to join me at supper? And so he did, during which the porter drank a bottle of wine. When it was over, the porter removed the supper, saying, you know, I'd have thought a man with your money could have afforded a better bloody dinner than this. We saw where the 1916 rebels were shot and their graves at Arbour Hill. I suddenly felt the tears well up. These men had given the Republic of Ireland their freedom. The act was a howling success. It was all over in a week, and I was back in Linden Gardens. Ah! I had been to my own country for the first time, and had the pleasure of calling the wretch Hall and Mulgrew bloody foreigners. It's a great feeling. Golders Green. Ah, a rose-red city half as gold as green. Indeed, it needs passports. We are playing Golders Green Hippodrome. Mulgrew comes hot-foot from the telephone. Who's top of the bill? Len Camber, Geraldo's recently discarded South African vocalist. Well, it's a London date, I stressed. No bloody train travel and home early. It was a good date, good audiences, and all the agents went there, even Dick Burton. Monday band call, very good. Good dressing room. The door all silver and gilt. We're number 3, a move up the ladder. Number 2 is Cherry Weiner, a lesbian jazz organist. Len Camber is very nice and as personable as a flour sack. He's got a phony mid-Atlantic accent. About Rockall. He's Jewish, I tell you, said Bill. He's not. He's South African. Yes, South African Jewish. To settle it, they bet 5 shillings. Here, are you Jewish? Says Bill. No, says Len Camber. Don't believe you, said the Scot, stewing over the 5 shillings. All right, says Len Camber. Geraldo's vocalist out with his willy, which has a 6-inch foreskin. Caw, said Mulgrew. That's what they call apartheid, I said. During the week, Seacombe and I hang around Allen's Club, and I go to the newsreels to see cartoons. If you see the newsreel of a shark, its mouth held open. When it's dropped, it looks like an idiot. We went into hysterics and stayed to see it round the 2nd and 3rd time. We are the hit of the bill. Harry Foster and Leslie MacDonald see us second house Saturday. We're very pleased, boys. We're managing to up your money to £100 a week. I phoned my father at work and tell him, I'll come home right away, he said. I rode all the way to 3 Leithwell Road and told my mother. I stayed the night and slept in the room where the train shunted. I still let jazz music run through my head. Always had and always will. I turned on my little green Bakelite radio. It's Billy Ternant and his Tinkly Poo band. No jazz. But what the hell? This is Deptford, not Birdland. Dizzy lived at 3 Leithwell Road. Wow! Sing Dizzy blues. Hey there, Dizzy, playing at Leithwell Road. Hey there, Dizzy, playing at Leithwell Road. You play that music, and knighthood will be bestowed. Oh, yeah! I was listening to radio. Men at Work was one that grabbed me. It's forgotten now, but it was what put the Goon show on the road. The men at work were ignoring logic, and for me it worked, but nobody seemed to notice it. I laughed at Derek Roy, a bit at Itmar, but things that really made me laugh were Groucho Marx, W.C. Fields, Beachcomber, and Sid Fields. So there, I was writing things on paper with no object in mind. I joke a lot with Seacombe, but with variety work, neither Benteen nor Sellers got together much. It was to come. Only when we had a week out or a week out, did we meet. I met Sellers at Hackney Empire, where Seacombe was appearing. Benteen introduced him to me in the bar. He was sprawnced up, felt trilby, gloves, Dick Barton collar-up mackintosh. As usual, Mike did most of the talking. That's all I remember of the occasion. Inside me, I had no idea where I wanted to go. I stopped playing the trumpet. Big bands were going out. Radio was the thing. How could I get in? I had no confidence as a solo performer, and never had until Oblimov. So I was a maelstrom of complexities. I certainly admired Seacombe, Sellers, and Benteen. I'd hang around them. A week out. The first week we're promised £100 and we're out. Don't worry, boys. It's Bolton next week. Bolton, the angel of Mons, manna from heaven. Bolton, the promised land. Bolton, an anagram of Notlob. Yes, Notlob. There was lots to do in Notlob. There's always the streets, the pubs, the pictures. Wait. It's been cancelled. Sod. Everything comes to he who waits, even unemployment. Ali Pally! Incredible! We've been booked for the modern wonder, television, at Alexandra Palace. So important is the occasion that Leslie MacDonald has summoned us to his office to tell us. Yes, boys. Mr. Richard Afton of the BBC. The BBC words send the blood swirling in the swanicles. The BBC. Yes, said MacDonald, the BBC. He stands to say the majestic words, BBC Television. He could be Lincoln before Gettysburg, Antony at Actium. Television! All the wretch explains the wonder. Television, he says, it would bring us into people's home. And my parents had already warned me that they would never have him in their homes. We don't want to catch it, they said. The show was called Rooftop Rendezvous. The producer, Richard Afton, like BBC producers, has delusions of grandeur. He has changed his name by deed poll to Lord Afton. Oh, yes, dear reader, there are plenty like him in the BBC, those who want weddings at dawn on Navajo Indian mountain tops. The fee, Leslie, the fee. Well, boys, it's 150 before commission. Oh, my God, that will leave us each with £40. I'll lay a heart to cut strips of Daily Mirror any mair, said Mulgrew. At 13 Linden Gardens, we informed flatmates, Red Joe List, the singer from the Windmill, his girlfriend Jennifer, with the 42-inch bust, the unflattest flatmate. Let's have a party, I said. So we did. We spent 12 and 6 on the wine, and 12 and 6 on the chicken. And then I noticed another entry, more wine, 12 and 6. A fiesta! Okay. That night we sat on our beds, eating chicken and drinking Chianti. Memories of Italy were still strong. Reggio List entertained us with his guitar. He, Gracie Fields, and Donald Pearce should never have sung. But there is Reg now, over the plains. Now I hear the Russian horsemen riding. Please God, they're coming for him. I get quite squiffy and sang body and soul. I woke up next morning with Blanche and her kipper at the door. Oh, God, I must hurry, Blanche. I'm on television tonight. Ooh, she said, yes, that's what people say when you become famous. Ooh. Mulgrew has already had his kipper and ooh. We are lumbered with the props. Hall will meet us at the Alley Pally. We get a taxi to the gig. Alexandra Palace is a warren of signs and BBC men with hats on, who mindlessly point the way. Do lift to the 3rd floor, said an Irish voice. Oh, yes, said a clipboard girl, who had as much feel for show business as Mrs. Higgs had for basking sharks. I'm Penelope Mutz. I'm the floor manager. Oh, who manages the ceiling? I said. You are the... She consults her board. Marty, Midge, and Naylor. We are shown into a dressing room with several other performers. Some are dressed as cowboys. They are Big Bill Campbell and his bunkhouse group, all done up in Stetsons and a Red Indian chief, all from East Acton. They were practicing "There's an old covered wagon for sale." "If it goes, they'll have to walk back," said Mulgrew. A gay floor manager calls us for a rehearsal with Eric Robinson and his orchestra. "Is this all you've got?" he said, looking at our meagre band parts. "Yes, just play them loud," I said. The orchestra applauded our rehearsal. "Can I have your agent's number?" said Robinson. "You're going to kill him," I said. "No, I might be able to use you. Have you got a card?" "No, just a piece of paper." "Make-up?" said the girl. "Is that what you're wearing?" "Now, the make-up you'll have to wear is green," she said. "It comes off with water. Hall has arrived, and I knew he comes off with water." "I got good news," he said. There was good news, it turned up. He got a gig immediately after the show at the Domino, a nightclub in Balham, the arsehole of London. The wretched appearance of Hall disturbs the make-up girl. "I don't think you need any," she says, backing away. The show centres on the television toppers, 15 rather lovely girls. Arg! 15 args! The TV show is all very interesting being live. It has to have split-second timing. The set is a Parisian cabaret with a maitre d', an old broken actor with an awful French accent. He announced us. "And now, from the Coconut Grove, Le Bille Hall Trio." There's no real audience, so a planted one acts insane with artificial applause. Our problem is we have no time afterwards to remove the green make-up, so that's how we appear at the Domino. Green! Cries that you're going mouldy. If love could find a way! No, no, not a freak show. Not Beautiful Me or Mongrel Mulgrew. No, no, it was Bill Hall. That's it. They've seen Bill Hall, and he's a freak. We are seated before the proprietor, Will Collins. He's sending a company to Zurich. Would we like to be there? Well, yes. A pretty smart answer. He was a 33-year-old hyperactive balding man who was in show business on the bottom rung. If his bottom rung, I wouldn't answer it. It's a very good show, boys. We're to be the main entertainment at the Zucker Exposition on the Zurich Sea. We have animal acts, performing pigs, the only ones in the world. His phone went. Yes, I'm sure they will. He puts his hand over the mouthpiece. Yes, I'm sure. Would you mind assisting in another act? Well, as long as we cope extra lob, says Wretch Hall. Another smart answer. I'll see you all right after the show. Yes, would we see him? Other acts were Xylophone Man, a mystery act, mother and daughter. There's no mystery who got the mother. Now, our Xylophone Man has got special bumps on his head. Would one of you be able to help play a tune with xylophone mallets? It's a short piece, or he goes unconscious. It's a bit of the William Tell Overture. So on and on. Avis Daunton, an acrobat, and there's Turto, a man who whistles on points and smashes tea trays on his head. They have fixed digs in advance. Mr. and Mrs. Hitz, 3 Stockerstrasse, Zurich. Good, good. While we were waiting for departure day, my musical urge rose to the surface. I wanted to write a musical. I had read the story of Anne Bonny, a woman pirate who had sailed the piratical seas, never revealing her womanhood. They must have been a dull lot of sailors. That, or she wore a dildo of such proportions it frightened them. I mean, she might have flashed it on the Marie Celeste and the crew all jumped overboard. Mystery solved. So I found an old pedal pump harmonium. £5. A bargain, said the man. For him, yes. Margot wouldn't allow it at 13 Linden Gardens, so 3 Leithwold Road. I got sellers to help transport it. Moans from Mrs. Higgs. Oh, dear, when she saw it. Finally, we got it into my tiny rear window room. I thank Peter and promise him a part in my masterpiece. I have alerted my brother in Australia to prepare costume sketches. The whole musical was influenced by Oklahoma. Oh, what a wonderful morning, I wrote. Oh, what a day for living. And the opening chorus, me, I'll pay $10,000 for any man who collars Calico Jack, Calico Jack. All through the train shunting nights I worked on it. My brother's costume designs arrived. One night Jimmy Grafton was taken by one of the tunes. He and Jack Jordan got it published. Jimmy showed an interest in the musical. Yes, I'd show Oscar and Hammerstein. At the pub, I was showing Seacombe, Jimmy Grafton, Charlie the barman, his dog Kiwi, and a regular crone on gin. Fucking lovely tune. From the toilets below wafted urinated methylated spirits. That's who. Some yahoos, Hooray Henrys, came in. Come on, let's get cracking on some Hutch. I don't know any. Of course you do. It goes, when they begin, they begin. Before I'd finished, he said, play some boogie, some boogie-woogie. Oh, God, how every musician hates, I say, can you play? And as they do, they walk away. Alan Clare, a superb piano player, told me a story. The Sloane Ranger and her micromine came in and said, oh, dear, I thought you were recording, ha. And Alan said, that's funny, I thought you were one too. Can they switch you off? Another jolly chap said, I say, piano, do you play this thing? Alan said, yes. He said, do you play requests? Alan said, yes. What would you like? He said, oh, anything. He's possibly the head PR for Harrods now. Alas, Anne Bonny never saw the light of day, never even saw it at night. But youth, belief, some of the songs were very good. Playing my masterpieces at the Grafton after hours, I ignored everyone else, and they ignored me. I like making sounds. My life was shattered by a bone and spoon players. They didn't have a clue what they were playing, and they didn't care. That terrible clattering of some dead cow's ribs. Of course, Seacombe and Benteen would play the idiot along. Were you taught, chum? So no, it's the natural like. Yes, it seems natural like. Do you read music? No need to. Any tune comes easy. Do you know Beethoven's Fifth? Oh, yeah, he burst into the opening victory V's of the introduction. On and on he rattled, off his elbows, off his knees, his ass. Finally, with a furious rattle, he stopped. Was that it? Yeah. Amazing. Yeah, I keep it all in my head. That's a very short version of the Fifth. Oh, well, I'll go fast and I'll leave out bits I don't like. I abandoned the piano and joined in joking and ad-libbing with Seacombe and Benteen. Benteen, I arrest you for nose. Me, my nose is innocent. Who are you? Seacombe, just a minute. I'm Inspector Thuds of Scotland Yard. This man's nose is on undercover service. Benteen, on or under? Make up your mind. Me. Then where's its secret cover? Seacombe, he's off duty. Benteen, not so fast, Seacombe. All right, I'll speak slower, said Seacombe. Benteen, I happen to be Chief Nose Cover Inspector of the city. Où cove du nez? Seacombe, it's 10 Downing Street with Mrs. Clement Attlee's plumber. Benteen, her plumber? Seacombe, who would look for it there? Me, Norrington Quench, Esquire. Benteen, then all is lost. The only escape is in this matchbox, etc., etc. We pulled a lot of grimaces during our clowning. Me, sir, this finger will never make it on its own. Seacombe, hold it on your other hand and purse your lips. This was all after hours, with just quite a few late drinkers. One man said, 2 years in the army would do you wastrels good. We've just done 5, we said, then 5 more. You're not better yet. It was the late Kenneth Moore who was fascinated by our humour, as were Normal Castle, Michael Howard, Dick Scrongle, Tim Gritz, Len Trock, and many other people with strange names. One night Sellers said, I've just eaten the Elfin Oak. Me, did anybody see you? Sellers, yes. Then you're a marked man. Sellers, I haven't got a mark, only a brown spot on my knee. It's a birthmark. How long have you had that? Oh, about 4 inches. There were miles of that. So the week prior to Zurich, I spent the days hanging around with Benteen Seacombe, forever watching newsreels, cartoons, ribald laughter, mad ideas. In the Telegraph it says an atomic secret paper is missing. Benteen and I spent the night drawing up a bogus formula. He knew all the mathematics. I just went along for the ride. It ended by scraping the luminous dials off our watches, which contained radium. We leave it all in the phone box. It looked very authentic. It had taken us all night. We kept watch on the booth. Somebody threw it on the floor. There was our salute to the optician's inaugural dinner. Be upstanding. The toast is the Society of Opticians. We raised our glasses, then used the glass like an eyewash. After hours, Seacombe and I would put on masks and say, imagine we are burglars, and we demand £1. Then there was the argument over the money. This pound note is out of date. It's last year's. The after-hour games were endless. For example, who had the ability to survive in the desert? Benteen could. He'd lie on the floor gasping, water, water. In a flash, we'd put a glass of water by him, and he'd drink it. There you see, it's quite simple. All you need is water. Seacombe can do better. He too is cast in an endless desert. He crawls the barroom floor calling, brandy, brandy. Having been given one, hey, hoopla. He drinks it and leaps to his feet. Another desert survivor. You see, gentlemen, said Benteen, with close cooperation, it is possible to survive desert conditions, provided they're right. Then there was the theory by Professor Benteen that during the war it was impossible, you hear, impossible for Hitler to cross the Channel. The argument raged. What's to stop him? What? Psychologically it had never been done since the Normans. The Spaniards failed. Napoleon failed. All failed that strip of water. Benteen, by now, is frothing at the mouth. Oh, how can he get 100,000 men and tanks across? Boats, said Seacombe. Well, of course, boats, said Benteen. I'll tell you how they stopped them, said Milligan. For months, the RAF dropped hundreds of photos of English landladies. What finally stopped them was records of grassy fields. I tell you, it stopped the tanks at Dunkirk. Some panzermen wrote to English soldiers commiserating with them. Zurich. But now away to Zurich. The night before, Mulgrew slept on the couch normally reserved for my aging grandmother, Margaret Kettleband. Dawn broke on 3 Leithwell Road. I shake Mulgrew. Rangers 2, Celtic 0, I say. And my grandmother nearly dead with sitting up all night. How I love her. My diary, 23rd of August, 1947. At the non-existent hour of 6, Johnny and I were aroused by my dear mother, slightly less dear due to the early hour. I washed, or something like that, and ate my breakfast. I felt good inside at the thought of working in Switzerland. Last-minute preparations, and then the taxi arrived at 7 sharp. Piled in the luggage, and a last glimpse of Mother waving As we turned the corner of Leithwell Road, we breezed through Lewisham, Old Kent Road, and watched the thousands going to work in the city. What a maddening thought! Arriving at Victoria Station, we watch as 6 farm pigs are loaded in a goods van. Quite a crowd collected. There were 6 large and 2 young ones. It was a case of railway men and Will Collins against the pigs. There was squealing, snorting, scampering, shit and steel, with bales of straw bumping about. Pigs are not stupid. Many railwaymen are. The men spent more time in the cage than the pigs. There's a limit on how to transfer pigs from a cage to a railway wagon. Wave your arms. When they did, the pigs ran underneath. Some pigs ran between the railwaymen's legs and stayed there. There were brief bouts of ride 'em cowboy. There were periods when the back legs were grabbed, and with them going like windmills, the pigs were forced forward. Then all 4 legs were held, making the restrainers look like vibrating rubber dolls. They hung on, but they were jerked around like dummies. They got one in and tied his legs. This was how they all ended up, but the RSPCA inspector said they could only tether 2 legs, and that way they all came out again. Instead of tethering 1 and 2, they tethered 1 and 3. It took a good hour, followed by applause, before the goods door shut. Even then the pigs stood on their hind legs looking through the slats. We all got our props in the goods wagon, full of Miss Fifi Franz's footballing dogs, all unusually quiet. I gives them the tablets, she winked through 3 layers of makeup, with eyelashes like black barbed wire. No doubt this would be the one Bill Hall would be giving it to. The magic lady and her daughter Mavis complained pigs shouldn't be treated like that, as they sat in the restaurant car eating eggs and bacon. Margot and I sat opposite, taking the same breakfast. Mavis is lovely. They are mother and daughter, but easily mistaken for father and daughter. This is the first time we've been abroad, said lovely Mavis in a North Country accent. Mother's been, haven't you, Mother? Oh, aye, circus in Berlin and Vienna before the war. We just got out in time Germans took the elephant, but let me go. A wise choice, I thought. Her husband, Bert Tarzan Ladley, was mauled by one of his lions. Simba, his favourite, suddenly on the motorbike pillion, he bit his head. He had 28 stitches and wore a wig. He was dead now, buried with his wig. Me, I'm doing well with Mavis, said the mother. We are all sharing the same carriage. Mavis is next to me and my plans. We cross into France. By night, we are whipping through the French countryside. I smoke in between dozing, Mavis asleep on my shoulder. How did she get up there? I'll just put my arm around her blonde body. Dreamily, she opens her eyes and smiles. Poor old Lily, Tony and Capri. You don't mind, she smiles. No, my dear, rest your head on my Cecil G. camel hair 5-pound coat, shapeless enough to look like a camel. We shudder and thunder through the night. Zurich! Immediately sky, mountains, water, cigar smoke. We all disembark to a prearranged PR group. Among them, Fraulein Linda Ublatz. She's the interpreter. First, she'll have to interpret her name. We're all given the address of Diggs. We must also report to the Zucker Exhibition Concert Hall tomorrow. Yeah! Linda is 39, like a plumper Veronica Lake. Then there's her assistant, Frau Bleeker, 57. Another one for Bill Hall. She's to accompany us to our digs. We have a supply of Swiss francs and we get a taxi. Well, apart from the fucking awful journey, said Wretch Hall. "I like the place. The atmosphere's dead right. One of his dewdrops is dangling on the end of his nose. The morning sun is streaming through it, making it a crystal jewel. Oh dear, it's fallen off. Our address is 3 Stockerstrasse. Herr and Frau Hitz. Big apartments. We ring a doorbell. Hitler in alpine shorts opens the door. He is as animated as a freshly boiled egg. Frau Bleeker explains we are the new clients, tight-lipped and with the cheeks of his bum clenched. He shook our hands, hesitating before the wretched hall. Standing behind in a housecoat that made her look like a cupboard with the doors ajar was the weak and timid Frau Hitz. She's like him without the moustache. Ja, gut. Hall has a single room. Mulgrew and I, a double. We are handed a list of charges, times of meals, and front door locked at 0100 unless requested. Here is a sample of the dialogue. Herr Hitz, we must make the agreement. Yes, and I added a ja to be friendly. Please. No, ja. I speak English. I go 5 years to night school. Yes. I have this written agreement that every Friday you will pay my wife 20 shillings each. Yes. So please sign here, here, and here. I'll sign first because I'm Scottish, said Mulgrew. Oh, Scottish, good. Who will keep the copy? Me, because I'm not Scottish. Not Scottish? Good. Bill, I'll get fuck all. Hitz. Fuck all? Bill, yes, I'll get fuck all. Fuck all, you say? You're saying fuck all? Me. Me. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Our rooms were very neat and tidy with wash basins, toilets in the hall. There's a sign in the slot which says Arbeiten, or occupy. The wife looked like a wraith of work, pale, domestic, pigtailed, blue eyes. She looked overworked. Oh dear, you can see what this poor girl needs. A good dinner and a fuck. Whenever her husband was at work, she always gave shy smiles. Yes, indeed, Bill was right. She needs eine dinner and eine shag. I'm not sure what work her husband did. All I know is he left every morning on a bicycle with a packed lunch and came back with it intact. Was it a reserve? She just washed and dusted all day. The house was clinically spotless. When they discovered that we all smoked, 3 large ashtrays appeared in our room. Mine had a swastika underneath it. Do you think he was a Nazi? Said Bill. Then, one Sunday breakfast, the fool says, we are all Jews. Jews, you understand? Her husband looked straight back. Ach, Juden! And told his wife. She didn't seem worried. He in concentration camp, said Hall, pointing to our Scot. Oh, said the German, that is nix good. Yes, said Hall. 3 years in Lewisham concentration camp. Oh, Herr Hitz repeated. Lewisham, yeah. Lewisham, oh. He repeated to his wife. Lewisham. Ach, Lewisham, the wife said sadly. Bill didn't like Germans. The bastards did my dad in World War One, and the bastards got me into the second one. They're all Nazis. Did you hear his bottle go when I said we were Jews? Perhaps there was a mite in it. They weren't a happy lot. Clean, polite, rich, even the street sweepers smoked cigars. Amazing. A world war, I said, and it didn't touch them. All bloody well fed. Good luck to them. I wish to Christ I could have escaped here during the war. Oh, boy. What were you done then? Got pissed? Of course. Got pissed, of course. As a point of Scots honour. I've been pissed half the time. The other half in prison. That's the Scots. Pissed or in prison. And Rangers to Celtic North. It's near a bad life, but it takes a lot out of the wife and kids. Kids? Scotsmen eat their kids, don't they, Spike? Yes, the first 3 usually. Then they settle down. Ah, well, it's an old Scots custom. Sometimes we eat our guests, mind you. With your rag-bone body, you'd be safe. So went on our conversations. Bill thought that the Irish were all bleeding sick, good at building houses and railroad. What about Oscar Wilde and Shaw? Yeah, they were good at it too. Perfect ignorance is unbeatable. I took Mavis on the Zurich Zee on a pedalo, just to see her in her costume. Haven't you got a costume? She said. Yes, but I haven't got a body, so I'll have to watch yours. I really was skinny. If you'd have been at Belson, they'd have thrown you out for being too thin, said Hall, himself 6 feet 2 inches and 7 stone, with clothes. Without clothes, he didn't register. Mavis, her mother and I went for a ride on the scenic railway, which took us into the hills around. Quite beautiful. Small country, small population, no bloody immigrants, so no racial tensions. All very acceptable. Small is super. It reminds me of the Lake District, said Mavis. Yes, said her mother. It's the mountains and the water, they're just the same. No daffodils, I said. It's too late in the season. Some bloody mothers know everything. There's some cows, like the Lake District, I said. Mostly sheep, they, yeah, said the clever bloody mother. Grass, I said. Yes, grass. Never mind. There was lovely Mavis's body to run my mind over. In places, she was like the Lake District. I'd do a poem, I said. I wandered lonely as a cloud that floats aloft o'er dale and hills, and all at once I came upon my dog being sick on the daffodils. Oh, that's terrible, mother, said Mavis. I warned you about him, she said with a fairground smile. Yes, you had to cover a fair bit of ground to get a smile that size. Mavis and Mum go home to their digs at night. This night they would ask me round to dinner after the show. We'd take a tram along the lake line and then stop by their flat. It's on the lake, very nice. It's self-catering. Mother makes a wonderful roast and 2 veg. After all the sausage and sauerkraut, it was wonderful. She put on the radiogram. It fitted perfectly, and she said, Go on, have a dance. So Mavis and I did. It was super. Foxtrots, waltzes, tangos, wow. If only her mother would fuck off. It was a wonderful, imperfect evening. As I get back to the digs, Scottish Mulgrew is being dropped off by taxi by his old dear. Never mind, she's an old dear. I make her happy and she does my laundry. Wasn't love wonderful? He sings, I love her, she does my laundry. I love her, although she's 83. The show attracts crowds. It can't fail. The city is crowded for the exposition. The show is much shorter without the pigs, but there's less shit about. All the fans are free of it. Now, a grotesque romance. Mulgrew chats up Frau Bleecker and asks for her phone number. I'd have asked for an osteopath. Cut it short. He had an affair. When I questioned him why, he would cry with laughter at my bafflement. What's she got? I said. Me, he said, through the tears. To this day, I'm baffled. Yes, Bill Hall is after the mystery lady, but she doesn't see anything in him to interest her. Wait till she sees his X-rays. The Zucker Exposition is a great commercial fair on the banks of the Zurich Zee. The stage is set in a great restaurant tent, the stage at one end, the other with dining tables. To walk to the middle of the stage takes 5 minutes. There's no pit band, but a 25-piece Italian orchestra under its dynamic 5-feet balded head Pippo Bazzizza, and very, very good. He knew all the latest and standard tunes, but they just missed the point. They play loud, fast, and high notes, but they can't swing. At rehearsal, they are knocked out by our trio. One of the acts is already at work, Izo. He sits next to the box office, doesn't move or blink, so that people don't poke things at him. He's in a glass box with no roof, so people toss money. His one curse, he has piles. I would stand and watch his staring, unblinking smile, knowing that his arse was killing him. The exposition is alive with people and goods, the country that has never seen a war. The place is alive to the Lederhosen Umpapa bands. On the lake, helmsmen yodel. All another world from Glasgow Pavilion, with Rangers 2 and Celtic 0. The rehearsal went well, except the performing pigs were chaos. 3 pigs were all put into a little cottage. The whole thing is based upon the wolf and Huff and Puff. The guy in the wolfskin is an ex-muscle man. He huffs the house down. The house falls on him, and the pigs escape, but they couldn't be got off. One pig, at stage level, crapped on the diner's table. Good Germans make Midza laugh. Ha, ha, ha! One afternoon, Mavis and I take a pedalo on the Zurich Sea. The sun is shining. Mavis goes for a swim. I don't swim. I've got a costume, but I haven't got a body. So we settle to this life. Digs, we come down for breakfast en famille. Herr und Frau hits me and Mulgrew. Paul rarely appears. They say grace, then porridge and boiled eggs. Gut, he'd say. Ja, gut, we'd say. He never knew I shot his uncle at casino. I had learned to do the announcements in German and getting laughs on them. Love, love. Laura Goggles has come into my life. After we'd done our turn, I'd go and sit at one of the tables, and there she was, Ingrid Bergman. A drink? Lemonade. She speaks English. She's a relief program seller. Oh, what a relief. She doesn't recognize me from the act, and is saying, had I seen it? She didn't believe me when I said I was in it. Oh, you are so funny with your violin. No, that's not me. That's the wretch. I play the guitar. She must never see him. Otherwise, like the young girl in Lost Horizon, she'll age 1,000 years. Can I see her sometime? Yes, in the park tomorrow. But first I have an appointment with the doctor about my foot. Oh, she has a rash on her foot, a foot which looks like it was sculpted by Bernini. Meantime, things are happening. An agent from Italy, Ivaldi, has seen us and wants to sign us for an Italian tour. Wow! Tony, Capri, it was going to happen. Oh, the pigs. They were a disaster and were sold. We saw their sides hung up in the Zucker butcher's tent. Now, my efforts on the xylophone skull. I was given 2 ping-pong balls on sticks and played the intervals to the tune of Nola when he opened and closed his mouth. Occasionally a ball would fly off, in which case I had to double my efforts with 1. This drew sympathetic applause. Everyone has sympathy for a person with only 1 ball. There was nothing doing with Mavis. or Laura. There was nowhere to go. What a pity! 13 Linden Gardens room were going empty, with 12.5 burned candles and a whiff of Neville Heath. So we do a lot of street cafes, drinking coffee till the bladder bursts, the ears sing, pupils like pinpoints. After the penultimate show, Pippo Badzic and his wife took me back to the hotel to talk about show business in Italy. His wife serves more bladder-bursting coffee. He has a bald head like a bladder, which looks as if it's being slowly inflated to bursting point. I can't wait. You do very well in Italy now. They like jazz. You see, Mussolini no like jazz. He said jazz decadente. Negro music. He no make jazz music. No. He was making Claretta Patacci and all that jazz. Pippo Badzic's daughter is big time in Italy. She's called the Bomba Atomica. He showed me a photograph. She has lots of fallout. Ah! Before the show closes, we have signed a contract with Ivaldi to open in Rome at the Teatro Bellarti. We decided to go home first, then come out again. So, railway carriages, dim carriage lights, swaying, snoring, struggling. Opposite me is a priest. I share my bottle of wine with him. He gives me half his cheese. God, it's good to be a Catholic. Mavis is in another carriage. Infidelity, I suppose, is someone else's shoulder. Her mother's, what an evil mind I have. How could I suspect her mother's shoulder of infidelity? I myself have no idea what she saw in my shoulder in the first place. It was a shoulder you could have seen in any cheap jacket with torn armpits. Home again! We go back to the great shores of Britain. I make for 13 Linden Gardens with Mulgrew and settle in, pretty excited by the promise of the show in Italy. But, as we would discover, it won't be all sunshine and wine. At 3 Leithwell Road, I meet my darling grandmother, who has shrunk to 2 feet. Wait, she's kneeling down. One leg is bandaged for varicose veins. She had inflicted a black eye on herself in her sleep, so she looks like one of the defenders of Rorke's Drift, or the Pally Glide. She is dear to my heart, in fact, to all my organs. She is very dear to my pancreas. I love her from the colon. Oh, yes, when I love, it's everything. I tell her the wonders of performing pigs and how they ended up as bacon. She is an old Victorian lady, has served as an Indian Army wife from 1904 to 1946. But as she said, the Wogs have taken over, and we left. She is in transit to a coffee plantation in Kenya, where her son-in-law, violent anti-Wog Major Bertram Kettleband, an ex-Rajputana Rifles, thinks he can use the black African slave labour to grow coffee and keep up production by shooting every third coloured gentleman. It didn't work. But my calm, colonial grandmother spent the time knitting for the poor of London, which happened to be all of us at 3 Leithwell Road. Bertram Kettleband's practice of shooting every third coloured gentleman caused a great shortage of farm workers. So he left the Dark Continent. My aged grandmother had had enough shooting. She shipped back out to India at 89 to stay with a docile Auntie Eileen and her husband Brian McIntyre, who decided to stay on in India under Wog rule. I think she became a Harrijan. I am trying to finish Anne Bonny, and it's finishing me. I write a letter to Tony saying I'm coming. Prepare for Capri too. We have to vacate 13 Linden Gardens, with Blanche crying, "I'll miss you. You're very nice. Better than Neville Heath. It's a wonder he didn't do me in." Yes, it was a wonder. Back to Rome. Now, off to the lasagna cake shores of Italy. More props, suitcases, good suit to meet Tony, portable mattress and hormone tablets. Let's get the journey to Paris over, eh? And the Brenner Pass, eh? The Simplon, eh? And into a sunlit Roma Centro Ferrovia, eh? We have to go to digs with wartime friends Signora Ciampaglia and 2 ballerina daughters, Marisa and Marcella, on the Via 21 Aprile. We hardly knew them during the war, but we and our money were very welcome. I am keen to see Tony. That will be arranged, says Marisa. But first, we must get a taxi to the Teatro Bell'Arti. It's where all the latest acts are given a break. A charming miniature opera house. Backstage, we meet Ivaldi's rep, a fat Egyptian, Arzanofata, a 60-year-old agent who's seen it all except his own. Top of the bill is Byron Cutler, a gay Negro dancer from the Catherine Dunham troupe, beautifully made, very sensitive, with B.O. Very fine pit orchestra, who are amused at our tatty tiger rag play-out music. The conductor smiled. "Easy that either, sir." I assured him it was. Byron Cutler's dancing is exquisite. On our bill is a girl singer, God save us from goddesses. She is beautiful, a saturnine Medusa without the snakes, eyes the size of lifeboats, coal-black magma intensity. Her skin is like Carrara marble, and her voice like ice and fire. Monastere di Santa Chiara, she sings. If she'd taken her clothes off, I'd have eaten them. It's a very, very good first night. Tony is with Marcella, but there's something wrong. There's a distance between us. Is it the orchestra? We go for dinner afterwards, but Tony is avoiding me. All very jolly, mind you, but it's not on. It's painful, but only from the waist down. She looks so petite and stunning. For 3 nights we are a big success. We are invited to a jazz club to play, but no Tony. Plenty of excitement at the jazz club, wine, a few partisan signs which say Partito Comunista. Good God! A police raid, all in wagons. Perhaps Tony knew something. We show our British passports and are released, but are warned that the club is a communist recruiting depot. Rome was a beautiful city. There was space, no bottom pinchers, no crowded pavements. The traffic was light. Tourists nil, rangers too. Johnny, Marcella, and Tony and I just strolled in the spring sunshine through the ruins of ancient Rome. Tony teases Malraux, whom she calls Ginetto, about his drinking and smoking. She is a class above us. I've no idea what's below, but she is above us. Marcella, too, is a good family, quietly dressed, polite. They are both aware of their Roman heritage, and me of my Deptford one. Worlds apart. Was that what Tony was realizing? I acted polite, but crazy, jumping up beside Roman statues, jumping on podiums. A few Mussolini impressions. Stop it, Terry. Pericoloso così. We had tea in the Villa Borghese. Then the show, and oh, that girl, Mitty Millie, the voice, where did she go? Where did Byron Cutler go? In fact, where did I go? There's a girl at the digs, a friend, a peer. Very pretty, very mischievous, red light. One night, after the show, the girls drew Mulgrew and me up as tarts, and we went onto the street to see what happened. What happened was the Carabinieri ran us in. We had to get the assistant British ambassador to fix it that we were not gay. It was a bloody-minded Carabinieri that ran us in the first place. I think that they fancied us, and were stricken in the nethers when they found out that we were men. Fun while it lasted. Johnny had the girls in hysterics. As pasta was being rolled, he made incredible willies out of them. How can you be jealous of pasta? I was amazed at the variation of willies he had in his repertoire. I think the ladies were disappointed when it had to be made into spaghetti. Tony is difficult to see. She has many appointments. Pia fancies me, and one afternoon I'm in the bedroom in the flat, and she sneaks in, locks the door behind her, and without a word strips off. My God, she's got a beautiful body. So, when in Rome, on the last night I take Tony to dinner, but she is very distant. Is there another man? Well, I know now that there wasn't. Not even me. Since those days, she has told me I seemed too unbalanced, too quixotic, and my life had no centre. I had no regular job, and she thought I would be influenced by the lifestyle of Bill Hall and Johnny Mulgrew, who both drank and smoked too much. You can see by her letter she isolated me from them as a personality. How you getting on with her? Said the wretch Hall. I told her not too well. Have you given it to her yet? No, I have not given it to her yet. He's met a bird. She's lovely. She does it slowly. Not too slow. Bill, in that condition you can catch cold. No. People who screw slowly should wear thermal underwear and woolen contraceptives. Yes, contraceptives should be used on every conceivable occasion. Wow. So, that last dinner with Tony. I don't understand you, Terry, she said. Why don't you understand? You're alive. You are so uncertain. You understand? No. What about my life? For me, it is difficult. No stability. No stability. No stability? Yes, in 1 year, where you are. I don't know. I don't know. You see, I don't think this life very good for you. But I have to make a living, Tony. I know, Terry, but I think some better for you. What? I don't know, she shrugged. I don't know. There followed a long, traffic-filled silence. My hand was on the table. She reached out and put her hand on mine. I love you, Tony. She laughed, and it hurt. You love me? I don't think so. You love me in good time, like Capri. But now I here in Rome. You go away Milan. Then where? You go home? No, I think not you love me. She was wrong. I did love her. It was just that the setting was wrong. I needed a steady job and money enough to marry, buy a house. I wasn't in that league, and it was breaking us up. Money. Fuck money. Yes. Yet she didn't want money. She wanted me, but to the beat of a different drum. So I saw her back to her flat at 53 Via Apennini, and I said a sort of goodbye. Then back to my flat. The Campagna family are all waiting for any gossip. Am I going to marry Tony? Is she pregnant? My God, they're like harpies. Pia among them. but simmering with jealousy. Johnny has been home some time and is rightly pissed with Marisa on his lap teasing him. She doesn't know she's sitting on his volatile packed lunch, which, if aroused, would hurl her to the floor. Senora Campaglia has once been the girlfriend of Rego List. She asks about him. I say he was married now, but still sang. She said she was very sorry to hear that. He had lived with her. She had cooked and washed for him. He had promised to come back, and I said there was still time. He was in very good condition and could still sing the world's worst version of Begin, Begin, Begin to Begin. Oh, yes, she remembers his singing. The worst possible memory. Io ricordo. How could she forget? How could anybody forget Rego List's version of Begin, 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 Begin? It stayed in the mind like the memory of a terrible accident, which it was. I off to my room to pack for the journey on the morrow, but wait for Pia. This time she does exactly the same act. Door lock, strip off, then screwing. She wants to know what that perfume is, and I say it's Tony's. Cattivo! Sei molto cattivo! I'm bad, very bad, but now it seems to be screwing in revenge against Tony. She's beating me on the chest, crying and orgasming, and in that order. I lie back and think of England. 10 o'clock. Rome station. Crowded with people. Tony is not coming. But Pia is there, done up like a dream, with black woolen stockings to the knee and cork-sole shoes. She throws her arms around me, crying, "Oh, Christ, who's this one?" said Hall. "We're just good friends," I said. "What's she howling for?" "She has a headache, and it's me." Pia clings to me even as the train moves away. She walks along the platform, a tearful handkerchief in one hand, waving with the other. "Isn't life cruel?" "Did you give it to her?" said Hall, who was interested in such things. "No, I didn't give it to her. She gave it to me." "Hot stuff, eh?" he said. "Yes, she was very hot stuff." We're all stuck in the corridors. The train is packed. One of us takes turn to guard the luggage, while two of us make for the buffet car. Paul and I manage to get a table. "The smell of bleeding garlic," says Wretch. "Do they carry it in their bleeding pockets?" The lady waitress, the size of Mount Everest, takes our order. "Due caffè latte." We dunk the pastry into the coffee. How do you think we did at Bellart then?" "Well, we did best on the bill, with Byron Cutler a close second." "He was a brown hatter, wasn't he?" "Actually, he was a black one." "Have to watch your arse with negroes like him around." "Well, I found him very civilized and an excellent piano player." "What's he doing over here? I mean, there must be more work in America. Wonder why he left to Catherine Dunham dances." "Same as us. Work. Adventure." "I wonder what's waiting for us in Milan. This wog, what's his name, Arsenal-Father, I wonder if you can trust him. I remember the bleeding Arabs in the war, the twisting lot of bastards." "Well, I think he's a bit more civilized." "I don't know. One minute they're scrubbing camels' asses in the desert, the next they're theatrical agents. I bet he's got desert sores on his legs." "Oh, we must have a look when we see him." Hall relieves Mulgrew. "He took long enough," moaned Mulgrew. "Yes, Johnny, he was talking about the sores on Arsenal-Father's legs." "Who's Arsenal-Father?" "He's the Egyptian rep for Ivaldi in Milan." "Oh, that bloke." "We were discussing the sores on his legs." "What? Am I hearing proper?" "Yes." "What about the sores on his legs?" The waitress comes. "Una caffè latte, per favore." Bill said he wouldn't be surprised if he's got sores on his legs. Oh, so he's got sores on his leg. So I've got pimples on my bum. But I don't go around discussing them. No, just we were talking about his reliability as an agent. Oh, what did the sores on his legs got to do with it? Nothing. It was all a joke. Forget it. Long pause, looking at the landscape. I need new strings for my bass. Oh, they sell them in Milan. They ought to. That's where the Milan Opera House is. Oh, heavens, I've just remembered. I forgot to pay Mrs. Champalia the rent. You can post it. Yes, so I can. Damn! The journey is uneventful, save for us being clambered over in the corridor. I hate perambulating travellers, those idiots who, once aboard a train, walk the corridors till they get to their destination, putting miles on their journey. Milan! Waiting in Milan Central are Mr. Rivaldi and Asno Fata, and his desert sores. Blast, he's wearing trousers. He must be hiding them, said Wretch. Oh, what a welcome! Mr. Rivaldi, a very good-looking middle-aged Italian, slightly rotund, with a fine head of wavy, oily black hair. Welcome to Milan. I have a car here to take you to your place. Mr. Asenofata adds his welcome. Yes, we hear very good from Bellarti. Very, very good. Mr. Evaldi, in a large, expensive Fiat, drives us through the sunlit, bustling streets of Milan. At the magnificent Duomo, we turn into the Via Agnello, number 6, a terraced home. We are let in by a typecast landlady, silver hair in a bun, large dark eyes, bosom, legs, teeth. Signor Castelli. She has a high, whining voice. Si, è comodo. Again, Bill has a room of his own. Johnny and I together. Nice, comfortable rooms with a bath and a shower. If we'll unpack, Mr. Ivaldi will take us to lunch. A lively restaurant in the giant Galleria, a glass-covered shopping centre with pigeons flying through the rafters. We are to play the Teatro di Milano, starting tomorrow for a week, and then a tour. Ivaldi overwhelms us with questions. When did we meet? Are we famous in England? Yes, we are famous in Blackpool, Glasgow, and Dublin. Was I in the war? Yes. Dare I tell him that I might have shot his uncle? I think you do very well in Italia. I not to see you like you play like I not see in Italia. Really? He refuses at the table. Stick it, says Hall. He's paying. We will be on the bill with Ugo Tognazzi, now a film star, a top Italian comic. Ah, he must have taken over from Mussolini, said Mulgrew. No, Ivaldi never followed Mussolini. He a big fool. He not a bad man. He just a stupid. Amazing how a man can be stupid yet run a country for 20 years. Who's stupid? Ivaldi didn't fight. No, me hide. Why didn't I think of that? Mr. Asno Fata left Egypt after the war, but during, and Bill Hall was interested in this, me work with the General Montgomery in the messenger service. No, he never had desert sores. Why? Oh, just asking, said Bill. Would we like to visit Ivaldi's office? Why not? It's Sunday. All the other offices are closed. It was ideal Sunday viewing. Posters of Italian stars, desks, real wooden desks, with papers on top, and pens and pencils, and ink in inkwells, and filing cabinets. See your poster. There's our bill and our name in big red letters. Famoso a della Londra Premiere volta in Milano. You luck? Said Vivaldi, holding it up. He's certainly holding us up. Yes, we lack it. We lack it molto buona. Yes, there's something to be said about Sunday visits to offices. Fucking boring. He drives us to our digs, where we settle in. Signora Castelli wants to know would we like some tè inglese. So we drink tea inglese. It tastes more like the river Tay. It's true, said Mulgrew. Foreigners can't make tea. I tell Mulgrew he's mistaken. This is not tea, but tè inglese, an entirely different drink, made from low-grade mucklebush leaves. Sorry. After we put things away, mine's been put away since Pier, we take a stroll to see the Duomo. It's stunning, like lace made from stone. There's continuous mass, so Mulgrew and I sit in the back pew and listen to the sung Latin Mass. It's beautiful. Candles, incense, chanting. Oh, it was nice being a Catholic. Do you like this, Mulgrew? Oh, I dig the singing. I don't understand the rest. You're not supposed to. You just have to believe. That's Catholicism. Mulgrew's natural follow-on to church is a wine bar. We sit outside in the afternoon sun. People go by in their Sunday best. Oh, it's nice here, said Mulgrew. It's nice anywhere, I said, provided you're there. I mean, at this moment, it must be nice in Monte Carlo, but we're not there, so it's not nice. Mulgrew, from his smoke, grinning, looks at me, shakes his head. We aren't getting any better, are we? He says. I will, though. When I was in church, I had prayed and crossed myself. Why not? I'd crossed everybody else. In my time, I even crossed London and Tower Bridges. Oh, lots of pretty signorinas, he observed. Yes, all signorinas should be in lots. Lot number 20. 60 signorinas. What do I hear? Isn't the Last Supper painting somewhere around here? Leonardo da Vinci, wasn't it? Yes, it's at the Carthusian Monastery of Santa Maria. Let's go. We don't know the way, but the taxi does. Fancy, the Last Supper by Leonardo. It's closed. It's being renovated. In passing, we see a music shop. We know where to buy our strings on the morrow. We have one worry. We don't have much in the way of lira. In fact, there's nothing in the way of lira. It's got a clear run straight through to bankruptcy. Tomorrow I'm going to ask Vivaldi for an advance, said Mulgrew. We go to an Italian cinema and see newsreels of Primo Carnera wrestling in America. Cheers go up every time he throws someone out of the ring. Poor devil! One-time heavyweight champion of the world, and now a grunt and groan artist. I'm sitting next to a girl who, in perfect English, asked me for a light. Are you English? I said. No, she's Dutch. She's a ballerina whose company has gone broke. So on, and I make a date to see her on Tuesday for tea at a place that she gave me the address of, La Tavernella, off Via Emanuele. It's like a little muse, she said. Mulgrew is stunned. You only be here 10 hours, and you've picked up a chick. This is no chick, Mulgrew. This girl is from the Royal Dutch Touring Ballet, who are broke. I slept fitfully that night, tossing and turning. I could hear the late trams on the Via Emanuele. Perhaps I was excited by all that was happening. I craved audience laughter and applause, and couldn't wait for our opening on Monday. The theatre is the Tivoli on Piazza Fontana. It's a modern one, built under the planning of a Mussolini consortium of architects. It's very stark, lots of marble. Marble apparently reminded Mussolini of the Roman Empire. I played marbles as a child, but it never reminded me of the Roman Empire. The Monday night is a sellout, as Ugo Tognazzi is a big star. He's young, good-looking, stand-up comic. It's a fine pit orchestra, unlike England, as it consists of full-time musicians and not part-time plumbers and miners. Byron Cutler is on the bill and causes more of a stir than applause. But again we are the hit of the night, and Vivaldi and his friends congratulate us. All very voluble and excited, much to the amusement of Bill Hall, whose only interest is to find out how Arsenal are doing. Vivaldi opens up champagne. Our dressing room was crowded with smart first-nighters, among them Vivaldi's daughter, Irina. Oh, no! Oh, help! She fancies me. She doesn't waste time. Am I married? No, I'm not married. I'm single. She just has to count me to find out. Would I like her to show me around Milan? I thought of Mulgrew, left alone with Rangers 2 and Celtic 0. So I said, yes, if my friend can come too. Come too? He wasn't unconscious. OK, she said, but really means sod it. Vivaldi takes Ugo Tognazzi, Byron Cutler and us to dinner at Guerriero Marchesi, a no-nonsense, true Italian pasta restaurant. I sit between Vivaldi and Mulgrew. I've got an advance, whispered Mulgrew, patting his breast pocket. I'll give you yours later. It's an advance of wages. Good. I like to see my wages advancing. Opposite me sits Irena. Your act is wonderful, she giggles. She's a plain girl, with two plain, magnificent boobs that could only improve with massage. She's mad about swing music. You like Benny Goodman, she says. I say I don't know. I've never met him. She doesn't understand. I have booked you for a Verona, Torino, Astoria, Savona, Arezzo. You get plenty work. Molto lavoro, said Vivaldi. It all sounded good, as did the noise he made, eating like a pig. Miss Vivaldi won't leave me alone. She's very sweet, but speaks to me all evening in broken English until I'm pissed off. Would you like me to drive you home? I wanted to tell her she already was. No, thanks. Mulgrew and Hall are getting pissed and staying on, so I walked the still busy night streets. It's a commercial city. It felt like London. I stopped at the looming mass of the church of Sant Ambrogio. It's open even though it's midnight. A low mass is being said. It has a lovely, lovely atrium and portico. Carolingian altar is a madness of filigree, saints and cherubim. If I remember my history right, Charlemagne, king of the Franks, was crowned somewhere round here. Where the king of the Freds and the Jims was, I don't know. I walk past the fairy tale Duomo. It's a mass of delicate spires. Strange how most religions point heavenwards. I'm pointed bedwards. Soon I'm in bed at number 6 Via Agnello, Street of the Lamb, and I slept as sweetly as one, and always the rumble of the late-night tram. Then there is the rumble of the late-night Scottish swine Mulgrew, crashing into my room, waking me up, actually shaking me, as though he was trying to wake the dead. Here, wake up, he said. I had to translate from Hey, oh, rubbish. It's 3 in the bloody morning and he wants a fag. Look at the time, I said. What a silly bloody things to say. What possible good can it do a drunk to look at the time? I gave him the packet. He drops them in the chamber pot. Thank God it's empty. He rolls them all out and tries stuffing them in the packet, breaking half of them. I snatch the remainder away. Now he wants a light. Have you got? Aye, Jimmy. Aye. Oh, my God, he's going to be sick. I leap Superman-like from my bed and stick his head in the wash basin. I won't go into the revolting process, save I slept with the stench in the room. Next morning he has to clean the basin. I can't describe it. Now, the meeting place of all Italian artists is the Galleria, or the Piccolo Galleria. They converge on there every morning at 11 o'clock. We got the habit and meet all our Italian contemporaries. Everybody is there, including the Dutch girl I met in the cinema. Jannie Revik was her name. What was she doing? Nothing. Looking for work. She's living on her savings, and she's staying at number 10 Via Agnello. Apparently this is a street of theatrical digs. Oh, would she like to go to the pictures? She'd love to. So, pictures are on all day in Milan. First we go to a coffee house. Even though it's winter, people sit outside. Some sit inside, which is the same as outside, only further in. I take a closer look at Jannie. She has flawless white skin, very little makeup. I can't afford it, she said. Neither could I. I had to rely on my natural beauty. She had a ballerina's figure, walking very upright with her head held proud. Her hair was dark brown, drawn back in a ponytail. She tells me of the trials of her ballet company and how the agents had made off with the money and left them stranded. She was sharing digs with an Italian ballerina whose mother is the landlady. She feeds them and doesn't charge them rent. She tells me horror stories of starvation under the Germans. She and her family had actually reached the stage of starvation and were eating boiled tulip bulbs. Her sister was still in hospital, suffering from post-malnutrition. She warned me about Italian theatrical agents. On then to the pictures to see Open City, with an amazing performance as a priest by Aldo Fabrizi. In fact, he was a well-known comedian. I was very moved by the picture, but during it we did a lot of snogging, so much so a woman behind us admonishes us with no buona così. Milan tour. The week goes by with the trio being a great success, with full houses. Then Vivaldi says a week out before the tour. Just a bit suspicious, but he pays us meantime. I'm having a romance with Jannie. We visit all the cultural places, Castello Sforza, Museo della Tecnica Leonardo da Vinci. There before us are his drawings of aeroplanes, tanks, submarines. If only Henry Ford had been born earlier. We walk in the Monte Stella woods. We get tickets for La Scala, reduced in price by Vivaldi. All week we just take in Milan and have it away at night. All the while I'm pestered by Irina. So one night I give it to her too, and then, thank God, the tour starts. Now, I'm not going to give you chapter and verse on the tour, but the best bits. The big attraction is from South America, is Edmundo Orifici and his Havana Cuban band, along with the chorus line. Some speciality acts, jugglers, etc., and an act with monkeys. So first stop is Torino. We are all in a huge charabanc, with the monkeys in a trailer. So, Historia, with its great Piazza del Duomo and Giotto murals. Arezzo, with the home of Guido Arantinas, who revolutionized the old musical system with the tonic solfa. The Church of St. Francis, with murals by Piero della Francesca. The facade of the Church of Santa Maria della Pieve, the Etruscan vases. It was all too much. Genoa, home of Paganini, his actual violin. By some amazing string pulling, Bill Hall is allowed to play it and amazes the natives. Savona, where Bill Hall catches it. It starts with him screaming at dawn when he goes to do a pee. "I told you you'd get it," warned the Puritan Mulgrew. Oh, Christ, it's like passing red-hot nails. Hall finds a doctor and penicillin saves his bacon. Where do we get these sayings from? Bill Hall hadn't any bacon, just a swollen dick. Torino, where there is a sveglia, that is, the city stays up all night. Streets are full of people in costumes. We joined them in our stage clothes and makeup, so we fit in well. We start playing jazz and are soon surrounded by a crowd of enthusiasts. Then a bloke comes out of the crowd, knocks my top hat off, and hits me over the head with a bottle. I went unconscious. I woke up in a hospital waiting room briefly. I have 3 stitches in my head, but in my makeup and costume they treated me like a leper. The end of Torino. But Gianni's warning came true. We weren't always being paid by Ivaldi. We got IOUs, but you can't fucking cash IOUs, raged Hall to Asnafata. It'll be coming money soon. We were into December. We had been out there 3 months. 3 months is long enough, said Reg. Not for murder, I said. 3 months is for feeling little girls' bicycle saddles and stealing outsized bras. Well, stick it out a little longer, said Mulgrew. Well, I don't want to stick mine out any longer. I prefer it covered up. You know, said the wretch Hall, that bloke, what's his name? Any farter. First time I met him, I had a feeling. Oh, did he like it? I never felt an agent with any farter. Let's spend Christmas here, said Mulgrew. Spend Christmas, I said. We've got bugger all to spend. Hall is washing his socks. I'm bloody skint, he said. I'll try and get a sub, said Mulgrew. Yes, a sub. Then we can go home underwater and miss the customs, I said. You're fucking useless in a crisis? Yes, in a fucking crisis. No, I wasn't. What about the Munich crisis? I didn't panic. I went on working as a semi-skilled fitter at Woolwich Arsenal. And the crisis when Hitler attacked Poland, I was eating a kipper for breakfast. When the news came through on an echo radio, they were crossing the frontier into Poland and bombing Warsaw. You know what? I went on eating that kipper, and I even drank a second cup of tea. So don't talk to me about a crisis. I remember that distant February in North Africa. The Germans had almost surrounded our gun position. Did I panic? No. I fucked off. Those 2 bastards, Ivaldi and Anzo Fata. Wait till I catch them together. Be careful. It's very painful when you catch them together. Oh, bollocks. Oh, bollocks, I said. That's Irish for testicles. Hall is washing a second sock. The whole of his great mind is concentrated on that sock. What a humble social article is a sock. He holds the sock open under the tap and lets the water run through to rinse it. It's coming out of the toe, Bill. That sock isn't waterproof. I should refrain from wearing that in rainstorms. If you did, you would leak. It would be terrible at a party to find you were leaking on the vicar's carpet. I have to wash them every night. I suffer from smelly feet. I said, I suffer from smelly feet. His. For hard bloody luck. Let's think how lucky you are you haven't got mine. So I thought how lucky I was not having his. I haven't heard, said Mulgrew. I've nae heard a word from my folks. Well, I said, it's very hard to hear people in Scotland from Milan. You need good hearing. Mulgrew was wreathed in smoke. I recall how they killed young Prince in Berkeley Castle in 1200. Then he was silent, and Hall and I stood like nanas, waiting for the information. Well, said Hall, how, Mulgrew blew smoke in the air. He laughed, he had a red-hot poker up his arse. Thank you, Johnny Mulgrew. We learn something new every day, I said. I was thinking, said Mulgrew, it might help you to have a poker up yours. Oh, so while we're on about it, does he know the Irish long jump record? It's from the top of Beachy Head to the bottom. It was only done once. This is very bad drawing, Webber, said Hall, hanging his socks on the back of his chair. It was, in fact, Sunday in Torino. We have visited Hall this evening, after he had been out with some of the Havana band, and we had taken our instruments into a trattoria and had a busk. One was a trumpeter, Chico O'Higgins. He plays great with Bill, and the diners love it. We drifted home via the wine bars in the Corso Vittorio Emanuele. Tomorrow morning early, the coach takes us back, all except the two monkeys, who have been sold to the Torino Zoo. After months, our clothing was getting a bit shabby. Creases in the trousers were a forgotten memory. There's a lot of asking the chorus girls to sew buttons. They were very willing. Bill Hall is having an affair with an old boiler. She was the wardrobe mistress. Now she's his as well. He must be doing a good job. He's got creases in his trousers. So we returned to Milan for another week's variety, but still only the promise of money. Signora Castelli, our landlady, is patient about the rent. We tell her our situation. She understands, which is more than we do. We all go to the Ivaldi office and demand money. Signor Ivaldi shakes his head and waves his hands in the air. It's not good enough. We need money. He explained that the theatres are slow in paying. He says they are 3 weeks behind. But speriamo, perhaps today. He has put a call through for them, and if the money doesn't arrive today, he will go to the bank. What with? A gun? He opens a small cash box, and from it gives us 5,000 lira. It's very little. If we don't get some money soon, I said, I'll fuck his daughter again. Mulgrew said, I'll go further. I'd fuck him. With our meagre wage, we went back and paid the rent. This part of the story shows how skint we became. In anticipation of returning home, I had bought my parents some crystallized fruit in a gilt and wooden box, while Johnny had bought a boxed bottle of Asti Spumante. We woke on Christmas Eve morning. We had no money. We could not afford the customary cafe latte. So I opened the box of crystallized fruit. Mulgrew opened the wine, and we lay abed, eating and smoking crystallized fruit and Asti Spumante. Merry Christmas, I said. Sod Christmas, he said. I hope I ne'er have another Christmas like this. The chances were remote. Put it down to experience, I said. No, he said. Let's put it down to poverty. We drank a toast to that. I'll leave you, dear listener, to guess what a breakfast of crystallized fruit and Asti Spumante tastes like. Of course, there was Irina. I phoned her. Could she lend me some money? Yes, but she must have seen me. So she comes round with 20,000 lira. Mulgrew goes out for a freezing walk. I've done some things in my time, he said, as he went into the world like Captain Oates. As he said, he'd done some things in his time. I was doing things in my time. Irena gets it from me, and I get the money. This is how business should be done. But she doesn't want to leave. Yet Margaret has enough of frozen balls. He comes back, and I gently ease Irena out of the bed. She says her father will kill her if he finds out about the money. Good. Oh, my God, money at last. Signor Castelli has invited us to have Christmas lunch with her. She has no family. Her 3 sons were killed in the war. One must have been an uncle. They never married, of course. No one wants to marry dead soldiers. She asks, do we have anyone we'd like to invite? Of course, Yanni. So Christmas lunch laid for 8. She has 3 friends. 1 is a priest and 2 are fellow landladies. It's a great piece of roast beef with Chianti wine. The priest speaks English. Are we 3 all heathens? Not me, I say. I'm all Catholic. The others are barbarians. I noticed when the priest was saying grace, Hall and Mulgrew looked embarrassed. Mulgrew wanted to laugh. This will be my last Christmas in Italy, and I will be leaving the country where I had met, up to then, the love of my life, Tony. Now we have 1 more week's variety in Milan. The Havana Cuba band have gone, and it's Ugo Tognazzi topping. Yanni suddenly disappears. So for the time, it had to be Irena. I still feel guilty about the 20,000 lira. I never paid it back. Well, not in cash. I think she got good value for money. I gave her my all, and she gave me thrush or spotted dick. I told her. She took me to her doctor, who, shall we say, knocked spots off me. Spotted dick, eh? It could have been worse. She could have given me treacle duff. Ha ha! If Aldi isn't coming up with any work, we are pretty down and out. A new year, no work, and we are skint again, and I might add hungry. Then Wretch and Belson look-alike, Bill Hall, makes an astonishing discovery. Follow me, don't ask questions. So we follow him and don't ask questions. This must be something special, Bill, I said, because it wasn't a question. Yeah, it is. You'll be surprised. There's no doubt, Bill. I'll be surprised, I said. That's not a question, is it, Bill? He looked at me sideways, because that's where I was. In doing so, he collided with the pedestrian. "Mi scusi," said the victim. "Margaret says, have you got a fag?" Now that was a question, but not to Bill Hall. I told him, don't worry, he was talking to me. But where is he taking us? We've been walking half an hour without asking him any questions through the old marketplace. Piazza Mercanti, alive with fish, meat, vegetables, chickens and ducks. Hall stops to look. Is this it? I said. He fixes me with knitted brows, but some stitches have slipped. Are you asking me? No, I was asking me. I often ask me, is this it? And usually it is, Bill. Like I once went to Regent's Park Zoo to see a rare white tiger. When I got to the cage, I said to myself, is this it? And it was. No, Billy, you said you didn't want any questions. I respect a man's right to privacy. The noise of the market is deafening. Could you kill a chicken? Said Monroe. We were walking Hall's coattails again. Yes, if I had to. If it was a matter of life and death. My life and the chicken's death, I told him. I'd wait. What for? He said. Wait for what? Wait for it to die. I mean, it's got to die sometime. Hall has come to a halt in a maze of small alleys. It's round here somewhere, he mutters. God help me, I'm going to ask him. "Look, mate," I said, "we've been walking for nearly an hour. Where the fuck are you taking us? Dover?" He gave a wink. Silly sod. What good is a bloody wink? That's what they thought Nelson was doing when they shot him. I was getting cold. They were all shriveled up. At last he stops in a narrow alley. Above a door is the sign, Partito Comunista d'Italia. "This is it," he said, knocking. "We're not communists," said Mulgrew. "No, but you're going to be," said Hall. The door is opened by a man in a red Garibaldi shirt. "Ah, Mr. Bill," he said. I recognized him from the jazz club. All is about to be made clear. From a small hall we go into a large room like a public kitchen. It's full of people, some eating, some chatting, lots of cigarette smoke. At the far end there are cooks preparing meals. "This is Guido," said Bill. We shake hands. Guido leads us to a desk in the corner. Guido sits down, hands us 3 forms to sign. What's going on? We are joining the Communist Party. As soon as we do, we get a free meal of pasta. I had to hand it to Wretch Hall. This was a masterstroke. So I ate my first spaghetti meal as a communist. In the weeks that follow, we try to join again, but we get recognized. Hooray! We got some back wages from Ivaldi. Now is the time to quit. Now read on. Trieste, Yugoslavia. After one of our shows on the Ugo Tognazzi bill in Milan, Ugo introduced me to Jean Rocker, a tall blonde girl with large brown luminous eyes and a maternal smile. She worked in the rag trade in Milan. What was surprising was she spoke English with a Rhodine accent. Her mother was English and her father Italian. She loved our act and asked the trio out to dinner. "She must have some bleeding money," said Wretch Hall. "Well, I'm bloody hungry," said Mulgrew, "and this is our chance to eat, man. Free dinner," he said, feeling for his knife, fork and spoon. We had dinner at the Tavernella off the Corso Venezia. "Yes," said Jean, "I'm in the material business, you know, suit lengths and such." I told her I didn't know any suit lengths and such. My grandfather, Papa Rocca, had a villa in Canaro on Lago Maggiore. As she spoke, her eyes widened and closed. It was almost hypnotic. "What'd your granddad do?" said Wretch Hall. "He's retired," said Jean, with those eyes going. "He used to be a restaurateur in London, but he got into trouble with the police." Oh, this was interesting. So I said, "Oh, this is interesting." "Oh, indeed it is," said Jean, craning forward with a wicked smile. "He owned a restaurant with rooms," he repeated, "rooms above, and he let them out, shall we say, to ladies de la nuit." "What's that mean?" said Wretch. "It means tarts," said Mulgrew. "You ignorant git ladies of the nuit, of the night." "All right," said Hall, "all right." "He," went on Jean, cutting into Apollo Supremo, "used to bribe a police constable Goddard to turn a blind eye." "Oh, amazing. I never knew they took men in the force with a blind eye." "It became a big scandal." Jean was enjoying telling all this, her eyes opening wide enough to pop. "Many big names were involved, but they bribed Goddard to take the blame, and he retired with what was a secret golden handshake. My grandfather was deported." "Was he ruined?" "Only his reputation," giggled Jean. "He sold up and bought the villa in Canaro. Of course he misses the life. It's a wonder he didn't get life, said Hall, dealing with tarts of the Nui. I know Jean is favouring me during the conversation. Mulgrew and Hall are silent as they devour mounds of spaghetti, never knowing when it would happen again. Hall is polishing his plate with bread. Yes, Jean, we would like to take up the offer of the villa. So with a smile, a lingering handshake, and a phone number. God, how is it the giving of a phone number can be so sensuous? Addio, Jean. Speriamo. We had done a week at the Teatro Odeon, and we were going down well. On the Tuesday, a group of students from Milan University came backstage to talk about the jazz music. They were from the jazz club. Could we come along Sunday and play for them? Hall is starting to talk. Quando soldi? For Christ's sake, Hall, these are students. They haven't got any money. Neither we. I thought I'd start asking them before they start asking us. Si, we'll play for them. The university bus will pick us up outside the Galleria. Sunday morning, the bells of Duomo are ringing out their iron prayers as a bus full of excited students arrives and collects us. They all talk to us at once. Are we famous? Some girls ask, are we married? Yes, I was famous in 3 Leithwell Road, Deptford. None of us are married, but we all practice. When they discover Mulgrew is Scots, they ask, is anything worn under the kilt? And he said, niente, tutti in lavorare ordinare. At the jazz club, we meet 2 Italian musicians who play tenor and piano. We have a great session, so much so we get a write-up in the Corriere della Sera. At the weekend, Mr. Rivaldi tells us there's no more work next week except the British Officers' Club in Trieste and a frontier post on the Yugoslav border. But we'd have to make our own way there. He couldn't afford the fare. By the time the gig arrived, we were skint. So what? My watch. That would have to go. In the Galleria on the Borsa Nera, I sold it for 7,000 lira. We booked the night train to Trieste. Hall doesn't turn up in time, and we watch our train depart while we plead with the ticket inspector. Non posso costa più di mio lavoro. So now, the coach. We struggle to the coach station. Mulgrew watches in tartan trepidation as his double bass is loaded atop the crowded coach that leaves at midnight. We sat next to a huge woman with a moustache and 10 bosoms. In Italy, even on a short journey, relatives come to cry and say goodbye. The huge woman has a tiny, smiling man waving goodbye. She reaches out of the window to shake his hand. While it's out there, others shake it as well in case they're related. It's a wonder the coach doesn't explode with people. Finally, with weeping and moaning, the coach pulls away. I fall into a deep, upright sleep. Even though I'm in tourist class, I try to sleep first class. It's one way to beat poverty. We, and by we, I mean mostly me. Awake to the cold but sunlit day. On our left, we are passing an incredibly blue lake backed by snow-dusted mountains. The lake haunted me. I've never, despite poring over maps, never been able to find its name or location. The nearest was Lake Garda, but I don't think it was. But it was a lake. I could tell by the water. But alas, you can't tell the name of the water. But if you know the name, you can tell the water. If it's Coniston, you can taste it and say, this is Coniston. Mind you, you don't have to say it. You can say, this water tastes like Lago Como. But that would be foolish, especially in the Lake District. Where are we? Said awakening Mulgrew. Italy, I say. Bill Hall looms, looking wretched after a night's sleep in the Quasimodo position. Have you got a fag? I tell him I had. Why? Can he have one? It's to kill the hunger, he said. All around us, the seasoned Italian travellers are slicing French bread and eating garlic sausage. We British have a smoke for breakfast. The lady with the moustache offered me some salami. Mangiare, she said, mangiare. Io ho fatto questo. So she made this. I explained to my comrades. Molto buono, said Wretch, smiling at our donor. Well, she must have sensed we were starving, as the salami vanished at speed of light down our throats. She fed us a lot, like a farmer's wife with chickens. Molto buono, said all. I added grazie. Yeah, grazie, said Wretch, returning to his seat with yet another of my precious cigarettes. I offered our benefactress one. Oh no, she almost said in horror. Mai fumare. Mulgrew grunted under his breath. Would she like a fuck? So, in a loud voice, I said, Excuse me, madam. My Scottish friend said, Would you like a fuck? She smiled back. Non comprende. I told Mulgrew she didn't understand. Mulgrew was doubled up in evil laughter. Oh, I cannot imagine her on the job, he was crying. Oh, that moustache! The lady was now aware, I think. We were taking the piss. Perché lui ridere? I explained that it was a joke, I told him. She nodded, but the supply of garlic sausage ceased. We arrive in cold, dusty Trieste. We know where the British Officers' Club is, but first some coffee. We stack our instruments at an outdoor cafe, next to a bullet-pocked wall, hung with dead flowers and guttered candles, site of partisan execution by the Germans. We sat at our outdoor table, huddled in our overcoats. A waiter appears. He looks like Charlie Chaplin without a bowler. But if he had a bowler, none of us had a cricket bat. Ha ha ha! Still there, listener? He showed his displeasure at having to come outside. Tre caffè latte, per favore. Tre caffè latte pronto. He snarled back and gobbed in the gutter. Perhaps that's what he wanted to come out for, said Mulgrew. We're lucky he wanted to gob, or we'd never have seen him. I watched, hypnotized, as a dewdrop runs along Bill Hall's nose, reaches the end, then commits suicide. I watched it fall, almost in slow motion, to land on his boot. The waiter delivers our coffee and another gob in the street, where it's flattened by a passing taxi. The hot coffee and the sweet rolls are like manna, in a manner of speaking. Still there, listener? I am the keeper of the privy purse. I pay the bill to a non-gobbing waiter. He smiles. Inglese? Si, I said. Inglese. I point to Hall, then point to Mulgrew. Scottish. Io, Irlandese. Cattolica. So that filled him in. The gobbing waiter comes out, and lets go another one. We had sufficient money for a taxi, but I advised walking for economy's sake. For Christ's sake, said Mulgrew, he of the short legs and long willy. In the army he'd been excused shorts, and in Scotland excused the kilt. What a strange sight we made on the dusty streets of Trieste. I could but keep hearing the hymn, We three kings of Orient are, bearing our gifts a-travelling far. Finally we arrive bearing our own gifts at the entrance to the Officers' Club, CMF. The sergeant at the door checks us. Who? Bill Hall Trio, I said. Oh, what do you want? We don't want anything, Sergeant. We've been booked here to appear in cabaret. Cabaret? The word was new to him, and news. I don't know nothing about it. I'll call the orderly officer. Ah, yes, the orderly officer, Lieutenant Johnny Smart. He remembers us from our army days, yes. I caught the act in Milan. No idea you were back in the country. So it was I who booked you. He looked at the lean, long, lank wretch Bill Hall. Have you had lunch? He said. 3 days ago, said Hall. Oh, come on, said Lieutenant Smart, who could tell malnutrition when he saw it. No, we were too scruffy to dine in the officers' mess. So we dined in the room adjacent to the cookhouse. A nice room, with golf clubs, cricket bats, and polo sticks. Such unique decor. I'd never seen the like. We were waited on by a lame Corporal Wells of the Grenadier Guards. He'll look after you, said Smart, getting out of the room before he caught it. He told the lame corporal we were ex-serving soldiers. Oh, what happened? It was strange for him. 3 rather scruffy civilians would turn out to be British. We liked it in Italy, so we came back. The corporal is interested. Was you ever in action? Oh, yes, I reeled off North Africa, Salerno Casino. From then on, his demeanour changed from treating us like wogs. A splendid lunch, fritter di mare and sole bonne femme. Doesn't that mean good woman? Said Wretch Hall. Oh, of course it does, said Mulgrew. It's sold good woman. Hall sips a glass of gratuitous wine. Well, why don't they say it on the menu? Sold good woman. Mulgrew pauses his chewing. It's more mysterious. In French, you say it sole bonne femme. Yes, Johnny's right, sole bonne femme. Like Scotch salmon in Scottish is the salmon Écosse. Get away, said Hall. Get away. That's all he ever thought of doing, was getting away. Hall was never satisfied wherever he was. All that was keeping him with us was the food, and the money to come from the gig. We've got a selection of desserts, said the corporal. Oh, good. We'll have them, said Hall. It was 3 of the clock. Our gig wasn't till 9:30. I'm going for a walk, said Hall. Of course, a walk. That's all he could bloody well afford. I daren't take a walk, as I had holes in both my shoes. However, Johnny and I, the Celtic part of the trio, were allowed into the billiard room, where the lighting made our unkempt appearance less discernible. But officers kept calling us waiter, waiter, and ordering drinks. So passed the afternoon to the clicking of balls, not always on the table. Lieutenant Smart popped in. The dance starts in a minute. You'll be on in the interval. He looks at his watch. That'll be about 9:30. You can change. You don't mind changing in the gents' toilet? It's the only place we've got. What if Noel Coward were appearing? Of course we don't mind changing in the gents' toilet. We love it, amid the smell of piss and shit. That's what show business is all about. But where is the wretch Bill Hall? Well, he's found a floozy and had it away. We are fascinated. How did he pay? I didn't. Before she could get her clothes on, I did a runner. Oh, dear, said Mulgrew, shaking his head. That poor girl, giving her all for fuck all. Yes, I said, that's what I'll call you from now on. Fuck all. So we change in the toilet. No one has informed anyone that we are in there. Many strange looks and remarks and getting pissed on. So there we all stood in our stage rags. Of course, getting tired, we occasionally sat on the toilet. One of the officers must have reported us, as a sergeant of the military police came in. Thank God Lieutenant Smart, embarrassed as he was, explained our presence. Still we waited. Sorry, we're overrunning, said Smart. 5 minutes. In the 5 minutes, a drunken officer staggered in and was sick on Mulgrew's base. With the assistance of a bucket of water, We managed to clean it in time for the cabaret, but it stank of vomit which had got inside the F-holes. Ladies and gentlemen, direct from the Coconut Grove, London, the Bill Hall Trio. The Italian band, for some unexplainable reason, played us on with God Save the King. The act went down a bomb, hoots of more, more, as we struggled through the crowd for our exit. There she was, Yanni Ruick. But oh, the difference, she was smothered in makeup, a black satin body clinging dress. Yanni, I said. 'Tis Yanni, isn't it? I still wasn't sure. Yes, she said, it's me. Her voice was nervous. See me when you've changed. Who did she think I was, Dr. Jekyll? Thank God for showers, which we all took. Do join us when you're ready, said Smart. Of course, there was so little difference between our stage and street clothes that when we reappeared, they thought we'd come back for an encore. Yanni was waiting. She took me to an unbusy part of the club. She had become involved in the underworld and was now the girlfriend of an Italian gangster involved in the black market. She had become involved and now was too frightened to get away. Never mind that, Yanni. Any chance of a fuck? No, no, no. He's away at the moment. Can she put us up for the night? We're homeless. No, but she knows a safe house. Safe house? Has it got a guarantee against woodworm? The house is in the Via Delphi, an upper-class brothel. We are given 2 rooms at the back of the house, all smelling of cheap perfume. They are luxurious by our standards, overlooking the harbour and the rent. They are Mussolini modern interiors, stark, with cubist paintings and prints, and of all things, a bidet in the room that we used as an ashtray. Yanni sees us in. She will see us in the morning. Can she bring cigarettes? Yes, yes, yes. Her gone. We divided up the cabaret earnings. 30,000 lira. Sounds a lot, but for the lira at 1,200 to the pound, it was about 10 quid each. But then, living in Italy is cheap. We had with us 2 bottles of Chianti. So we smoked and drank ourselves to sleep. Where did you meet this bird? I told him all. Have you had it away with her? Yes, at home and away. Caw, you lucky sod. I am not lucky. I just am blessed with good looks and could sing like Bing Crosby. Our next gig is tomorrow at a place on the Yugoslav border called Isonzo. Oh, what are the Americans doing there? Said Mulgrew, now enveloped in smoke. They're waiting for us to do our act, I said. I think, said Rich, I think we need a new agent. I mean, back in London. Does Leslie MacDonald know for appearing in a bleeding place called what's it? Isonzo? No. We ought to be closing the first half at the Palladium, not appearing in bloody Isonzo. What date is it? I know the year, said Mulgrew in smoke. It's the 26th of January, I said, and it's time we went home. On this we decided it was time. We'd had plenty of adventure, made money, and blown it. So after this, home and beauty. Well, home. We are kept awake by moans, screams, and the cracking of whips as the clients below us were catered for. Lucky bastards. Just what I could do with a good shag and a whipping, and he cackled with laughter. Oh, the thought of Bill Hall in fishnet stockings being whipped with pink ribbons. It was like something on a motorway, a turn-off. We are awakened by Yanni with a tray of coffee and rolls. Good morning, she smiled. God, she looked beautiful, beautifully sun-bronzed, all in a tight white dress. Down, boy. Did you sleep well, boys? Yes, we were rocked to sleep by the sound of the sea, Yanni, and whips, I said. You have to be out of here by 1 o'clock. That's when her mafia lover is back. I can see she is not happy. She wants out. But I don't know how. I'm trapped here. I advise her to go to her consul. She'll think about it. She leaves us. We use the luxury bathroom to the limit. She kisses me goodbye with a look of fear. Any chance of a quickie? No, 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 no. He's coming back. So that was the last I saw of Yanni. Did she ever get back to the ballet? We get a broken-down taxi who will take us to Isonzo, if he can find it. Sono 5 chilometri. Costa 3,000 lire, signori. Well, we've no bloody choice at all. What do we fight this fucking war for? This isn't democracy. This is fucking fascism. He shouts at the baffled driver, Mussolini! No bone! Fucking fascist! 3,000 lire! No boner, fascist! The driver, in distress, suddenly raised his hat and said, Viva Churchill! Viva Soldat! Calm restored. We strapped the double bass on the roof. Taxi being black, as with the double bass cover, many people crossed themselves as we passed. That's all we bloody well needed, said Hall, laughing, to be mistaken for a bloody funeral. We thread our way out of town. Twice we are stopped by carabinieri at various checkpoints near the Yugoslav frontier. Each time they check the base for smuggled goods. They soon back off at the smell of vomit. Mulgrew holds our only official document. It's our contract to play for the U.S. forces at Isonzo, stamped by the American consul in Milan. It gets us through all the checkpoints. At the British one, Hall recognizes a Sergeant Reg Owen. "God blimey, Bill, what you doing here?" "We was in the same battery," explained Hall. "No wonder we took so long to win." Via Sergeant Owen, we scrounged tea and sandwiches. "I'd have thought you'd gone home," said Owen. "I tried," said Hall, "but I couldn't remember where it was." "Owen knows where Isonzo is." "It's a dodgy area. There's shooting up there. It's a disputed area. Didn't they tell you that? Not one of our contracts mentions shooting." "Don't worry. The American post is under cover. It's a mile up this track. Tell him, the driver, to take it easy." "What do you mean, take it easy?" laughed Mulgrew. "He's been taking it easy since we started." "The driver is moaning about the road ahead. He wants another 1,000 lire," I explained. "He wants a kick up the arse," said Hall. We gave him both. Off we set. It's a rising mountain road with spectacular views 1,000 feet below. The driver grumbled all the way. Suddenly, a white-helmeted U.S. policeman fronts us. "Who are you guys?" "We produced our contract." "Oh, geez, yeah, sure. Pull in here. We've been expecting you. You were supposed to be here yesterday." The taxi pulled into a lay-by. We go through a canvas door into the dugouts in the mountain. We finally arrive at the canteen. Several GIs drinking and smoking. "Fellas," said the policeman, "these are the limeys who come to entertain us." There was absolutely no reaction. These guys were bored out of their skulls. The policeman took us to meet Major Evelyn White. "Ah, gentlemen!" A tall, grey-haired man, blue eyes with myriad blood vessels. A kindly man with a Colt 45 at his hip. "Follow me." He led us to a bell tent with electric light and a glowing stove. The excitement! "This is our R&R room. Make yourselves comfortable. I'll send you in some refreshments." Indeed, hot coffee and donuts. "Where are you guys from?" said the GI who serves us. "Deptford, Highbury, Glasgow." "Never heard of them places," he said. "I'm from Brownsville." "Wow! Brownsville! Oh, wow, Brownsville. Brownsville, Texas," he added. "Oh, wow. Brownsville, Texas. Really? Did he really live there?" Sure do. My family and I are often there. Now you get everything you want. Cigarettes, sure. He could gate some. No charge. Compliments of Uncle Sam. Major White says the boys are ready for the show and we are. We'll change. Be ready in 5, I said. Dressed like tramps, we are led into a small dugout with 4 men peering through slits at Yugoslav territory. Boys, said Major White, here's the trio to entertain you. So, in a space 6 foot by 8, we did our act. 4 men clapping was our reward. Was this the end? The money? Not yet. We are led to 3 more front-line dugouts, where we perform for parties of 2 to 5 men. Was Val Parnell right? Showbiz. Help. Then, giving us a good meal, they sent us on our way down the dark road. We pocketed our earnings, 50,000 lira, destination Milan, where we hoped to collect our belongings, and then Villa Jean on Canaro. The taxi driver moans about the dark. I tell him it's not our fault. It happens every night in Italy. Oh, Christ, he wants another 1,000 lira. Paul explodes. Mussolini! No bon. Bassis. 1,000, no bon. Taxi driver agrees, but it's still 1,000 lira and a kick up the arse. We rumble down the mountain road, all clutching the ropes that hold the base on the roof. After an hour, we arrive at Trieste Central. We catch the 10:10 and are in Milan by 0100. Bill hives off, while Mulgrew and I return to number 6 Agnello Street and straight to bed. Verona. The morning we are awakened by our landlady calling, "Sciopero! Sciopero!" Ah, the trams and buses are on strike. Lying in bed, we feel the full impact of it. Disgrazia, she says, sempre, sempre sciopero. Quando Mussolini viva, non posso sciopero. She goes away crying over the lost trams and buses and saying the rosary. It is heartbreaking. Well, we've got lira, so let's go to the Galleria. It's a cold day, but the Galleria is dry and alive with fellow artists. We order due caffè latte. I better explain. Caffè latte is a bowl of milky coffee you dip a rhubarber into. We are joined by 2 showgirls, Christina and Mia, unattractive, which is why they're out of work. Oh, hello, Spike, Johnny. We not see you for a long time. They're skint, so we buy them a caffè latte. They give us the news. Vivaldi has booked us with Angelini and his orchestra for Verona. It was true. Verona! Romeo and Juliet. Oh, that I was glove upon your hand. We all travel on the orchestra bus. Lots of showgirls, lots of chatting up. Like, were I a glove upon your hand? You see this lot, said Bill Hall. They're all lining each other up for a shag. No, not me. I still had Tony on my mind. We pull into Verona at night and are put up at a large old-fashioned boarding house in the Via Safi. We are shown our rooms. I'm on my own. Lovely. We eat en famille in a big ground-floor dining room. I'm being fussed over by a buxom, dark-haired waitress. She wants to know my name. Terry. I always give that name to girls. It sounds more romantic. Because an Italian girl saying Spike, is like custard hitting the wall. This girl, Gina, is Sicilian, and she tells me, tutto siciliano, molto appassionato. Okay, well, I'm lying in bed. A tap at the door, and in comes Gina. And so a glove upon her hand and the district. Indeed, city of Romeo and Juliet, amore, amore. You are very hot, like Sicilians, he said. It was very nice to get these little unsolicited testimonials. At breakfast next morning I didn't know what to say. Good morning. Sleep well? We are all rushed off to the Roman amphitheatre, the site of our next performance. A stage has been set up with mics and speakers. The amphitheatre was beautiful. Apart from being stripped of its marble, it was almost intact. It looked a bit out of place, mind you, with 12 chorus girls singing, "I can't give you anything but the love, baby," in Italian. I make friends with Carlo Santamaria, the guitarist, and we spend time at the hotel playing duets. When I wasn't there, he did them on his own. "I've been and seen it," said Hall. "Seen what?" "The balcony, didn't I? Where Romeo and Juliet were, yeah." Now, it would be criminal to miss it, so I took Gina, and I do the "oh, that I were a glove upon your hand," silly sod. But I was young. Saw Juliet's sarcophagus, but it's empty. Quick, call the police. Juliet's escape. Sfuggire! Gina had to get back to work, so I wandered the Montague and Capulet streets. On a cold day like this, Juliet would have worn woolly knickers and Romeo thermal long johns. The show that night went well, but the amphitheatre was only a third full. Bookings are poor. Oh, no, they're going to cancel. One more time with Gina and addio. Milan, here we come again. On the coach we agree the tour is over. We've had enough. Johnny and I are going for a freebie at the Villa Jean. Does Wretch want to come? "Villa Jean, my ass," says Hall. "What do you want there?" "Well, it's a holiday, not me. It's been one long holiday. Don't you want to go home? I do." Of course we long for those traffic-laden, foggy streets, for British bronchitis and St. George. No, we've got a chance. Don't you understand, you cockney gronk? You must be balmy to turn it down, I told him, complete with gestures and imitation trumpet calls. Villa Jean. Back at 6 and yellow, I phoned Jean Rocker. That evening I take Johnny and her to dinner at the Tavernella. It's very quiet, Jean says, those enormous eyes widening and closing. There's nothing much to do but walk or boating. Walking and boating, the finest exercise known to man and sailors. You rarely see a sick walker or a sailor unless they're ill. Even then you can be buried by the roadside or at sea. Who could ask for anything more? It all sounded ideal. So we have to take the coach to Novara, then a boat to Canaro. She will drop in to see us occasionally. We store our instruments at her flat in Via San Paolo behind us. We make a final visit to Signor Vivaldi to collect our Verona money. Time very bad in business. Oh, so bad. Not so bad so soon. I write faster in Londra. My daughter and I say you, good luck, you, all time good luck. Yes, the daughter was there and cried. She wrote her home address on a card, all that, and 20,000 lira. We pay our outstanding rent, which is outstanding. A total of 6,000. So, off now, lugging our cases, carrying a mess of clothes worth up to £1. The coach is half empty. It's Sunday, that's why. Half of Italy are on their knees. We are on our bottoms in the coach. The ticket collector speaks English. You go Novara? He clips our tickets. Yes, we have to. That's where the coach goes. Very nice, Novara, yes. We catch boat to Canaro. We go walking and boating vacanza. He was so interested, especially when I told him walkers and sailors rarely fell ill. He said his father was a sailor in the Italian Navy. He died at the Battle of Mataplan of bronchitis. So there. At Novara, a small crowd of rosy-faced, plump peasants await the boat. They all talk excitedly. They're going to a funeral of a relative at Canaro, possibly a sailor or a walker. If we hurry, we might be in time for the roadside or sea burial. The boat, a little steamer, tugs gently across the mill pond surface of Lago Maggiore to the little pier, Porto Canaro. We follow Jean's instructions, 500 yards up Via Roma. Villa Jean is on the left. We knock on the door. An ample, black-haired Italian mamma greets us. This is Gladys Rocker, Jean's aunt and harpy. Ah, welcome. She speaks with a Cockney accent. You must be Johnny Spark. Blast, he's got top billing. Come in, come in. It was a large, rambling villa built into the hillside. The sloping, stepped gardens, a mass of semi-tropical plants. Coming down the stairs was Papa Rocker, an angular man in his 70s with a bald head. This was the man who had made headlines in the 1930s. Ah, please, he gestured us in. For us, the right direction. Gladys, this is my sister. She show you to your room. It was indeed a rambling house that needed attention, or better still, stand at ease. The room was at the top, 2 single beds, a wardrobe, dresser, all the necessities. Through the window, the magnificent Lago Maggiore. We have lovely old-fashioned down mattresses and pillows. When you settle in, we've got tea for you, said Gladys. Now, Gladys was ugly, but one of those who radiates goodness. Her story. She was living in London, married to a Dennis Jones, a Welsh lad. The war came. He was called up, wounded in the lungs at Dunkirk, became an invalid. After the war, her brother, Papa Rocker, now exiled, was living on his own in Canaro. Dennis Jones was told he should go and live in a warm climate. Got it? Yes, Gladys came and did housekeeping for Papa, while Dennis, now on a pension, became an odd-job man in the village. When we arrived, he was chopping wood for one of the well-heeled villagers. It seemed a role reversal. Here, an ex-British soldier working for ex-enemies. We all sat down for tea, bread, butter and jam. It didn't take long to realize that the Rockers were having a struggle to live, so we chipped in with the shopping. A lot of the time we played cards, dominoes or bocce, a sort of Italian bowls. At night we got stewed on Rocker's homemade grappa. Those bloody police in London, the bastards, look, every hotel in Soho have room for prostitute, though, but they catch me. You know why? I no pay protection money. Papa Rocker ran his thumb back and forth on his forefinger. He was lying. It was he who bribed Constable Goddard to look the other way, towards Catford. It's dark cold, and we sit around a wood stove. We meet Dennis. He's just up from the village with a sack of logs. He's a small, slim man, blue eyes, and lank brown hair. He's very emaciated, and most certainly has got consumption, an exhausting cough. He joins us, yes. He was a gunner at Dunkirk. Oh, boy, oh, what a cock-up. Everyone without a clue. I was lying on the sands when this Junkers bombs us. I got it in the back. He stands up, raises his shirt to show us a ghastly scar. Should I show him my appendicitis? I couldn't see Dennis lasting long. He's only got a 60% pension, says Gladys, refilling our glasses. God, grappa was like drinking raw spirit. Felt good. I sang a few songs. Bluebirds over the white cliffs of Dover. Dennis and Gladys join in. We all stare into the fire. There's little else to do in Canaro at night. Papa sings an Italian song. I sing a song about the Florence. Sull'arno argento, spirifira firamento. He sings. He has a strong, wobbly voice that sounds as though he's got a rat trap on his balls. Dennis put some logs on the fire. You two married? Said Gladys. No, we are not married, I said. I proposed to him, but he turned me down. Dennis laughed and coughed. Thank heaven he didn't bring it up. We'd have all been drowned. It wasn't late, but we all turned in. I lie in bed, enjoying the absolute silence. A silence, I'm sure, no longer lingers over Canaro. Jean Rocker has arrived unannounced, a young female on the premises, and I haven't shaved. Don't worry, Spike. It gives you a vagabond appearance. She's over for 2 days and intends to show us the Castello Malpaga. It's very interesting, she says, with those hypnotic eyes. We all retire for coffee. We love it here, Jean, but we'll have to leave soon before our money runs out. Yours runs, she giggles. Mine gallops. She looks in her handbag and fiddles about. Oh, thank God, I thought I'd lost my return ticket. Please, God, let her lose it. What have you two been up to? I told her we'd been up to the bedroom and done. What? No walks? Walks? Hasn't she seen the graves by the roadsides? Walks, said Mulgrew through smoke. That's for people with legs. You've got legs, said Jean. Mulgrew rose his trousers up. You call these legs? They're only supports. They look like pickaxe handles with hairs on. That morning, Mulgrew and I sunbathed. It's warm by day, but cold at night. Perfect. I wonder what my mother and father would say if they could see me now. Oh, they'd say he's in Canaro. When I was born, said Mulgrew, my father sued the doctor. He said I contravened the Trades Description Act. You still do. That's why I'm kind to you crossing the road. I mean, without your double waist, what are you? 5'7.5", and packed with talent. But very badly packed. Look at the lumps. Jean leans out of a top window. Lovely day. Yes, Jean. And what a pair. I'm helping Gladys to get lunch, she says. I say we'd like to give Gladys 10,000 lira for our keep. She says, so would Gladys. So far, we've done it in dribs and drabs. Johnny gave her the dribs and I the drabs. I get up and run up to the bedroom. I meet Jean on the stairs. It was meant to happen. I kissed her. Wow! And she kissed me. It's this mountain air, Spike, she said, descending the stairs. I collect the 10,000 lira and give it to Gladys. She bursts into floods of tears. I look for a lifebelt. Money! The blessing and the curse. I've blessed having it and cursed having it to give it to her. Oh, thank you, Spike, she said. It's nothing, I said, wishing it were. I'll make a special dinner. Collecting her shopping bag, she went off. Bang! Was she doing a runner? You never know with the eye ties. 10,000 lira. Mulgrew has a heart attack. If only my poor parents heard that amount. 10,000, he wailed. All is lost, and the pension 50 years away. I convince him we're getting value. Value for spaghetti, because that's what the main meal was. We talk about what to expect when we return home. I didn't know. It'll be wait and see, he said. This must be the waiting bit. The sun streams in, awakening Johnny and me. Oh, bloody hell! That sun's hot, said Mulgrew. Then you mustn't touch it. Today is Adventure Day, Johnny. Oh, hooray! Milligan, the master manager, says Mulgrew of the Adel Scottish mine. Who in their right mind would invent the bagpipe to an already depressed race, and haggis to a nation that put salt on their porridge? And what lunatic invented a kilt in a country of high winds and thistles? No, Mulgrew. Today we visit the Castello Malpaga. What in the world, said Mulgrew, rising, is Castello Malpaga? I explain. It means Castle of Bad Payments. A sort of final rates demand. Gladys has made us an English breakfast. Egg and bacon. Only one egg each, I'm afraid, she says. Chickens don't like cold weather. Yes, I suppose the wind gets up the back, said Mulgrew. Jean giggles. That's rude, Johnny. Johnny Mulgrew shows his appreciation of culinary arts by smoking and eating at the same time, a sort of barbarian dexterity. Breakfast over, Jean leads us to our appointment on Castello Malpaga. But there's a ritual. Jean, beautiful Jean, takes us down to the waterfront house to borrow a boat from Signor Marchini. On board we then row to Signor Cerruti, who has the key to the castle. This thing is huge, about 7 inches long, on an iron ring. He warns us to be careful with it, as it's the only one left. Why does anybody want to lock up a ruined castle in the middle of a lake? The Prudential, of course. Signor Marchini guides us to the watergate and uses the key. Rows in. We tie up and explore the castle. In the 15th century, the brothers Mazzarditi used the castle as a base for pirate raids. We see the stone gallows where they hanged their victims. I wonder what it's like to be hanged, said Mulgrew. Wait here, I said. I'll get a rope. Mulgrew deposits his cigarette in the lake. Isn't this a wonderful place? Says Jean, leaning over the rampart on tiptoe. Yes, it's a wonderful position, Jean. Don't move. Signor Marchini shows us the dungeons below the water level. You see, I said, one day they'll be letting them to Pakistani Patels. Signor Marchini has never heard of Pakistani Patels. Of course not. Pakistanis were in India. It's very hard to hear them from Italy. Protruding from the walls are dozens of gibbets for decapitated heads. Jean shakes her head. Can you imagine anything so cruel, she says. I try hard to think of anything so cruel. Many things pass my mind, but nothing so terrible as landladies' cold collation. That, or cats with their bums on fire, going up the A1. Yeah! We return by our rowing boat with Mulgrew doing us proud and himself, and anyway, in, out, in, out. I shout like a cox. Make up your mind. Do you want me in or out of this boat? Ah, he has given himself blisters. Good job, we're not working. For someone who's never rowed, you were superb. You sure you never rowed before? No, never. Then you're a natural bad oarsman. The shortest distance between A and B. Are you listening, Johnny? It's a straight line. You believe it's circular. Ah, give over. If you don't like it, swim. We dock safely. I help Jean out of the boat. She nearly falls in, but hear me, I save her. I throw my arms around her. Oh, God, said Jean, and I can't swim. She doesn't have to. She's on dry land. As we reach the front door of the villa, she says, It's all right, Spike. You can let go of me now. Blast! Never mind. Night and Mulgrew are falling. That rowing really took it out of me. I told him I never saw it come out of him. It must have been quick. Mulgrew's used to my insane patter, but Jean isn't. I don't know where you get it from, she says, with those eyes which are now flashing invitations. I don't know where I get it from, Jean. It arrives once a month by boat from Scandinavia. I just glue it together on the Monday. Gladys has made a special dinner for tonight, said Papa. He's holding a bottle of wine. This wine very old, Bardolino 1939. I remember that date. at the start of the war. Where was that bottle when I needed it? I must freshen up, said Jean, ascending the stairs. Oh, that wobble! It was a momentous dinner. Minestrone soup, then chicken liver risotto, and then, oh no, bread and butter pudding! The Bardolina is a letdown. It's cooked, said Margot. Of course, you ignorant fool! All wine bottles are corked. That's what keeps the wine in. But wait, Papa Rocker says it's corked. So does Jean and Gladys. So I've learned something. I drink my corked wine and say it tastes fine. Ignorance is bliss and pissed. We all get very mellow. Mussolini, not the bad man like people say, said Papa Rocker. He make many good things, like a Hitler. He make a country strong. He goes on, and we start to disagree. I think he ruined Italy. And he made me spend 5 years in the army, said Mulgrew. Papa Rocker paused. So what now? All finished. He dead, morto. Clara Petacci, morto. He raised his glass. Here, good friends, he said, and drank. Gladys is going to bed, and Papa, and all of us. Good nights, one special one. Good night, Spike, says Jean. All right. You've guessed. I slept with Jean Rocker. What do I mean, slept? I was awake half the night, and she was awake the other half. We took turns, folks. Next morning, no one suspected except Mulgrew, who knew. I thought, he said through smoke, you were carrying the torch for Tony. I am, but sometimes it goes out, I said. Jean had to return to Milan for business reasons, having finished her business here. I take a last group photo. Sorry to go, she said, as the steamer sailed, its mournful hooter echoing round the mountains. What are we made of? Last night we seized upon each other like life committal, and here I am waving good-bye to her, never to see her ever again. Someone explain life to me. I'll explain, said Mulgrew. You're a dirty little devil. It's no wonder you don't catch something. The only thing I was going to catch was the train home. On our last night, we supplied the wine and gave Gladys another 10,000 lira. We had to be careful now, as we just had enough to get back. We miss you, said Gladys, won't we, Papa? See, you lucky. I love a Londoner. I miss you very much. Apparently, from what I heard, you didn't miss much when you were there. He laughed and slapped his thigh, then winced because it hurt. Mamma mia, he said in fluent Italian. I'm getting old. Yes, when you get old, certain parts mustn't be hit. But how do you get old? You can't send somebody out shopping and say, and while you're out, get old. Now, you know, I said I would never see Jean Rocker again. Well, I didn't until we returned to her flat to collect our instruments. She put us up for the night, and yes, I did, with the girl I would never see again. I think she was suffering from some form of sleeplessness, and it was me. Oh, Jean, those long legs, and 2 of them, just the right amount. She took us in a taxi to Milan station, and again waving me goodbye forever. Only this time, forever. Johnny and I get 2 corner seats. Home again. Before departure, the carriage fills, among them a priest and 2 nuns. It's the right train for Calais, and soon we are dozing to the clickety-clack of the rails. Biglietti, biglietti. The ticket collector arouses us, and off we loll again. I slept until sunlight, and Mulgrew jogged me. We are halted at Domodossola. Pispots. Customs. Pispots, please. We show our pispots. They matched the photo of our faces and passed down the carriage. There's a chance of food from platform vendors: bread, cheese, salami, a quick cup of coffee and a bottle of wine. The train pulls away as we munch our food. I wonder where Bill is now, mused Mulgrew. Indeed, where a weirdo who could, when pushed, play like Paganini. But you can't go round pushing people to play like Paganini. I got into conversation with the priest, who is Irish, and there's us been swearing in English. I should have told you earlier, he said. I was just fascinated by, shall we say, the poetry of your language. He is a Franciscan on his way back to Ireland. He's been in Rome on a sabbatical. What exactly did you do? Oh, it's a very good excuse for a holiday with a lot of praying in between. I tell him I'm a Catholic, but I don't believe in God. Ever since the war, I've never been able to believe in God. I believe in Jesus, but I prefer Buddha. Whereas Jesus seemed only interested in saving man, Buddha saw every living thing as sacred. Oh, yes, he was a very good man, that I'll say, but he wouldn't be drawn. You believe what you believe, and I believe. Would you like a swig of our wine? He believed he would, and in full view of the two nuns, he swigged a bit. The nuns, in fact the whole carriage, smiled at the impudence. No, he would not want to argue about God. And you see the wind, he said, and that was supposed to be a showstopper. No, I can't see the wind, I said. Think about it, he said. No, I didn't want to sit there thinking about the wind. It was bad enough having it. Was Buddha's God the same as Jesus's? No, but he'll have another swig of the wine. Would he bless the wine? He looks a bit embarrassed, so I didn't push him. But it would have been a great moment if he had. Don't let him drive you mad, Father, said Mulgrew through the smoke. Don't talk to him, Father, I said. He's a barbarian. He's a Protestant. Oh, there are good and bad, said the priest, smiling. The nuns are talking in French and eating sandwiches from a little wicker basket. The father addresses them in French. Whatever it was, they smile. I was telling them that we were arguing about God, he said. Ah, Father, I said, you don't get this on English trains. The French countryside flashes past, partly covered in snow. I drift off to sleep. Drift. I go. Through half-closed eyes, I see Mulgrew relighting a dog end. It's Calais in winter. It has all the charisma of a clogged toilet. French stevedores are shouting and jostling us as we board the Invicta. The grey channels from Calais lead to a mist-laden sea. Foghorns are sounding, but as the morning proceeds, this mist lifts, and we see the English Channel in all its pristine brown. The ferry is almost empty. It's cold. We sit in the second-class lounge and have tea and toast. Well, chum, says Mulgrew, it's all over, yes. He drew on a cigarette, exhale. It's all over. I told him, don't you remember you said that just before you inhaled, your mind was going? The long journey has got to you. You must hurry to a brain surgeon. I've noticed you going downhill for a month, and I've been waiting for you at the bottom. Och, why, here, this loony, he said, with the calm eyes of a sage. We went up on the afterdeck and took photos. Ah, the cliffs, the White Cliffs. Look what those seagulls have done to it. Listen, Johnny. I looked deep into his eyes, took one of his hands in mine, and at the ship's rail I sang, There'll be bluebirds over the White Cliffs of Dover. Oh, fuck off, he laughed, pulling his hand away. I'll be all right. It's travel sickness. I'm sick of bloody travelling. The train almost empty. We find an empty smoker. As the train draws away, we both stretch out for a sleep. Please take your feet off the seats, gentlemen. Ah, the conductor. He clips our tickets and we go back to sleep. But, gentlemen, I asked you not to put your feet on the seats. You bastard. A horrible swine bastard. What are you going to do? Said Smoked Mulgrew. I'm going to go home to Mum and Dad. I've hardly written to them. They might think I'm dead. Think, said Mulgrew. Hope, mate. I took the tube from Victoria to London Bridge. Amazing how there is a different atmosphere from the continent. It doesn't feel so exciting. No, standing here on a cold platform at London Bridge, suitcase and guitar, there is a distinct lack of excitement. Is this train for St. John's? I said to a miserable, bloody British railway porter. Dunno, said the miserable, bloody British railway porter. Yes, the guard knows. The miserable, bloody guard knows. I sit in a third-class carriage, and a young man gets in. Is this train going to Beckenham? He said. I don't know, said miserable, bloody Milligan. The passenger gets in, sits in a corner, hand in pocket, starts to play with himself, giving himself an erection which seemed the size of a cucumber. I was in a non-smoking compartment, but it appeared that wanking on British Rail was permissible. I just wanted to get off before he tried to fuck me. He was still wanking away when I got off at St. John's. As the train pulled away, I shouted to the window, "Don't forget, stop at Beckenham." No taxis here. I lugged my suit and guitar case, desperate for a bath. Mum greets me at the door. "Oh, my son, my son. Wonderful, she still recognized me. How lovely to see you." We exchanged standard cliches. "Why didn't you tell me?" "You must be hungry." "Yes." "Tired." "Yes." "Bath." "Well, it's a sink one in front of the stove. Boil a pail of water." "Well, I've bathed in some luxury bathrooms, but nothing beats one in front of a stove, plus tea and toast. I give my mother a present of a rosary. Always safe with Catholics, even though she's got 24. Oh, it's lovely, son, lovely. It's awful. Appalling imitation purple pearls. Ah! She loves it. But then my mother thinks Lewisham is beautiful, and paintings by El Greco very nice. I up to my bed and give my mother her second present, my laundry. 6 months' worth with skid marks galore. "I'll soon have this lot drying in the garden," she says. "Aren't mothers wonderful? This one is." I go up to my little back bedroom and sleep the day. Home. I awake in time for my father's return from the Associated Press, where he works in Fetter Lane, a good name, as he is fettered there from 9 till 6. He hated it. "You know why the British have wars, son? To get them out of this bloody awful climate." He shakes my hand warmly. Actually, it was quite cold, but that's what he meant. "So, back from foreign climes," he said. "What are climes? I don't remember ever seeing a climb in Italy or Switzerland. I've never heard of English climbs." So the tour was a success. He slumped into the blue moquette armchair with a cup of tea. "Made some money, eh, son?" No, Dad. We had villains who sometimes didn't pay us, or did a runner." "Oh, didn't you report them to the police?" "The police? Half of them have to be bribed. No, I have no money left. Could I borrow a fiver?" "Welcome home, son," he said. In my luggage I brought a bottle of Tokai, so we stoked the fire up, and I recounted my travels. "Well, son," said my father, "you are seeing the world, so what next?" "The next world, father. I'm thinking of leaving the trio and going solo. It's the Amy Johnson in me." Germany 1. Sure enough, there is no work. We have phoned Leslie MacDonald. All he has for us is an army welfare troop show. Oh, Christ. Back to that. I moved back to Linden Gardens, the same room. The trio have to decide. A troop tour of Germany or bugger all. We all think bugger all a bad thing. In fact, none of us think much of bugger all. So it's to be a series of one-nighters in the fatherland. So here we are on an RAF converted Wellington bomber being flown to Berlin from Northolt. It's a small company. Ben Futz, a Polish juggler acrobat, Vico Wilson, a Liverpudlian comic, Eric Prills, a pianist, Dennis Max Home, a comic, and Avis Trenchard, a singer. All about 30 and all about broke, but all very nice people and grateful for the work. Our tour manager is an old queen, William Hodges. Now, he said, as he came along the plain bench seats, we're all going to get on, or maybe some of you will get off. Mind if I sit here? The pilot shouts, no smoking, please, till I do. Nothing makes you need a fag more, said Mulgrew. The plane's engines drowned out conversation. Airborne, the navigator came round with a large coffee flask with plastic cups. You can smoke now, he said. Tar, said Mulgrew, who already is. You're a naughty boy, said the navigator. No, he's actually a naughty girl, but he's had the operation, I said. Navigator laughed, spills coffee on Mulgrew. Oh, so sorry. After a deafening flight, we land at Tempelhof. Whoa! On the tarmac, all waiting an AWS coach, to which a sergeant directs us. Berlin looks grey. The centre is war-torn. Large chunks out of the Brandenburg Gate. We are driven to the Schönbrunn Hotel, or rather hostel. Endless traffic of civilians and soldiers. Each one seems due for an important critical meeting at which they will be killed. The jolly officer of 40 summers meets us. He is the living image of Neville Chamberlain. An artillery major, Tom Wells. Well, you're all very welcome. You will all have separate rooms, but I'm afraid the bathrooms are communal. This is Corporal Harris, if you follow him. Bah, bah, I go as we climb the stairs. I'm sorry the lift's not working. It was damaged in the war, the RAF bombing. You mean the lift was put out of order by us, and that's why we're forced to use the stairs? The corporal laughed. You can put it that way. I can, and have. Fancy the RAF targeting lifts. All our rooms are nice, clean and stark, and but for the bed, there is no furniture. A wall cupboard and a sink. Paul comes in. Handy to sink. I've just done my socks. He, this wretch, seemed in a constant battle with his socks and underwear. Night after night he'd wash one or the other. There are times when he only washed one sock. Yes, one sock. And when asked why, he'd say almost with dignity, but the other one doesn't need doing. We are gathered again by a corporal, Collins by name, and taken to a lunch in a private room. We are waited on by ex-POWs in white jackets, and very good they are. I don't know, I said to Hall. I think I shot his uncle, and by the way he served food, I wish I had. I discovered my Kraut was at casino. Well, so was I. We involuntarily shake hands. He speaks a smattering of Italian, so the conversation is mi combattere in casino, 7 Mays. Casino molto nix good. Boom, boom, boom. Ich in Royal Artillery, großen Kanonen. Oh, großen Kanonen nix good. I said, großen Kanonen molto bona per you. Me, ich bin paratroopen. So he was one of those bosses that held us up for 16 months. Me, he went on. Combattere in a Castelforte. Castelforte, my God. We must have killed dozens of his uncles. My battery rained shells on the village for 2 days. Meine Kanonen, boom, 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 Castelforte, Zweitag. Oh, molto, 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 amico. Me dispiace, c'est la guerre. What do you want to talk to these bastards for? Said Hall. 2 years ago, the bastards would have killed you. Agreed, but now he's serving me at the table, and I've got him running around me, getting me seconds. He never dreamed from his little funk hole and casino that one day he'd be serving me apple pie mit custard. Anyway, despite trying to kill me in Italy, he wants to know if he can take us to the night spots. Well, for my night spots, I use Germany. But we'll see. His name is Ernest Bohem. He knows places. The evening we are driven to do a concert in a drill hall for Remy, but there's no stage. We perform at floor level. Only the front row can see us, except for the acrobats. It's a full-blooded soldier reaction, with cries of "Get your knickers down, darling!" For our singer, Miss Trenchard, she came off to cheers in tears. I've never been so humiliated in my life. I want to go home. Now for the nightlife of Berlin, city of sausage, sin, and Sally Bells. So Ernest takes me to the Blau Himmel, the cellar. But what a cellar, just tables, chairs, and a stage. The demi-mon are here, men done up as women, women done up as men, waitresses in short skirts with no knickers. We appear to be the only normal ones there. "Wo bist du?" said a ravishing waitress, white-faced, coal eyes, red lips, and bare bum. "A pot of tea for two, please." "Tea, nix." Okay then. Very joking. "A bottle of Moselle." "Ja, darling. One Moselle." "You like?" said Ernest. "Oh, yeah. Molto bona. Yeah." "Yeah," he said, frothing at the mouth. He leered at everything that went past. There's a drag queen on the stage with a ridiculous act, with a whip. Some soppy apeth from the audience is standing on the stage while she sings "Ich Slugger Bahnhof" and cuts the buttons off the silly bugger till his clothes fall off. The audience are at their drunken animal stage, when anything is suggestive. Uproarious laughter for things totally unfunny. Every joke was below the waist. "Oh, wunderbar," said the paratrooper from Casino. "Mind you, it's all wonderful experience. I mean, Hitler didn't need to shoot himself to avoid the Russians. Believe me, if Hitler had seen this mess, he would have committed suicide long before." Now the main act, a busty, frowsy, over-made-up tart prances on and does a dance. She strips off, and then a man with white makeup and a long black mac does a sort of dance to piano and violin accompaniment. Then whoosh, off flies the mac with a dramatic chord from the piano. I cried with laughter. Then, to the signature tune of Laurel and Hardy, he starts to screw the bird, complete with cymbal smashes. All through there are cries of encouragement in German. There were cries of "Encore," even "Heil Hitler." So the male participant tried again, also with his ridiculous Laurel and Hardy tune. Not before he took a sip of water from a glass set on a table. "A lot of fucking good that'll do him," said Wretch. "What he needs is Guinness and oysters." I was by now unfit to talk. I thought it all too funny for words. Then, no. The bloke starts to screw her again. Then there's an introduction on the piano, and she starts to sing "Wien Rose," her voice shuddering on each thrust. No wonder they lost the fucking war, said all. There was fucked. Well, we saw the night out. There were more songs by homos and lesbians made up in fantastic makeup. Forget Liza Minnelli in Cabaret. We took a taxi back to the digs, and an old German porter let us in with enough grovelling to demand a tip. Dankeschön, meine Herren. Ich nicht Nazi. Ich bin eine Democrat. A lying bastard, said Bill. They were all fucking Nazis, otherwise they wouldn't have had to keep going so long. We walked the stairs. Bloody RAF, said Margaret. So, a night's sleep. The notice board on our door, breakfast from 7:30 till 9. So, at 5 to 9 we'll be there. 5 to 9 queue for breakfast, yes. Hall slept well and his socks were dry this morning. Major Wells moves among us. Jolly good show last night, he said. We'll catch the plane to Hanover this afternoon, do a show at the Opera House and fly back. Not much time to see much, said Hall. Well, I told him there wasn't much to see. It's like the Russians left it. I'd like to see Hitler's bunker, said Mulgrew. He's dead, I said. Anyway, it's in the Russian zone, so forget it. It was unbelievable that a man would let a city be razed before shooting himself. Had he shot himself a month earlier, we'd possibly be staying at a hotel. Oh, here we go. All on the coach, please. Answer your names, says a nameless sergeant. Next, the Dakota with bucket seats. Seat belts, shouts the pilot, and we are away over the ruined city. Somewhere below us, the male water-sipping actor is resting. Miss Avis Trenchard has not left us. She quite properly dried her tears and said, I'm not going to be put off by some rude swelters. She's a darling 19-year-old girl, opera-trained. Dwaddy is in the Foreign Office. The girl is innocence itself and seemed to trust me. You look after me, won't you, Spike? Of course, I look after her. And fuck her, of course. Our Polish juggler, Ben Fuzz, is airsick. William Hodges has given him a nylon sock as a sick bag. I watched hypnotically as the sock became the shape of a foot. Looking out the window, I am almost stunned at the bomb-damaged landscape. How did they hold out so long? Where did they go? There wasn't a building standing. I mean, where did they make the Tiger tanks? There's no factory in sight, said smoke-shrouded Mulgrew. I've got it, I said. They made them in inch squares and posted them to the front. Fucking rubbish, said Hall. Shh, Bill, I whisper. Not in front of Miss Trenchard. I don't understand, said wretched Hall. You can say kill out loud, but not fuck. I mean, she'd rather be fucked than killed, wouldn't she? Above the drone of the engines, I don't think Miss Trenchard can hear us. Seat belts, shouts the pilot, and fags out. We come down slowly. Oh, we're not going to crash, are we, Spike? Miss Trenchard clutches my arm. No, we're as safe as houses. Looking at the bombing below, there wasn't a house in sight. I told her flying wasn't dangerous. Crashing was dangerous. A very smooth landing, and we all applaud. Thanks, said the pilot, but I'm taking you back. By which time, ha ha ha, he twirled his wacko moustache. I'll have had a few. Someone is saying, anyone want to buy one nylon sock? Off the plane. No coach, but an Army 3-tonner is waiting. It's getting rougher all the time, I said as snozzled around. If things get worse, I'm complaining to Winston K. Churchill. Ha 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 ha. I give up, said Mulgrew. Let me guess. W.C. Fields. You don't know a good impressionist when you see one. Mulgrew. Oh, yeah, the Ritz brothers. New sergeant appears. I'm Sergeant Watson. I'll be looking after you. You just answer your names, he smiles. Sorry about this. As we answer our names, we clamber on the 3-tonner. Helping hands pull Miss Trenchard aboard. She lets out a little squeal of delight, or was that me pushing her bottom? Sergeant Watson bolts up the tailboard. Hanover is the seat of the Hanoverian kings, I tell Miss Trenchard. Oh, really? I believe we're appearing in the Opera House. And what a magnificent one. Pure Baroque. The interior looks like a palace. Now, if you'd all like to leave your props in your dressing room, just choose one, laughed the sergeant. There's 40 to choose from. I'll take 5, I said, slouching off like Groucho Marx. You see my dressing room, said all who'd chosen number 1. Come and have a look. Well, folks, the room was like a miniature ballroom. So on the polished marble surface, Hall deposits his carrier bag of props. Is that all? Giggles Hodges, our queen. There's one still in the laundry, says Hall. Come on, they're waiting to take us. Hodges paused, stuck agape as the hotel, he mouthed. Hotel Grand Holstein. This was another Baroque but worn-down building, equally lavish in rooms. Margaret and I shared. I avoid billeting with Wretch Hall, as I'm convinced every night after sock washing he becomes a werewolf. Oh, but we don't eat here. We go to the sergeant's mess for lunch. Oh, now our coach meets a German driver. I've been leaving you here, said Sergeant Watson, and Adolf will take over. Adolf is a compressed midget, all of 5 foot 5 inches. He sits on a high cushion to drive and disappears behind the dashboard when he declutches. As he disappears, we all shout, Auf Wiedersehen, Adolf! He keeps grim-faced and pours with sweat. Number 34 Remy Workshops. The sentry halts and checks Adolf's documents. We give the sentry a cheer as we go in. Yet another I.C. party. Corporal Allen. Follow me, folks. I asked Margaret, did he know he was a folk? Oh, wah, boil your heat, he grinned. Where's the ladies? Miss Trenchard is nigh to. Corporal Allen takes her to the ATS toilets. She comes out blushing. Soon we are ushered into a dining room where lunch is being served to 8 tables of NCOs. You have to help yourselves, said Corporal Allen. So trays, knives, forks, spoons, cups, steak and kidney pie. You see, said Hall the wretch. They'll be asking us to fucking sign on again. Mulgrew tells him as things are back home, it might not be a bad thing. While we're seated, another jolly decent officer appears. They're all between 40 and 60. You can't but feel that they haven't been in action and haven't heard a gun go bang. This Herbert is tall, thin, grey-haired and grey-faced. His sunken eyes appear to be touching the back of his skull. He has, of all things, an Adolf Hitler moustache. It badly needs trimming, as it hangs well down over his bottom lip. This is Captain Nuttall. He looks like fuck all to me, said Bill Hall. How do, everyone? Hope you're all been taken care of. I'm here to see you're all right. He then buggered off to the bar, of which he reeked. The fingerprints on his glass were still warm by the time he got back. I said, mind you, I said it to Ben Fuzz, our Polish juggler, and I shouldn't have because A, he had no sense of humour, and B, he didn't speak English, but he gave me a sickly grin, some left over from the flight. You know, said Miss Trenchard, I've never been away from home before, Spike. It was nice of her to confide in me who wanted to screw her away from home. Her mamma and papa couldn't see. But no, she was too nice. Damn it. We are told the show starts at 6:45, curtain down at 9:15, flight 9:30 approx. You hear that, Mulgrew and Smoke? We're going on an approx flight, possibly on the same approx DC-9 that brought us approx. Half the audience at the Opera House are local civilians. It's a special occasion. This is the first time they've been allowed into their own bloody theatre since the armistice. There's a full German orchestra in the pit in full evening dress. Likewise, lots of top brass and local dignitaries in the boxes and front row. Of all people, Brigadier Sir John Homewood and Mr. Adenauer are in the Royal Hanoverian box. If I'd have known this, I'd have washed my socks specially, said Rich, laying back in velvet-buttoned splendour of his diva's dressing-room. "Oh, there are bloody speeches first," said Smoked Mulgrew. "The town mayor. A great pleasure to welcome the people of Hanover to our concert tonight. This is the first time, etc., etc. I won't bore you. The show was a roaring success, but we brought the house down. What an idiotic cliché. Who wants to bring a house down? Think of the people upstairs asleep." Germans didn't understand Dennis Maxholm nor Vico Wilcombe, our Liverpudlian, but we, who did music and mine, tore 'em up, paralysed them. "They should never have lost the war," I shouted over the applause. The cast was introduced to Mr. Adenauer, who should never have lost the war. And if it hadn't been for all the Krauts we killed, we'd have had a bigger audience. Sir John Homewood thought our act awfully good. And were we professionals? I heard myself saying, "No, sir, we are bricklayers by trade on a working holiday." She said to us, "Are you professional?" Thank God he laughed with relief as he left us to meet beautiful Miss Trenchard. A complete change of demeanour. He loved her act, and he loved her voice, and he loved to fuck her. He has wafted her away to a clique of brass hats, all red taps and whisky fume. He edged her towards the table of champagne. We are still at the lager table. Here comes Willie Hodges, still with make-up traces of his drag act, and in a Halathala mood. He's already in the I'm in anybody's mood. So, unlike you and I, who wake up with sore heads, he wakes up with a sore ass. And believe me, there's a lot of them about. We disengaged after the drinky poos. There are lots of stunning Frauleins in 1930s dresses. One realized how hard up and under pressure they were for everyday goods. "It's your own bleeding fault for losing the war, mate," Paul insists. "We had it bleeding hard. We risked our lives. Oh, look at the tits on that bird. And they got what they were asking for. I wonder if she's asking for it." Smoke-ridden Mulgrew says, "Jimmy, you can fuck any of these for a bar of chocolate." Fool that I am. I've eaten all my ration. There should be a warning on every packet. A warning. Eating this chocolate could lose you a fuck. I chat to one gorgeous Marlene. I learn English speak. I listen BBC and I write down. Now I go English school and pass my class. She's 16 and never knew anything but war and build up to it. I belong to Hitler Jungenfräulein, but I know like. My father, he died in Africa. Oh, Christ! She is a divine spirit. She has suffered her father's death and non-stop air raid. She now works in the Navy. "You know Navy," she said. "I get chocolate free." There is no justice. But it was wonderful seeing this blonde, blue-eyed stunner with no rancour. She didn't say she was never a Nazi, never mentioned politics, didn't hate anyone. It sort of blew a fresh breeze through a jaded personality. I hated leaving her. She was too innocent, too young, and she had chocolates! Back to our Grand Hotel Holstein. I could have got off with a dozen birds, said Hall, as we ascended the stairs. This must be the only bloody lift not bombed by the RF that doesn't work, said Mulroom. Hall, lucky sod, is on the first floor. Come in, come in. Let's ring for some beer. It's not late. His room was like a palace. The satin-hung four-poster bed with twin-headed gilded eagles. An old waiter answers the door. 3. Hall holds up 3 fingers. 3 bottle beer. Ja, gut. 3 bottle beer. He writes slowly on his card. You can remember that, said Hall impatiently. Ja, I remember. You like bottle open mit glasses? Yeah, but not slowly. Hall takes off his desperate 8-button, 5-still-on overcoat. Slowly, and even more desperate, he lies back in splendour. Why is this all so temporary? Why do I have to go back to bleeding 6 Leagard Road? Answer me that. I held up my hand. I can answer that, my lord. You have to go back because you live in Leagard Bleeding Road. And you live there, my lord, because you are bleeding skint. Ha ha! Ah, the beer. The slow waiter comes slowly across, places the tray on the table. Slowly he starts to open a bottle. In one tigerish bound, Hall snatched the opener and in a trice opened the bottle. Even while he opened the third, his other hand had transported a bottle to his fragrant, nicotine-stained teeth, through which it gurgled like the sewer sluices at Battersea. "That is 2 marks, sir," said the slow waiter. Then the evil Hall, in slow motion, went through his pockets looking for the money. "There, my man. 1, 2. The waiter smiled and left. "It's Minden tomorrow, innit?" said Wretch, as he walked across the room to check if a pair of woolen socks hanging on the back of a tapestry chair are dry. "Yes, Minden," I said. "Famous battle there." "What? What do you mean, what?" "Well, what was it famous about?" "Well, we won, and on Minden Day those regiments taking part are allowed to put a rose in their cap." "Oh, that's marvellous, isn't it? I was in the battle in North Africa. I got fuck all to put in my hat, only me bloody head." And he makes off to wash his socks. We leave. I fall asleep with the face of that divine German girl. I don't know how one has dreams like me, but I dream I'm standing at Oxford Circus, and I'm dressed as a traffic warden, but on my hat is the word Knicker Warden. I have a long stick. On the end is a mirror. My job is to check to see if women are wearing knickers, and if they're not allowed to cross the street. My God, this is travel. On the tarmac, waiting for us, is a helicopter. Did she get away? No, by hell, he copped her. Ha ha ha! The pilot, like all pilots, was a Battle of Britain type. All had DFCs, wore scarves, and had moustaches peculiar to the RAF. To my question, he said, "There's no landing strip at Minden." It explained it all. Poor old Ben Futz is looking grim and holding a sick bag. I'm holding Miss Trenchard, or she's holding my arm. Noise is terrific. We are on bench seats with over-the-shoulder safety harness. Before take-off, or I've just remembered, the second pilot told me the pilot had been a glider pilot at Arnhem. So we're in the hands of heroes. Futz travels with his sick bag in front of him, but in 20 minutes we are putting down at Minden in the grounds of HQBAOR. A man with two ping-pong bats direct us down. Down the narrow ladder, I hear Bill Hall telling Hodges that a famous battle took place here. They put roses in their caps. Another reception party. Captain Norman Levy and the ATS Joan Page from Scotland. We are introduced by Willie Hodges. Needless to say, Norman Levy spoke with a strong Jewish accent. I'm entertainment officer for the Minden area, so any complaints come to me. Does that include Lurgy? He smiled. Lurgy? That's a new one on me. I assured him to avoid catching it. One stood on one leg in a bowl of custard and barked. Very interesting, Milligan. Exactly what is it? Lurgy, Captain. Are little tiny spots of shit on the liver, brought about by long service in desert stations where the higher the fewer. One must avoid squalicans unless approached naked downwind with a squalican emulsifier. Unless, of course, you can grab a sensitive area and crack them together. All this got laughter from the party, but a strange, bemused look on the face of Sergeant Joan Page. As we walked to the waiting coach, she said in broad Scotch accent, "Whoa, you must be making it all up. You must be the comic." Now let's describe this ATS lass. She has a figure like an hourglass, red hair, green eyes, and a face like Greer Garson. No, I'm just a musician. Vico's the comic. She doesn't want to know. Och, I love music. Do you like jazz? I got on very well with her. I want to get on better. Sergeant Page will accompany you to your billets. It used to be a hotel, but I think you'll find it comfortable. Levy gives us a polite salute. Sergeant Page has seated herself next to me. Was I married? Did I have a girlfriend? She presses me. No, I'm as free as the wind. She tells me she's getting over a broken love affair. And don't worry, dear. I'll be the glue to those pieces. I'll kiss it better. Have ye a fag? Mulgrew has run out. When I die, Mulgrew, I'll leave instructions that I'm to be cremated, and I want you to inhale the smoke. Oh, come on, he wills, a nicotine craving from his balls to his throat. Oh, here, have one of mine, says Sergeant Page, producing a silver cigarette case from her bag. Can't see a fellow Scot go without. Oh, tar, said Mulgrew. Which part are you from? I know where all her parts are from. Scotland. I'm automatically extending my lighter to the fuming Scot. Sergeant Page offers the case to me. Do you smoke? Ah, she snaps the case shut. Now admit, reader, that snap is a very satisfying sound. On the case is engraved a heart with love. Was that him? I said. No, she said. He was the one before. Oh, no, I said. Can I be the one after? No, she laughed. You can be during. Oh, how I suddenly love the army. Spike, where are you? Are you neglecting me? Miss Trenchard has stumbled on the coats. It's my birthday today. Oh, happy birthday, I interjected. And I'm inviting you to my party tonight. A party? Great. Can Sergeant Page come? Yes. Everybody. The hotel has been converted into barracks, barely worse than being converted to devil worship. I have a single door with adjoining rooms. Quick, nurse, the tablets. It is stark and looks more like a ward or a prison cell. I'm not there a moment when there's a tap on the door. It's Sergeant Page. She comes in, closes the door by flattening herself against it. I flattened myself against her, this making her a part wood, a part me sandwich. I kissed her as though, well, that's how. No, no, she said, not now, tonight. The explosion over, she says they're serving lunch. She looked at her watch, ran over to the wall mirror, checked her hair and makeup. Tonight, and she left. The space she left was like a vacuum. I was nearly sucked out the door with her. Tonight, wow, too. Lunch in the canteen, but served by ATS girls. This is the sergeant's mess, but they had theirs early, so we could use the hall. Very nice of the dear ATS. I've got such a headache. Who was it? Mulgrew? No. He's worried about forgetting his makeup. He thinks he's left it behind in Hanover. What a lovely song that would be. I left my makeup behind in Hanover. He needn't worry. Sergeant Page has a bag full of it. If only she knew. So did I. The lunch is the same one we had yesterday. Steak and kidney pud. Only eaten once, said Wretch Hall. Oh dear. They fry the stuff ahead of us, says our queen. Nothing's too good for old queens like me. He does pretend tears. Don't cry, dear, I said, patting his hand. There's a hosepipe band in the area. He giggles, throws back his head, and in pantomime tones says, I assure you that nothing is banned in my area, ducky. General laughter. We are all comfortable in each other's company now. We all know each other. One thing unrevealed to the company is the ritual of Bill Hall's laundry. The show is in the Garrison Theatre, a nice Garrison fuck-all theatre, a replica of the interior of a local drill hall. This time it's a military audience, and the show goes like a house on fire. Stop! Who invented these cliches? Our show didn't go like a house afire. We'd have all been bloody burnt to death. No, the show got tumultuous applause, especially Miss Trenchard, whose birthday was announced from the stage. Cries of good luck, girl, and time she had it. The romantic fools. Yes, there is a party in the ATS restroom, organised by Sergeant Page, no less. There's a radiogram with lots of Benny Goodman records, so there's lots of jitterbugging. There's a great spread of sandwiches and beer. God knows who's paying, but there it is. They did it all for me, said Rosy Cheeks Miss Trenchard. Oh, come on, Spike. Let's dance. Well, it was something. She couldn't, neither could I. We looked like two suet puddings stuck together. Oh, you do dance jolly well, said the little idiots. She was acting a bit strange, and then I heard she's been plied with sherry. Then she starts to fall over. Then she wants to be sick. Then she wants to dance on the table and falls off. Then it's time for bed. We all drink too much. It's gone 2 by the time Sergeant Page crept into my bed. An hour later, we too were gone too. She keeps waking me up to do it. I need rest. I tell her no. She's never felt like this before with anybody. Yes, darling, but 20 times. I've been coasting the last 10. I think she flew out the window, or was it me? I awake with knocking on the door. A face appears. It's. That's who it is. It's. Wake up, Sir Mulgrew. It's bloody midday. So that's who it is. We fly back at Chinese dentist. Tooth hurty. What's the matter? Why won't I speak? If I just can get my tongue unstuck from the roof of my mouth. Did you need a spoon? Said Mulgrew. No. Why did you wake me? I'm to be Queen of the May. I don't feel well. It's that nasty feeling I get sometimes, same as in the war. My head is burning. No, don't pull the blind. The M.O. and Sergeant Page come to see me. I tell him I am an anxiety state, manic depressive. He gives me some white tablets. They just make me feel dopey. Am I fit to travel? Am I fuck? Somehow I make the plane to Hanover, and we fly straight home to Northolt. I sleep all the while with strange abstract dreams, 2 that keep reoccurring. A lion on the wardrobe about to spring on me, and a ceiling revolving with half-coat hangers. Home. I get home to 3 Leithwell Road and I go to bed. It's almost the end of the Bill Hall trio, though we don't know it. My mum is worried. I've been in bed 5 days unshaven. Get up, son. Have a wash and a shave. You'll feel much better. Perhaps. I try a hot bath in front of the fire. Mum adds another bucket of hot water. Had I caught something when I was in Germany? Did I sit on any dirty lavatory seats or eat any German food? No, I didn't eat any lavatories or sit on dirty food. The doctor comes, yes, in those days. He wants to know when I was in Germany, etc. No, he says, I haven't got German measles or rabies. My temperature is normal. My pulse rate is fast. He writes a prescription. My dear mother goes out in the rain to the local chemist. It's a good tonic, he tells my mother. My mother tells me it's a good tonic. It gives me the shits. I went to tell Bill and Johnny I wanted to finish with the trio. Bill took it badly. "You'll never work again, you bastard," were his parting words. The trio went on with a new guitarist, Bart Norman, one of the 3 admirals. The trio went on working for another 30 years, doing the same act. When Johnny died 6 years ago, it finally stopped. Anne Lena Trio. The Bill Hall Trio was not the last trio I would appear in. No, Jimmy Grafton has found work for me. Anne Lena, a one-time lead vocalist with Carol Gibbons at the Savoy, wants to break away. She wants to form a trio but finds it hard on her own. I am introduced to her at the Grafton Arms, which is becoming for me what Berlin was for Isherwood. Anne is a petite lady in her late 30s, and "Hello, pleased to meet you, Miss Lena. I hope I'm suitable." She smiles. "Well, you look suitable." We are joined by the 3rd member of the trio, my old friend Reg O'List, late of the Windmill Review. "Super, super," he said. "So now the act. Mostly vocal with a little light comedy," says Anne. "Jimmy Grafton is to write the act for us. Reg and I will accompany Anne on guitars. Reg has a straight, shivery light baritone. Begin, begin, begin. Anne is a soprano with very good range. I'm a light sort of Bing Crosby baritone. So the act is on. Our first job is in an army welfare show. Swing along with comic Eddie Malloy. He's never made the big time. He's a summer season or a pantomime singer. In America, they're called a second banana. I can't imagine what a 14th banana act must be. It must be so bad that you're not allowed on. We rehearsed the show over the Irish Club in Eaton Square. My God, the fog that arose from the bar below. You got pissed inhaling it. The Anne Lena Trio goes like this. I spring from the side of the stage singing "Flatfoot Flutie with the Floy, Floy." To cut me off, Reg O'List comes from the other side singing "The Cossack Patrol." Then Anne Lena enters centre singing "I'll capture your heart," singing. Light patter. Who do you think you are? I think I'm me. Who do you think I was, etc. Then a quiet town in Crossbone County, made popular by Danny Kaye. During the number I clowned a lot. I became aware during rehearsals people in the cast were laughing out loud. The best way, of course. I can't remember all the act, but we ended on a sing-song, your favourite tune, but not mine. For a briefing on the show, the whole cast are assembled at the rehearsals on Fridays before we leave, and wow! There's 8 girl dancers. Captain Richard Lecce tells us we will play Hamburg, Munich, Lüneburg, and Vienna. I spot one of the chorus girls, Dorita Smith, another redhead with green eyes. She is the head girl. we do a complete run-through of the show. I have to appear in some of Eddie Malloy's sketches, which I think are as funny as a baby with cancer. But it's work, money, and perhaps fame. Well, looking forward to the trip, says Reg. Yes, it would be silly to look backward to it, even sideways at it. No, it's best to look forward. It's a good direction. In the dictionary it says forward, at or near the forepart of anything. Well, that's what I wanted to be, Reg. At or near the forepart of anything. How proud my mother would be when she saw me on the stage. That boy near the forepart of anything is my son. Poor Reg got 3 weeks of this. Spike, my boy, I will do my best to understand you. I'm older than you in years, even minutes, so I'm a patient man. Yes, Reg, with your complexion, you look like a patient. If you lie on the floor, I'll call the ambulance. Reg smiles. He hasn't got the mind that can handle my ravings. Reg is just lovely, kind, solid but square. Reg and I compare wages. Well, rather, I compare wages. I say, I'm on 30 a week. Anyone want to swap? No, Spike. I, too, am on that princely sum. It'll suffice. It's hard to save, I tell ye, lad. No, I said, if he didn't save, the sum would stay at £30, no matter what. You could transfer it from your back to your breast pocket, provided in between you didn't spend any of it. It would end up as £30. I didn't have £30 at the time. I only had one, and I showed Reg how I transferred it from my back to my breast pocket. Then slowly I returned it to my back pocket. Then I triumphantly show the pound safe and sound. Very good, Spike, very impressive. As soon as I get my £30, I'll sit up nights practicing that very valuable financial move. I said, I must warn you. In time, the money will start to fray, and that's when to spend. Yes, that's enough for today, said Reg. I'm wearing thin. Are you all packed? Said Anne. All this while the chorus are going through their routines. Yes, I'm all packed, Anne, and most of it is in this suit. Well, half of my underwear is. I always travel light. That's why I leave my mother and father behind. You won't bugger the act up, will you, Spike? She said. You'll see I'm a good pro, as good as £30 can make. In the rehearsal break, I go down to the Irish bar for some cigarettes. 20 players, please. Oh, no, sir, said the Irish barman. 'Tis only sweet afton we have. What in God's name was sweet afton? 'Tis an Irish cigarette. Irish cigarettes? Like saying Irish bananas. So I smoked sweet afton. Where, when, and how in Ireland were they growing tobacco? I felt so proud, yes. I felt my knee, elbow, and wrist, and they all felt proud. I wondered where the tobacco plantations were in Ireland. As she danced, all flashing in cherubic limbs, I watched Dorita Smith. God, she was luscious. But I was luscious too, me, and my 9-stone Belson body. Here I was, really standing still. I was in a trio that was mediocre compared with the Bill Hall trio. So where was I headed? I could clown, tell jokes, sing, play the guitar, and it was in the style of Danny Kaye, who was now wowing audiences. I'd done all the continental touring I wanted. I needed another tour of Germany like a drowning man needed a piano. Somewhere there just might be a drowning man who needed a piano, like the Titanic. The lifeboats were full. Those drowning would have been grateful for a piano floating by. There is a story of the Titanic's band, a quartet, and as the ship sank, they played on. The violin leader said, "Keep playing!" But as the ship tilted, the drummer slid away, then the piano, next the cello. To avoid the water, the leader stood on a chair. Finally, he too slid into the Atlantic with a cry of "Fuck show business!" Germany 2. Saturday, we all assembled at Liverpool Street Station, all in clusters. The musicians together, the girls in another group. I stand smoking Sweet Afton with Read Your List. He doesn't smoke. I never have, Spike. How did you start? A man with a pistol said, "On your marks, cigarettes ready, get steady, go!" Oh, List, bemused. You seen Anne yet? Yes, I saw her yesterday. When is he talking about? Ah, here she comes, all done up to the nines. I'm done up to the 3. Couldn't get a bloody taxi, she says. Major R. Leslie will come along with the show as manager, voyeur, and bore. By good fortune, in the carriage, dead opposite me, sits Dorita. Why did I say she was dead opposite me? That wouldn't have been dead dancers in the chorus, would they? It's a non-smoker. That's what she said when I lit up my Sweet Afton. Thanks to bloody cigarettes, I spent a long time in the corridor or the toilet. Dorita is sorry about it. So is her friend Pat. It's just that we don't like cigarettes, they say. Oh, they don't know what they're missing. Bronchitis and lung cancer, and about £500 a year. Silly little fools. But here we are, Harwich, springboard for Holland. All confusion, steam, shouting, jostling, and I and my suitcase remain calm amid it all. Are you a good sea traveller? Says Reg. Yes, I am, provided it's calm. No, I've never been seasick. I know people who live at Bournemouth who are seasick. They're sick of the sight of it. We are all shuffling up a gangplank on the Harwich Queen. We have our own queen, Billy Dunlop, who is really second banana to Eddie Malloy. He is, like most gays, a most agreeable person. Billy is Scots from Glasgow. My father used to beat my mother, he said. Beat her. Oh, what was it, 100 yards? I think that's what turned me. I don't know. People say it's an illness. Well, I feel perfectly normal. Yes, he felt normal and stopped that. What's this? Dorita has a boyfriend, Joe. How dare she? I've only known her a week and already she has a boyfriend for a year. You can't trust women. Then who can you trust? Elephants. Elephants you can trust. You can rely on elephants. Elephants are reliable. If you can see an elephant, you know he's... There, he is, reliable. So, for me to trust Dorita, she'd have to become an elephant. But how do you go to the pictures with the elephant? One adult and one elephant, please. Ah, she says, but I'm not really going steady with him. In fact, in truth, it's over, but I haven't told him. Well, that's better. No, not better. She wants to be seasick, and we're nowhere near Bournemouth. It's a very rough crossing, with everyone down with mal-de-mer and seasickness. I wonder if elephants ever get seasick. I'm sure Bournemouth is safe from them. I mean, imagine elephants being seasick in Bournemouth, with the highest rates in the country. The Hook of Holland arrived in Van Gogh's motherland, and not a one-eared person in sight, and no sight of a hook either. Weak from the voyage, the cast was swinging along, came ashore. The Harwich Queen? They are saying it should be called the sick bucket. Janet Orwell, one of the girls, needs medical attention. A blue uniformed first aid man takes her to the port doctor, who gives her some tablets and smelling salts, plus a nip of brandy. The train for Hamburg is waiting, so shakily we get Janet into the carriage. The girls fuss around. She shouldn't be travelling, really, said Dorita, who seems to have taken charge. Oh, There is a restaurant car. Oh, good. So, Boy Scout-O list comes back with a tray of tea. Poor Janet Orwell. She sips it like it's extreme unction. Oh, thank God for tea, she said, almost in ecstasy, then gently fainted. Everyone becomes Florence Nightingale, the lady with a lamp. Or was it Florence Nightingale, the lady with the lump? The instructions are limitless. Lie her down, head between her knees, rub her wrists, rub her knees. The train suddenly started and sent us into a heap on top of poor Janet. The second jerk drops a suitcase from the rack onto Olist's head. Bloody hell, he said, and I struggled it back to the rack. Ah, Watson, I said, that's one of the strangest cases I've worked on. The flat countryside of Holland is flashing past windmills and tulip fields being planted. We all seem to have settled. I'm sitting next to Janet Orwell. How's it now? She's still not 100%, but I feel better. The bar is open, so I loaf off to bring her back a cognac. No, she couldn't drink it, so I showed her how I could. And that's better, I said. She's looking much better now. So do you, giggled Regulus. Oh, yes, there's nothing like a brandy to make someone else look better. Major Leslie, holding a shaky gin and tonic, is visiting his charges. He, too, is looking much better. It won't be long now, he said, and departed, sipping his wobbly gin. What won't be long? What was he talking about? Was he referring to his poor, long unused Willie? How can he go around commenting on how long things won't be? He means the journey, you silly sod, said Reg, who really enjoys my verbal extravagances. I've never been to Germany before, said Billy Dunlop. You'll find the old place changed, I said. The RAF have bombed all the lifts, and you can get anything for a bar of chocolate. I'll use mine prudently, said Billy. I might find someone nice, he said, with a saucy grin. You never know. I told him straight, I never know anything. Go on, ask me the date of the Trojan Wars. Go on. No one was willing to speak. Brave Reg spoke. Okay, I'll be the fall guy. When were the Trojan Wars? June the 3rd, 1936. There was a giggle-filled silence. You see, I said, I don't know anything, except there are no dry cleaners in Peru. All the carriages are amused at my rantings. Girls, said Dorita, I think Spike Milligan is on drugs. Yes, I admit it. It's called, wait for it, Sweet Afton, I said, pulling one from my pocket and lighting it. No smoking, chorused the carriage. So there I was in a cold corridor, sucking on Irish tobacco. It started to rain. It lashes the countryside in great sides as we cross the border into Devataland. We see the remains of the Siegfried Line. God! We are travelling over pain-impregnated, blood-soaked land. Was it only 3 years and 40 million dead ago? Those people out there were all haunted by it. No one had gone untouched. I was very touched by it. People said I looked touched. Reg sticks his head into the corridor. When you finish your lung cancer lesson, we've got some fresh tea. How did they get past me in the corridor with fresh tea? Lies! There's no fresh tea, but I'm given the order for some. As I stagger down the corridor, I meet the pianist, Jack Jordan. Ah, the maestro. Give us a tune, I say. Oh, Christ, Spike, this bloody drummer. Oh, hell. He gets faster and faster. He's got a hot arm. He gets faster, I said. That's wonderful news. It means we all go home earlier every night. Silly bugger. You didn't bring your trumpet, did you? No, I had to put it down. It had... Here, I clutched my head. Rabies. My trumpet had rabies. Jack looked long at me. He drew on his cigarette. I'm leaving you before I catch it, he said. I get to the tea bar. a mixture of nationalities. There was a time in Europe when people who were displaced in the war were crisscrossing the world trying to find their roots again. My roots were in my hair, so I knew exactly where we were. Comes my turn, please, said the Van Gogher. 8 teas, please, I say. You with the concert the party, yes? Yes. Oh, lot of nice girls, I see. Lot of nice. Of course, a lot nice. There's an hour of appreciation as I swing into our carriage. Girls, the tea barman says you are a lot nice girls. What have you to say to this accusation? Fat Joyce, a tall, dark Irish girl with a tremendous accent, said, Oh, Jesus, I know girls a lot nicer than this lot. Holy Mary. Ah, so there's Holy Mary, I said. Now then, says Pat, no doubt a devout Catholic when she's not at it. Don't blaspheme about our dear lady. I'm passing around the tea. Don't worry, I won't have a word said against the dear lady, but I must warn you, the prayer books are full of her. I mean, do you know that she had an illegitimate child? Oh, it's a wonder God doesn't strike you dead, said the shocked Catholic, smiling but holding her hand over her mouth. You'll go straight to hell, man. Straight to hell? There was no such transport. I'd have to change it crew and slough. Major Leslie has brought his gin and tonic to visit us again. He looks much better. The gin was working wonders for him. How are we all? He lisped. Reg, you were a captain in the war. Answer him. Reg shakes his head and smiles. All correct and present, sir. The train has journeying soldiers on board, who slouch past our carriage. They have spotted a harem. A spotted harem? There must be measles. And keep coming back to ogle them. Ogling soldiers are not a rarity. In fact, most regiments are ogling ones. The Brigade of Guards are an ogling regiment. In fact, the Earl Ogilvy is the officer commanding. You watch the Queen's birthday parade. Ogilvy says, Eyes right, and the entire brigade ogle the Queen. But not the horses. They ogle straight ahead. Oh, look. Dorita points out the window. Corn stubble is being burnt. It looks as though the countryside is on fire. God, it looks out of control, said Billy Dunlop. It's stubble burning, said Reg. They do it every year. So they never learn, do they? I said. Wait a minute, I said. That's no stubble burning. Oh, said Reg, sitting up like a headmistress. And what, may I ask, is it, Professor? That is an American Army flame-throwing attack on the Siegfried Line. You don't believe me, do you? Didn't you notice the driver of our train was wearing a smoke mask? This train is running late. I looked at my watch. Good God, it's exactly 1944. We wing past the burning. It appears the battle's over, said Reg, like a psychiatrist calming a lunatic. Now who's taking the cups back before the next attack? More ogling soldiers. Fat Joyce stares back. God, they're so rude. Don't they know it's rude to stare? Where do they recruit these fellas? I said they go into the forest, shake the trees, and they fall out. They should have left them in the trees, she said, applying lipstick, a special demo for the soldiery. She holds up a little hand mirror and applies it distinctly for the soldier yobbos in the corridor. There's 3 of the dolts. Oh, where were they when the shit was flying? I slid the carriage door ajar. It's £1 an hour for staring, I said in a cheery voice. The dolts look at me thunderstruck. If you're going to stare at me, that's £2 an hour. Ew, one of them said, and nudged his mate, indicating me as one of the enemy. Not armin looking, one lout said. Yes, but can't you go and stare at the engine driver? He might let you pull the whistle. I obviously had offended them, and like true young British lads, had I been in a dark alley, they'd have had me down and kicked me in the balls. They slouch off. I was in the army 5 years, but I never met any as thick as them, said Reg. All right, Miss Joyce, you can stop the demo now, I said. Hamburg! Hamburg! A Van Gogh ticket inspector is warning us of the forthcoming station. Oh, I am disappointed. When I heard him shouting Hamburg, I thought he was selling them. Oh, and perhaps he was, said Pat, and he sold out. Thank God for Pat Joyce, she's witty. There's only 2 Irish people on the train, and they're both of us. Both of us? It was news to her I was Irish. Yes, both of us, both me and both you, both. Ah, you're daft, she said. Away with you. We are pulling through the ruins that are Hamburg. God, how do people survive? Said Dorita. We all wondered that. Yet buses and trams in small numbers, people in grey and black pushing handcarts and prams with goods and possessions, or goods they possess. Poor devils, said Billy. Poor devils, I said aghast. Those out there were trying to do to us what you see them like now. But you can't help feeling sorry for them. Oh, I do, I said. I do feel sorry for them, but I don't feel anything else except happy when I see some poor old crippled German woman in rags lying in the gutter and crying. I feel very, very happy, but of course I feel sorry for her. You're a crazy mixed-up kid, said Billy, who laughed a lot at me. Mixed up? Yes, I said, but worse, I'm mixed up with you. The train is easing itself into the battered station. Hamburg! Hamburg! The voice echoed down the corridors. He's coming back. He's stocked up with them again. The train suddenly halts, and Reg gets his suitcase on his head again. Oh, fuck, he said, fighting the thing. Think of it as an encore, Reg, I said. Fuck it, he said, feeling his head for blood. Never fuck a suitcase, I said. Mother of God, will you not use that word, said Pat, who meant it. I'm sorry, Pat, it's the old soldier in me. I'll never, cross my heart, ever say suitcase again. The train continues its shuddering progress, making us all lurch back and forward like marionettes. I suppose this is part of Germany's post-war reprisals. Well, it's not funny, said Dorita, who was preparing herself for debouching. She was trying to mascara her eyelashes, and now appears to have one black eye. She's spitting mad, and also spitting on her handkerchief and trying to remove the excess. I suddenly remembered that Regulus had once told me he was of Dutch descent, a happier state than of Dutch cap descent. If the cap fits, wear it. I asked him, while being shunted, to expand on it. I thought of it while we were going through Holland, Reg, but I never mentioned it then, in case, seized with latent patriotism, you threw yourself from the train. Well, he said, keeping an eye on the luggage rack and his arse on the seat, well, my people were Jewish. Their real name was Orgelist. Orgelist, I repeated? That's not much of a list. Shut up, he said. We came across during a pogrom. I think it was the Huguenots. I was surprised. You were a Huguenot? He didn't know. I told him the Huguenots were not Jews. Weren't they, he said. No, I said. They were worse. They were Protestants. He smiled. Then, perhaps, some of the Huguenots were Jews, or, he paused, some of the Jews were Protestants. It was very confusing. Did your parents make lace? No, they didn't. They made money, then lost it. And he'd been looking for it ever. Hamburg! The train has finally stopped. And to be amicable, so have we. We must have gone past Hamburg 10 times. He's had to keep backing up. I've been past it for years, said Dunlop, peering out the window. He liked a good pier. I explained the backward and forward motion of the train. You see, lots of rails are missing with the bombing. There are no rails in the Hamburg siding, so he has to back up so they can lift the rails and lay them in the siding. Simple to understand for people of my intelligence, but difficult for people who can't make lace. Thank Christ he stopped, said Reg. As soon as I see him, I will, I said. Thank you, Christ. We all stand and grapple with our luggage. Can you help me, please, Spike? Said darling, delicious Dorita. Stand aside, world. I'm helping Dorita. I ease her suitcase down and get a suspected double hernia. Girl alive, what have you got in that case? What is it, a mangle? I like to travel well provided for. You never know. You never know what? He doesn't know. Now I'll never know. It looks a bit gloomy out there. The lout soldiers go past for the last ogle, carrying heavy packs, kit bags and rifles. Don't forget, parade, 6 a.m. tomorrow, you lucky lads. They stare at me and look for a dark alley and a pair of my testicles to crush. This way, shouts the pissed voice of Major Leslie, who was looking in the opposite direction. This way, we struggle down the corridor and expand onto the platform. I scream out loud. Ah! A porter! The camera, quick! And he has a large trolley. I take, he said. I work British Army welfare. A big blonde giant of a man. Not a mark on him. The bombing must have missed him. He certainly couldn't have been in a lift. Follow him to the coach, says Major Leslie. It's a khaki charabanc with Army Welfare Services on the outside and seats on the inside. Oh, see what's on the back, says Billy. There's a white banner with swinging along. A misnomer, as the bloody coach won't stop. Can we all give a push, says Major Leslie. All the men give a giant groin-crippling push, and off it goes, leaving us standing like nanas. He drives 1,000 yards and backs up. Girls cheer and clap as we reboard. I dump down in a seat behind Dorita. Oh, Jesus, your men are so strong, said Pat. Among the best piss-takers I've ever met. Whatever would we do without you? A voice from the band. You have to do it yourself, darling. Bawdy laughter are much. Through shattered streets where the odd street lamps are alight. Doesn't this remind you of Catford? I said. No, none of this reminds anyone of Catford. Strange, anything reminds me of Catford. We slow to a halt outside a police station. Good God, they're going to arrest us. It's more of German post-war reparations. Look, when they come for us, I'll say World War II was all my fault. Now, wait a minute. We've broken down. Strangely enough, we all look broken down. That suitcase cut my bloody head, said failed Huguenot. Not now, Reg. No good soliciting sympathy now. We're broken down in Hamburg. Of course, we'd love to push it again and stand like nanas for him to back up. Our driver is an English soldier. Sorry about this, ladies and gentlemen. It's never broken down before. What's he talking about? He broke down outside the station. Ah, we are here, said the Major, sobering up. Major Leslie stands up and falls back into his seat. Whoops, he says, like an old queen, which he turns out to be. You all right, Leslie? Leslie? Says Billy. You must try me sometimes, says the Major. Hotel Boccaccio. Ah, a touch of Italy and a touch of the ruins. It's all right inside, I promise, said the Major. Has the lift been bombed yet? Said a musician. It has been a splendid Victorian-style hotel, but dimly lit. Or was it me that was dim? Blue uniformed staff take our luggage from us and put it down. Behind the reception desk is a female blonde Marlena Dietrich. We welcome you to the Boccaccio. If you sign the forms, our porter will take you to your rooms. The lift is working, which is more than half the car workers at Coventry are. My room is obviously a broom cupboard. The porter places my luggage down, hands me a key with a huge Boccaccio label. He does a curt bow and Dankeschön. Then a maid comes in. She is in Lion's Corner House nippy uniform. Please make your bed? She's very pretty. Yes, she can make my bed. I'll join her in a minute. Wait, chocolate. They told me German women would do anything for chocolate. I rummaged through my pockets. Chocolate. Admitted only half a bar, but good for half a fuck. Dankeschön. She takes the chocolate and with an innocent smile puts it in her pinafore pocket. Oh boy, it's true. They will do anything for a bar of chocolate. Mine turns down the beds, curtsies and leaves. Little devil, she was a temptress incarnate. When she leaned over the bed, she showed the backs of her knees. Ah! It was a simple room, bed, bath, bidet. Back of the door notice, Army Welfare Services. Management are not responsible for valuables left in the room. Blast! My valuables were at that moment in a pinafore pocket. It had been a near thing. Half a bar of chocolate and the backs of knees. Oh, the temptation. Get behind me, Satan, and give me a push. Reg O'List's room is next to mine. It's identical to mine except for Reg. Otherwise, identical. Yes, a chambermaid turned down his bed. No, he didn't offer her chocolate because she was 60. Oh, they have different ages. So people in Germany have different ages like we have back home. So as a people, they are very much like us. I had a young chambermaid for my bed, I boasted. Oh, good, said Reg. I gave her half a bar of chocolate for turning my bed down. I saw the backs of her knees. Well, said Reg, who was unpacking 20 shillings worth of clothing, I'll be glad to see the back of yours. So he could be funny, but this was the first time. I kept a check on him for jokes, witticisms, puns and farts, and see which came top of the list. Oh, yes, there's a high tea, or rather a low dinner, in a faded but swank dining room. So Victorian. First the huge crystal chandelier, the fluted Corinthian columns, the heavy scarlet and gold curtains, the great floor-to-ceiling windows onto a former garden, straining to be formal, save 2 unfilled bomb craters, in which are 2 ducks. Ridiculous. The moulded and gilt ceilings and giant Versailles-type mirrors. The waiters are all wearing evening dress and pad softly over the giant Leron carpet. The glass is all crystal, the cutlery heavy silver, and none of which will fit my pockets. Blazing white damask napery, porcelain bowls with flowers, Belgian blinds are half drawn on the windows. The serving trolley tops are all Parian marble, I think. All is sheer faded opulence. We have a trio on the brocade-surrounded stage, with palms almost obscuring the musicians. It's gorgeous stuff, Beethoven. This can't be Army Welfare Run, said Reg. Well, it isn't. It's a private hotel, and we are treated as such. The food is very simple fare. Vegetable soup with 1 vegetable, I think cabbage, which I can see growing in the garden vegetable plot, a plot as big a failure as Guy Fawkes. Main course, beef, onions, carrots, yes, boiled beef and carrots. That's the stuff for your Derby Kell, makes you fat and keeps you well. I sang to our table to the concern of Herr Ober. Something wrong mit mein Hair, he asked. No, there's nothing wrong with mine hair except cascading dandruff. Well, I'm enjoying the stuff, said Pat. She's enjoying the stuff. I didn't know she was having one. He must be under the table. Good old apple dumplings with thrice watered custard. They must have been having a hard time with food, said Reg. So are we, I said, spooning down my transparent custard. Did you hear? Said head girl Dorita. This used to be a German officer's brothel. Good heavens! And me, a Catholic, a brothel, eh? Well, listen, girls, with a little help from you, we can reactivate this place and make a fortune. We'll start after dinner. Miss Joyce and I, being good Catholics, will go upstairs and have a practice. Pat is open-mouthed and wants to laugh. Will you listen to him? Hear that, girls? You've got to listen to me. She knows what she's talking about. I tell you what she's talking about. She's talking about 16 words a minute. A world record for the Irish. Rita is laughing. Spike, you really should be on some tablets. I tell her I was on some tablets. The one Moses brought down from the mountain. I was after, thou shalt not commit adultery. Mine was, but Spike Milligan can. But when he found out that I was a Catholic, he had me removed. Nevertheless, I still keep that commandment wherever I can. Billy Dunlop has found out something. They've still got a French letter dispenser in the gents' toilet, but it's empty. Blas! That means adapting rubber balloons again. Oh, the agony I've suffered with them. Dinner over. Cafe. It's ersatz, says Reg. No, I said, that's not ersatz. That's coffee. You are eine Dummkopf, said Reg. How do you keep it up? With string, I said. My watch says 10 o'clock. Is it bed or out somewhere? None of us is flush, but Major Leslie, back on gin, is very flushed. I'm off to bed. Remember, rehearsals tomorrow at 10:30. So saying, he staggered off in several directions. The receptionist tells us there is a nightclub directly opposite called Das Blau Cavern. Is it expensive? No, not at all. If you not drink too much and take chocolate or cigarette, if you have a silk stockings American, that's very good. And so Dorita and Pat are wearing stockings. We take them and our cigarettes. There's a pre-war neon sign trying to stay alight. Yes, this is the place, folks. Who want to go to Das Blau Cavern when we can enjoy Das Blau Ven? It's down a tunnel of stairs. At the entrance is a bouncer in an ex-German army uniform. He looks like he was responsible for Belsen. You won't sell the cigarettes, stockings? No, thank you, no, thank you. Down the steps, coming up, is the sound of a croaky female, an alto sax, and a piano and a drum. It looks like a converted coal cellar. You can tell this by the occasional coal hole above you. I hope they don't deliver this time of night. Smoke, hazy people, candles in bottles, flitting girl waitresses in short skirts. The girl singer is a blonde, dressed in black sequins, some hanging off. An upright piano at the front off, musicians in their shirt sleeves. Amazing, the alto player is coloured. A good colour for a black man. Please, a waitress approaches us. God help me, it's the girl who turned my bed down. You, I smiled at her. Yeah, me, I do part-time. I have a baby, my husband die in the war. She was a plain Jane in my bedroom, but baby, look at her now, with makeup and legs. Beautiful. Her legs are bare, hence the demand for stockings. She shows us a table. A table, please, she says. Yes, and chairs, please. She puts a menu on the table. It's all drinks. It's as well we didn't know what was or what was not expensive. But we assumed it would be white Moselle wine. That was the cheapest. At the bottom of the menu it says, cigarettes, chocolates, and silk stockings taken. Zwei bottle of Moselle weinen, bitte. The girl singer is singing Chattanooga choo-choo. Pardon me, boy. Is that the Chattanooga choo-choo? Schwack 29? Give me ein Schein. Glenn Miller? This is more like Max Miller. I have to bite my lip to stop bursting into laughter. When you hear the whistle going ahead to the par, then you know that the Tennessee is not very far. Shuffle all the coal, him gotta keep it a-rollin'. I would have paid every penny I got to hear this version. There's going to be eine certain party at the station. Zaten and Les. I will call her Funny Face. There can't be anything funnier. My companions think it amusing, but not like me. Hysterical. Please God, why am I different? When I get over it, the band are now playing for dancing, so Dorita and I amble around the smoke-fuzz dance floor, which is the size of our table. Unfortunately, there's a hip German couple, both the size of tables, who they think are jiving, a mixture between the Lancers, the Velita, and the goose step. Even during a waltz, they were trucking on down. Back comes the singer, and thank heavens, sings songs in German, including the classic Falling in Love Again. Suddenly, she's listenable. It's quite compulsive listening. She sings with that angst that only Germans have. Lieder is shot through with it. Even Bix Beiderbecke, who was an American but German by descent, had it in his trumpet playing. It's gone once, Spike, Dorita reminds me. She's late. After 4 bottles of Moselle, I went past one 3 hours ago. Are we going home? She says. I tell her I went home some 3 hours ago. Come, said Reg, I'm knackered. Such confidential information at this time of night. Back to the Boccaccio, and Dorita spurned my advances, even spurned my retreats. I was dead beat when I reached my turned-down bed and recalled the little darling who turned it down. I really must find some silk stockings and have them filled. I sleep the sleep of a healthy neurotic. It's at some hour when I'm woken by a noise in my room. Was it me? I mean, you could let one go in your sleep and never know. I turn my bedside light on, and there in his pyjamas is an officer of the King. Major Leslie. Oh, my dear boy. I'm so sorry. I'm in the wrong bedroom. So sorry. And he departed. Ah! Who said mystery had gone out of life? Apart from me, only Nelson Eddy and Janet MacDonald had found it. I was telling Reg O'List at breakfast that I had had an army major in his pyjamas in my room at 5 that morning. What in God's name was he doing? It looked like the polka. Dorita and Pat join our table. Oh, no more late nights, said Pat. I was never cut out for nightlife. I did 6 months as a bluebell girl in the Paris that nearly killed me. And those Frenchmen, all they want to do is to get you into bed, and that's day or night. Are you better now, Pat? I said with real artificial concern. Yes, she has recovered, but last night has put her back a bit. Oh? Which bit had it put back? Oh, shut up, she said, eating a naffy-style porridge. It says on the menu, porridge English style. What are they on about? This porridge has no style at all. Burgoo, we called it in the army, said Reg. I never had to call my porridge. It was always there when I wanted it. Who wants to stand at dawn outside an army tent with a Dixie in one hand, calling, Burgoo! Burgoo! Here, boy! Here, boy! Ah, boiled eggs, lovely. I asked Reg, and what did you call boiled eggs in the army? Eric or Dick? No? No, they were just boiled eggs, Spike. And bloody lucky to get any. It was mostly powdered egg. Yet we were grateful. Rationing was on, and people were going short. Yes, people did go short on rationing. I know a 6-foot man who ended up 5'3" on powdered egg. My uncle, the glutton, vanished completely, leaving a wife and 4 children. The amazing part was how chickens laid powdered eggs. It's a nice late spring day, warm, with a cool wind, and no doubt raining at 3 Leithwell Road, Deptford. We all gather in the foyer with our props, rather like the stock exchange on a busy day. The coach is here, the quivering, scrotum-vibrating voice of Major Leslie calls above the babel. Do hurry, folks, we're running a bit late. Running? No one's moving. I slept like a dead ting last night, said Pat, coughing on her first fag of the day. I'd done my coughing in the privacy of my bedroom and torn a few off like a gentleman. Mind you, I was forced to open a window and pass it on to Hamburg. We are all trooping onto the bus, but wait, bus, watch this. Sergeant Joe Baker has arrived to see Dorita. This is her "it's all over between us" boyfriend. I go green with jealousy, scarlet with rage, white with fear, and yellow with Chinaman. Eh? What? They talk a while, then he gets into a jeep and drives away. Now then, no tantrums, Mr. Milligan, says Dorita, patting the seat next to her. You never told me that this creep was in Germany. You never told me he looked Jewish. He doesn't look Jewish. She's smiling. Well, he's got a big hooter, I said. You're anti-Semitic, Milligan. Only this once. I've nothing against the Jews except Helen of the Candles. Even if he is Jewish, which he is not, what's it to do with you? And stop shouting, the whole coach can hear. Don't stop, shouted Reg. It's getting interesting. How long is this Joe Baker going to be sniffing around? He's not sniffing. Don't be so crude. He came to say goodbye because he goes back to England today. Oh, what a relief. I can feel myself regaining consciousness. Going back to England, is he? I hope he goes straight to Catford and gets knocked down by a 74 tram. Ha ha! Revenge is sweet, but not fattening. We pull up outside the Hamburg Opera House, a miracle survivor from the bombing. The place is huge. We'll all get bloody lost in this, says Eddie Malloy as we all troop from the bus to the stage door. Indeed, massive. Made for Tannhäuser, but not the flat-foot fluty with the Floyd. Again, splendid dressing rooms. Our band of 5 looked lost in the great orchestra pit. While everyone is milling around getting ready, I tried the magnificent piano, a Bechstein. I run through a foggy day in London town. Ah, that's my music, says Anne Lenner, who has sauntered over. Then she sauntered to a stop. Oh, it's yours, is it? I thought it was Gershwin. Major Leslie and his voice are calling us to order. Beginners, please, he says from a sumptuous box. So we run the show through. Eddie Malloy's wife, Beryl, a tall, innocent, butter wouldn't melt in my mouth blonde, with a chorus singing, "The fleet's in port again," with us all done up as sailors. The result is unintentionally hilarious. With this innocent-faced blonde with a Rhodine accent singing about naughty sailors, it was funnier than the Chattanooga Choo-Choo in German. Oh dear, I'm afraid we're overrunning by 30 minutes, children. We'll have to make cuts. How about the throat of the drummer, who is bloody terrible? So a conference with Eddie Malloy. We dropped the deaf RAF pilot sketch, and Malloy and Dunlop put on drag, among which it goes Malloy. My husband has no money. Billy, don't worry, mine's got piles. You'll all have to tighten things up, said Major, now standing in a box like a turret of a tank. He's using the supplied opera glasses. Lunch and one more run-through. Back to the Boccaccio, through the grey Hamburg streets. The sun shines a little, which just illuminates more of the havoc wrought by the RAF. There isn't a lift working in the city, says Reg. Never mind the lifts. Has he gone yet? Dorita puzzles. Who's gone yet? Him, the Jewish sergeant. Oh dear, you still on about him? Yes, I'm on about him. How do I know if he's gone? Oh, give over, Spike. I'm sorry, Dorita. I'll forget all about him being run over by a tram in Catford. But I'll watch the obituary columns. Jewish sergeant killed by 74 Lewisham tram. Lunch at the Boccaccio is a rearrangement of yesterday's high tea. The pea soup has been re-watered and heated. The main course, the meat, has been turned over and by hammering with a mallet made into a large steak. Yesterday's boiled potatoes have been baked and the leftover carrots mashed. Ah! I chewed my way through it, a warm sense of déjà vu. And of course, I recognized the custard. It was so familiar. It should have recognized me. How do you think the show looked? Eddie Malloy's leaning over me. Me? Well, it looked good, but I think the Opera House has won. It's so bloody big. Well, we could do the show in the gents' toilet and let the audience in 3 at a time. He laughed. We'll just have to lump it. So will the audience, I added. It'll be all right, said Reg. Soldier audiences are always marvellous. Wouldn't it be hell if this time they weren't? He must be there by now, said Dorita. Who? The Jewish sergeant, he said, and ran off laughing. What will we do about that drummer? Said Anne. We agree he doesn't play during our act, except on Quiet Town in Crossbone County, our finale. I bet, said Reg, he finishes before us. A prophecy that was to come true. Last, I've run out of sweet aftons. Pat, beautiful Celtic goddess, I said. Is it a fag you're after? You are more beautiful than Dawn over Bernard Shaw's landlady, and can you lend me 3? She takes 3 cigarettes and drops them on me like a benediction. I'll never be able to repay you for this, I said. You bloody will, she said. Wrong, I said. The coach. The coach. We all scramble in. Well, how does everybody feel? Said Major Leslie, standing at the front of the coach. We all chorus, OK. Well, I think we've got a jolly good show. Now sit down. Another run-through. Jack Jordan sees Malloy and Leslie. It's no good. We'll have to send the drummer home. The dancers are complaining about the tempo. So Alf Morders from East Acton is sent home. I'll report this to the Musicians' Union. I've been a drummer for 40 years. He's almost in tears, and he's almost 60. In time, he was run over by a 74 tram in Catford. Being a musician myself, I try to commiserate with him as he speaks with a squeaky North Country accent. It's hard to keep a straight face. Your trouble, Alf, is you keep getting faster and faster. I know, but I can't help it. I can't help it, Back. See, as I got older, I got faster. They call me the Gene Cooper of Dudley. Hard luck, Alf. You've done your best, been honest and hard-working. There's only one thing left. Fuck off. So he did. By now, if he went on getting faster, he must have finally disappeared in a blur, leaving behind a widow and 3 children to take over the drumming. So the final rehearsal. Malloy is satisfied, and Major Leslie, with his opera glasses, focused on the girl's limbs, and a stopwatch, says the show is dead on time. Curtain up at 7:30. Reg, Billy Dunlop and I share the same opulent dressing room. Our jockey pants hanging on gilt hooks look as out of place as Hitler in a synagogue. Aren't men's willies ridiculous? Apart from doing the procreation bit, they look totally meaningless. All day long they just hang there, hoping for work. On a rough estimate, I'd say 9/10 of a willie's life is spent just hanging down, getting caught up in zip fasteners, and getting sniffed by Labradors, hit by children, or crushed when you cross your legs. Even when you don't know they're doing anything, your cobblers go up and down according to the heat, and you don't know they're doing it. I see Reg's willie. It's got a pronounced bend on it. What? Don't tell me he fucks round corners. What a wonderful disguise. The poor girl round the corner will be given a quick 1, 2, 3 and never know it's happened. Do you know you've got a bend in your willie? I said. Yes, I know, said Reg. I got it from my father. Really? What's he using? He had a bigger bend than mine. In fact, it nearly went sideways. I see. There must have been quite a few times when he missed, I said. Yes, said Reg. It's a wonder I got here, and I object to my prick being the topic of conversation. But tell him he's lucky. No one's ever spoken to anyone else about mine. You don't want your prick to go to its grave unsung, do you? This conversation is impossible. The Opera House stage manager is shouting, "There's the overture." Soon the entire cast are singing lines on the stage, something that goes like, we're here to entertain you for an hour or two. We've comedy and dancing and singing. We've set the rafters ringing. Now the walk down by Eddie Malloy in a check suit, a white trilby turned-up hat. Billy Dunlop has to cross-talk with him. I say, my dog's got no nose. Oh? How does he smell? Terrible. Oh, we're here to entertain you, you, and you. And so to the first dance routine, then sketches, then the Leonard Trio, and so on to the grand finale. Goodbye, goodbye. We hope you've enjoyed the show. Goodbye, 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 as off we go. Oh, my God, show business. After the show, the old routine, the town major, John Ball, invites us all, the girls really, to the officers' mess for restorative cordials. It means the females are taken over by the young officers. I have a jolly colonel with bravery medals galore. Jolly good show. Men really enjoyed it. Jolly funny. Where do you go next, really? I was stationed at Oh, yes, nice place, yes. Jolly good show. Had an auntie on the stage with Ivor. What's that chap's name? Patel? Novello. Yeah, that's the chap, it says. She trained at RADA. Really? Yes, but she's the only one. None of us were inclined. Father was regular army. Listen, I think I can hear a number 74 tram approaching from Catford. I ease away without him noticing. Yes, served in India. I joined a group with Reg and Malloy. Soul-crushing small talk about the Russian zone, the American zone, the French zone, the black market, chocolates, cigarettes, silk stockings. That seems to be what Germany is all about. By midnight, all the girls have avoided being fucked by the officers of Hamburg, though they have been heavily pressed. Oh dear, said Dorita, as we entered the coach. I've been eye-raped for the last hour. Don't worry, Dorita, you're safe with me. She'd be safer still with Reg and his bent willy. I suppose you'll be starting next, said Dorita. Starting? I never left off. I smoke my last fag and plead with Pat Joyce. Just one for the night, Pat. Tomorrow we get paid and I'll repay. She puts her hand over my mouth, rummages in her bag, and gives me one. Hold your breath. Here. Anything to keep you quiet. The trip's getting to her. The Boccaccio, we sit up and let the night staff bring us coffee in the deserted dining room. The German staff are so servile to the point of embarrassment. Something spooky about it. No, there's no charge, says the waiter. Compliments. They must feel guilty about the food they serve. This coffee is in the nature of a peace offering, said Reg, who still insists it's ersatz. It's made from some kind of bean, like soya. Dorita and Pat rise to leave. You're not going, I said. I'm just about going, said Pat in an exhausted voice. Good night, boys, said Dorita, taking Pat's hand and leading her away. Well, darling, said Reg, Betty buys. We run the show for a week. The form is much the same as I have described. We don't mix with the Germans, and they don't mix with us. Cultures don't mix. One destroys the other and makes a watered-down third. Our next town is Celli. We played the Garrison Theatre, like a shoebox with a roof on. I popped into the girls' dressing room to wish them luck and see if I can catch them naked. Success! Get out, you dirty little devil, amid false screams. Dorita's got the best pair, I told Reg. Knock on our door. It's Dorita, now dressed. You naughty, naughty boy, Mr. Milligan. Do you know what he did, Reg? Yes, Reg knew. He said yours were the best. She threw a packet of 10 players at me. To keep you going, she said, and left. She must be mistaken. I wasn't going. I was contracted to stay with the show. Another successful week, then Hanover, then north of that, Cronenberg. The last two are mixed military and civilian audiences, and one can tell because the reaction from the Germans is much more restrained. They need bombing again, said Dunlop, whose drag act died a death. Nobody loves the fairy when she's 40, he lamented. There is one more date, Klagenfurt in Austria. But this we are entrained from Hanover. It's an overnight trip, and we have sleeping berths. I'm bunked in with Reg. Very comfortable, he said, trying the berth. I explained that the upper berth was for the upper classes, and the lower for lower classes, so any wild beasts getting into the carriage would eat the lower classes first, thus ensuring the survival of the upper classes. Klagenfurt. The train chugs off at midnight. I fall asleep to the rhythm of the rails. It was that rhythm that had inspired passengers in Rhapsody in Blue. The theme runs through my head. What a talent! And why isn't Dorita here? In the distance I hear the train's mournful hooter. In the night we have passed through Vienna. I heard official voices from time to time when the train halts. Some sound Russian. When I awake at 7:15, I clamber down to look, but I'm caught in the corridor by Jack Jordan, also in his pyjamas. Great minds, he said as we pass. Where are we? The countryside is bathed in early morning sun. A waiter is shouting, "Breakfast! Breakfast now!" Reg is awake, sitting on his bunk, scratching his ass. I raise the carriage blind. Sunlight floods in. "Oh dear," he said. "The sun does that to people." In the restaurant car I join Anne Lena. "Hello. Nice and early. She's having toast and coffee. What a good idea. And it's real coffee," she smiles. She looks at her watch. "We're due in at 8:50. Major Leslie said so." My God. Klagenfurt, but Tony Pontani and I were young and in love and lay by the Wörthersee. Will I ever see Tony again? Klagenfurt is a British garrison town where there's 10 soldiers to 1 civilian. It's the smallest station. We can't get all the train into the platform. We all have to exit from one carriage. A railway transport officer is waiting. He waves us all towards him and a few soldiers. Just leave your luggage. My men will bring it. Oh, great. Slaves. Another coach through the lovely rural countryside along the Lake Wörthersee and into the grounds of a simple country hotel with chalets in the grounds. I recognize it all. I was here before, I told Reg, with the love of my life. Reg says, don't worry, there's plenty more waiting in the wings. We are all allocated rooms. I'm in a garden chalet on my own. At last my night manipulations can be carried out unheard. There's no let-up. The show is tonight at the Alexander Theatre, as the old König Theatre is called, Conqueror's Rights. It's always theatres and bridges. You never hear of a Field Marshal Montgomery phone or letterbox. We spend the day by the lake, some playing cards, some just throwing stones at the water. Reg and I reminiscing on old times. I'd known him since army days in Naples. Who'd have thought, he said, that distant day at the Bellini Theatre, Naples, when I first saw you in the Bill Hall trio, we'd be lying by a lake in Austria. Well, Reg, when I first saw you, I said to Bill Hall, see that man? The last thing I want to do is lie by a lake with him in Austria. Reg laughs out loud. Oh, Spike, what are we going to do with you? We? What's he talking about, we? He's on his own. He must be suffering from schizophrenia. To think that there's 2 of him, and only 1 change of underwear. God, if he had an accident now, I'd have to lend him mine. Yes, schizophrenia. The afternoon dozes on and we doze. Wake up, look at the time. We hurry back to the hotel and just make the coach. We were getting worried about you 2, said Anne. Us 2? She meant us 3. Didn't she know that we'd become a quartet? You've caught the sun, said Dorita. Yes, I've got it in a box in my room. I'm going to let it out to start tomorrow. We've all been invited to the Burgermeister's home after the show in the Feldpark. Great. Never seen a Burgermeister. I wonder what shape they are. The show goes a bundle. In the walk down, the trio get the best applause, and I have a feeling I might be a part of it. I hope so. And Ego needs hand-feeding. Such a lovely house, the Burgermeister's. So, he's like the town mayor. Ach, so! I am liking your show very much. I like much. It's a jazz, yeah. I wonder if he knows the Chattanooga choo-choo. The food is what the yuppies today called a fork supper. It used to be supper, but now it's fork. Why? Why fork? What did they think we were going to use? A shovel? Another yuppie crappy finger buffet. Ugh. Knife, fork and spoon dinner. Hand sandwiches. Anyway, it's a super spread. Word is that he's in the black market. I suppose that's what they call the Negro slave trade. Ha ha ha. I stayed close to Dorita all evening. There's even a balcony on the lake, but it's crowded with crowds. Dorita is making signs that my shares on the stock exchange are going up. We are drinking white wine, when from out of the blue she said, Milligan, I think it's time I visited you in your chalet. Oh, I can feel my swanicles revolving. Okay, kid, I said as calmly as I could. I'll be waiting. You'll recognize me. I'm the one naked on the bed. Well, that's the story of how we finally got into bed with each other. It was only a single bed, but I think we used both sides of the mattress and the walls. She left me softly as the dawn cometh up, and lo, he was sore afraid, and verily, I say unto you, he was shagged out. Oh, Dorita, I did not know what bliss was. In fact, when I woke up, I didn't know what anything was. Oh, and I didn't use my chocolate ration as she left me. I whispered, do you think the 74 tram got him? So one night of bliss and one day of light-headedness and occasional fainting. I spent most of the day in bed. Dorita brought me a cheese sandwich, and we did it again. More cheese, nurse. We are to catch the night train back to Hanover. It's a journey in reverse, but this time Dorita and I share the same cabin. And as the poor stoker is shoveling coal, pouring with sweat, we too are shoveling away in bed and covered with sweat. No, I don't believe it. It must be the greatest coitus interruptus since Heloise and Abelard. A hoarse German voice is saying, Fear in the wagon! No! There's a fire in the wagon. Dorita is struggling to get dressed. I take deep breaths to reduce the swelling. We are all out of the carriage on the embankment in the snow. The brake box under our carriage is glowing red hot. They douse it with extinguishers. A great hissing sound, or is that mine? Dorita says, See what we've started? I stopped the book here because, as I wrote this page, I received a phone call, and it was Dorita. She was in Britain on holiday. I told her what I was writing, and she started to laugh. Yes, she remembers it. Wow, what a coincidence. With my wife Sheila's permission, she's coming to see me, and I hope she brings me a railway carriage with an upper and lower berth. They have to wait for the brake to cool, then refill it with oil, and then off we go. The train, that is. Dorita and I had had enough for the night, yes. It was midnight when the train restarted, so I managed a night's sleep with swollen balls. Back in Hanover, we play another week at the theatre. My diary would read, slept all day, theatre and evening, screwed all night. I was starting to get double vision and shaking fits. I must get some sleeping tablets for Dorita, or I'm a dead man. Thank God the trip is at an end, nearly mine. Oh, help, come back, Sergeant Joe Baker, and help me take the strain. Let me help that number 74 tram off you. We're all packed for the return journey. What of the future? I can't see the Anne Leonard trio lasting. Well, I'm not lasting. Dorita has put on £6, and it's mine. The train journey to the Hook starts at the unearthly hour of 7, so it's a dawn rising. Down, boy. The night before, Dorita and I resisted the raving mad, red-hot, mindless surge. A sort of post-show gloom had settled over the cast. We sit in our rail compartments as quiet and chastened as school children. But soon the breakfast car is put on, and it's very good menu, eggs and bacon. Having seen how the Germans were living, one could not but feel guilty. Nevertheless, I need it. I've lost £6, and she's sitting opposite. So it's all over, yes, all over. Most of it's over me. It's all gone so quick, I said, especially, madam, this past week. She grins, and I think she must be one of the most attractive girls I've ever seen. But there's still the ghost of Tony Pontani to lay. If I can lay it like I've laid Dorita, it should be easy. Home. It's all anticlimactic. The ferry back is better. The sea calm like polished steel. Dorita and I stand at the rail. We seem to be in love. And we ask each other, are we, or is it that blinder sexual attraction? We decide it was love. What a responsibility! Oh, Tony, Tony, forgive me. Mea culpa. And Doritas. It's all finally ending as the boat train from Harwich steams into Liverpool Street Station. Suddenly, it's over. There's last-minute exchange of addresses and phone numbers. Yes, Dorita, I'll phone as soon as I can. No, I haven't any phone, so I can't give you a phone number. So 3 Leithwell Road. Here I come. My son, my son, my son, my son. It's my mother. Good. She still remembers me. And she hasn't let my room. She's kept it exactly as I left it. Filthy. What now, Spike Milligan? I don't know what happened to the Anne Lenner trio. We never actually broke up. Reg died. He must have. They buried him. I would like to go solo, but I was so frightened I would hide most of my career behind a typewriter. After a week at home, I got gastritis. 10 days later, I feel better. I feel better, Mother, I said. She crossed herself. You look terrible. You really must shave. So I have a must shave. What agony. My face has a mass of cuts and blotches. How's that? How do I look? I said. Worse, she said, and crossed herself yet again. She'll have to get a crossing built there. Then we can all do it together. I must get to London. I phoned the Grafton Arms. Abbey 3266. Hello, Grafton Arms. I press button B and get my money back. One more time. Hello, Grafton. I'll do it again. It could only be the Irish in me. Hello? Got it right this time, said the cheery voice of Jimmy Grafton. Yes, is Harry around? Yes? Harry has a week out from Variety. I can get him on Gerard 0081. I dial out. A lady answers. Kilston Villas. Can I speak to Harry Seacombe? Just a minute. I hear her call Mr. Seacombe. Mr. Seacombe? I hear his distant voice chattering. Coming. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Seacombe here. His voice is expectant. Hello, hello. He repeats in a police voice. I say, Mr. Selkin, it's about this 13-year-old girl. You swine, Milligan. Where are you? I am in a phone box directly between the Rialto Cinema and the public Kazi. I don't know who is showing the best program. They say one stinks. We arranged to meet at Jimmy's that evening. I'll tell Jimmy we're coming, said Seacombe. When we do arrive, Jimmy invites us to his lounge for dinner. His wife Dorothy serves us. What's the matter with your face? Said Jimmy. I said I shaved. Jimmy laughed. Well, I shaved, but that doesn't happen to my face. Well, it bloody well happened to mine. Mine! I arose from the table, clawing the air like a ham actor. I told you we shouldn't have let him come, giggled Seacombe. You, Seacombe, I pointed with a quivering finger, you shall be accursed. All your sons will have wives with moustaches and 3 legs. Dinner now proceeded. Is he always like this, dear? Said Dot to her husband. When there's an hour in the month, said Jimmy. Jimmy is acting as Harry's manager with an agent called Frank Barnard, who has balls the size of Israeli melons due to some lymphatic malfunction. He cannot cross his legs without screaming. He has a girlfriend, a 60-year-old lubricator, who once played for the 8th Army. She is nicknamed the Desert Pianist. Harry is doing Variety whenever he can. His name is very small on the bill. Jimmy is writing scripts for an ex-Geralda singer called Derek Roy, who fancied himself as a comic. That he was alone in this belief was no mystery. Somehow or other, I found myself sleeping in Jimmy's attic and whenever writing scripts. It was a pretty mad establishment, with 2 young children, James and Sally, whom I told stories to. To add to it, there was a rhesus monkey called Jacko and a bulldog, Buller, plus Minty, a Siamese cat. The pub was very popular and served meals. Jacko seemed a bit dispossessed, so I put a rug atop of the hot water tank, and it became his refuge. Alas, it was right over the kitchen stove, a lethal position when food for the pub lunches was simmering on top, and I actually saw Jacko pee. and watched it land, of all things, in the pea soup, where Louis the cook stirred it in. Mind you, this wasn't a regular occurrence. However, there are people alive today who have lunched there. Good luck, I say. Harry is due to appear at the Hackney Empire, so all of us arranged to see him, including Hall and Mulgrew. However, Hall says no. I'm not going to that fucking death hole. I'll never forget how he died the bloody death there. Cheer up, woeful fellow. Come and see Harry Seacombe die there as well. But no, in the bar of the Empire, I meet Peter Sellers. He is plump-faced and wearing gloves, all a cut above the rest of us tramps. We get to know each other. I got to know each other, and each other got to know I. The pit band strikes up. I'm just wild about Harry. Seacombe is on. He does a lunatic shaving act and ends up as Janet MacDonald and Nelson Eddy singing a duet and falling flat on his back to finish. We all go backstage to his dressing room, where he's packing up. He does a loony continuation of this. Having put his props away, he then removes the light bulbs, leaving the room in darkness. He then says, "Now, why are you all persecuting me like this? Are you from the church?" Sellers says, "No, we are poor travelling Jews with no fixed income." Seacombe says, "Oh, just a minute," and restores the light bulb. At the switching on, we all gasp at the wonder of light. See! See the light! It is a sign, says Benteen. Seacombe says, "You must help me escape from here. I'm being kept prisoner here against my Dick." "You mean Will?" "No, Dick. Will died last week." He then unpacks his large travelling zip bag and gets in. He protrudes from the top, so sitting waist up in the bag, we carry him to a taxi and onto the Grafton Arms. We form a clique and throw jokes around. Benteen says from his scientific knowledge that gold can be made from licorice if transported at speed strapped to a lady's bike. The licorice must be pumped in liquid form into the tubular frame, then driven at twice the speed of sound. The element missing is a man who can cycle at that speed. I say I could do it, but I refuse on religious grounds. How about Brands Hatch? That's not a religious ground. I explain I am a seventh son of a seventh son sworn never to travel in the company of licorice. There was a curse on the family. What was the curse? Haricot beans. Even that was a code word, but that code word could only be released by the drinking of a pint of old and mild. It is forthcoming. I reveal the family curse. It is piles, hereditary piles, passed down through the male line since Niall of the 7 hostages. Such a load of cobblers, says Mulgrew. You're so right, Johnny. They're so big they do look like a load of cobblers. But no, honestly, when did anyone here last actually see a load of cobblers? Come on. Peter Sellers put on an official BBC voice. I think I speak for the entire company when I say none of us has actually seen a load of cobblers. 1 or 2 maybe in rare instances, 3, but a load never. Then, I said, as the potential licorice cyclist, I must ask Brother Mulgrew, for the sake of the Brotherhood, to withdraw a load of cobblers. Mulgrew is laughing. If that wasn't a load of cobblers, I don't know what is. You see, brothers, I said, he can't tell the difference between a load of cobblers and he doesn't know what is. Benteen suddenly says, "Shh." We wait, his finger still to his lips. "Shh." Again he says, "Listen," says Sellers. "The poor man is trying to tell us something." "Shh." "What is it, man?" says Seacombe, pulling Benteen's bottom eyelid down and peering in. "Shh," says Benteen. "It's no good. You're bound to find out eventually. It's my impression of a train getting up steam. So there." Sellers put on a military voice. "While you were away, this arrived." He held out his hand. Benteen took the hand and held it palm upwards, then pretended to scrutinize it with a jeweller's glass. "It's a hand," he said funny. Yes, the ride by runner. I was told to report to HQ. Yes, I said, because Carstairs on this hand is written a secret message in invisible ink. Mornington, this is your speciality. Seacombe salutes like an idiot. What's that? I snapped. A clumsy idiot salute. We don't want people to suggest we're intelligent. He then takes Sellers' hand and examined the palm. Ah, yes. A strong heartline, 3 children and 2 marriages. It's not what we were expecting. Is there some invisible writing? I say yes, but I can't see it. Fools, says Benteen. This is all it needs. He dips a finger in the beer, then runs it across Sellers' palm. There, it says, the natives are revolting. Oh, yes, especially the women. But, says Seacombe, in a very sexy, slimy voice, not Tondaleo. We all chorus, not Tondaleo. Well, folks, this stuff went on at every meeting. When Sellers hears I have to get back to Deptford, he said I could spend the night at his place. We've got a blow-up mattress. Fine. He has a car. Sellers always has a car. It was an American Hudson. Only had it a week. Does it go back now? No, he laughed. No, I love cars. Cars mean freedom. As a travel slave, I agreed, but I was poor. I would never be ever able to afford a car. Peter lives on the second floor of a block of flats off the Finchley Road. Peter was already foot in the door with the BBC and earning money. But he spent it. All his life he spent it. All cars were on HP. Peg, his mother would say, never pay the lot. HP. If you drop dead, you're in the clear. So I meet Peg and Bill, his father, who was like a ghost in the flat. You're very welcome, Spike, she says. I hope I'm not too much trouble. You just make it like your own home, she says. Right, I'll start by tearing the curtains and install gas lighting. Then I shall use heavy sandpaper to shred the sofa. Just snip the strapping, let out a few springs. This is your mattress. Peter holds up a red rubber lilo. It is flat as a pancake. You blow in here, he says, with an evil grin, and points to a little matchstick-thin tube. He's already in his pyjamas. I've made you both scrambled eggs on toast, said Peg. We sit in the small kitchen overlooking the back gardens of Limes Avenue and the washing. What are you doing at the moment, Spike? Well, apart from eating this scrambled egg, nothing. No, I was fully occupied egg-eating. After that, nebbish forever. I'm doing some script writing for Derek Roy, for which I get £2.10. But Jimmy is arranging for me to get more. Maybe £10. Oh, good. Wait, they have a print on the wall of a hare by Dürer. That's a Dürer, I said. It's only a print, says Bill, who chain smokes, and like all smokers, will one day do for him. Uncle Bert's got the original. I gasp. It must be worth a fortune. An original Dürer as well. Peg sits up. Are you sure, Spike? Yes, I'm sure, Spike. Worth a fortune, you say? Yes. Peg phones Uncle Bert. Yes, he's still got the picture of a hare. He hasn't got any, but there's a hare in the frame. Signed, looks like Dürer. Will he wait there? We're coming round. So we bundle into Peter's Hudson. Worth a fortune, Peg kept saying, her Jewish blood bubbling. Well, it's not an original. We took it out of the frame. Printed by the Wishing Well Printing Company, Ohio. Of course, by the time we returned, the eggs were cold. Shall I warm them up for you? No, no, Mrs. Sellers. Warm food, no. I don't want to get used to luxury. Peter is in his bed. I start to blow mine up. Good nights from Bill and Peg. It shouldn't take you long, says Peter, as he turns to go to sleep. It took half an hour. Then I stripped to my ragged army pants and vest. If they were people, they'd be in the poorhouse. I snuggle under the blanket. As I doze off, there is a soft, distant hiss. My bed has a puncture. When I finally got to sleep, I was 4 inches off the ground. I awake flush with it. Peter awakes first. He calls out in a pitiful wail, "Peggy! Peggy!" I'm still a doze doing floor impressions, and I'm not so sure I haven't made an impression on the floor. "Peg!" Peg comes. "What is it, darling?" "Tea, Mum." "You want some tea, Spiky?" "Spiky? That's new." "Yes, Spiky would like tea and a crowbar to prise him from the floor." "How did you sleep?" I explained how the mattress leaked, how over an hour it slowly lowered me to Mother Earth. "Oh, I'm so sorry," said Peter. "He's sorry. Today he's going to the BBC to see the producer, Pat Dixon. He can drop me at the Tube." "No, why can't I come with him?" "Okay, but I'm going for an audition, so you'll have to wait outside." "Outside where? I mean the Bank of England, the Tower?" He's a bit nervous, me coming. So I go over to the Grafton Arms, and Jimmy is happy that I continue writing part-time with him for Derek Roy. "I don't want to be rude, Jimmy." "Then don't be," he interrupted with a giggle. "I was going to say that I don't think Derek Roy is very funny." Jimmy agrees, then says perhaps the scripts are bad. Not so. I have seen Derek Roy perform at the Gaumont State Kilburn. He was a nice, unfunny fellow with a jolly singing voice. Well, it's up to us to make him funny. There's money in it. I suggest he should wear a Harpo Marx wig and a red nose. Variety Bandbox on BBC is the biggest entertainment show of the week. Roy alternates with Frankie Howard, who is much funnier. At the same time as writing, Jimmy is trying to progress the career of one Harry Seacombe, our perambulating, chattering Welshman. Also in the pipeline is a possible series for Roy. As Jimmy's writing times are erratic, he works in the cracks between running the pub. He has also put himself up as a Conservative councillor, so usually we work at nights on the living room table when his wife, Dorothy, long-suffering, and the two children, James and Sally, along, as I say, with Buller the bulldog, Minty the cat, and Jacko the monkey, are in bed. By the time we finish writing, it's too late to catch a train home, so I sleep on a mattress in Jimmy's attic, using one blanket and overcoats. In rush hours, I sometimes help behind the bar. Jimmy, now, with no movement from the Anne Leonard trio, tries to get me odd dates. He gets me one at the Nuffield Services Club. First, I have to meet Mary Cook to vet me. With my affair with Dorita going like a piston, the last thing I needed was a vet. Mary Cook is a well-educated, terribly well-spoken lady with enormous hips. It looks like a thin person has been slid into someone else's bottom half. "Now, Mr. Milligan, or do they call you Spike?" No, no, she can call me Spike. Normally I'm called Hey You, or on a bad day, Stop Thief. Is my act clean? Yes, that means I have to drop the joke about the monkey, the elephant, and the sore ass. So on the Friday night, wearing a velvet jacket I knocked off from the Army Welfare Service's wardrobe, I do my imitation of Wallpaper, and end up singing Body and Soul as a coloured girl. I go down okay, but nothing to write home about. But a singer, David Hughes, goes and sings the Desert Song. He gets an ovation. So fuck him. So back to the attic and script writing. Margaret Lockwood is to be Derek Roy's guest. Now, his gimmick is to be billed as the Laughter Doctor, opening his act with, "Hello, patients." They all were by the end of the act. So we had to write a script with her as a nurse. We work all night on the script. I hadn't shaved for 3 days. Then there's a panic. Miss Lockwood must see the scripts right away. So first thing in the morning, I shave at speed, cut myself to pieces. Off I go to somewhere on the outskirts of London to a posh block of flats. Here, where you going?" says a grotty hall porter. "I'm going to see Miss Lockwood." He savages me with his crust-edged eyes. "No, you bloody well not," he said. He picked up the phone. "Miss Lockwood, there's a man here says he's got a script to you from, where is it? The BBC, Derek Roy." He repeats it down the phone. "Okay then. Second floor. Room 118. The lift's not working," he said gleefully. "The RAF? I thud up the stairs 2 at a time. I'm in fine fettle. In fact, I've never been fettler." I press a polished bell on the gleaming white door. Wow! Miss Lockwood opens it with her beauty spot. "Oh," I said, surprised. "No coloured footman?" She gave me a rank charm school smile, took the script, said a rank charm school thank you, and shut the door. It was all of 1 minute 50. "Oh, Jimmy," I say, "is it worth £10 script writing for Derek Roy, the man who kills 99% of all known jokes?" Jimmy says, "Patience, it can lead to bigger things." I tell him I don't need bigger things. Mine are big enough. Ask any heavy plant operator. "There could be a series," said Jimmy. "What of disasters? Roy is not funny." "It'll put money in your shattering hollow account," he says. So when he's in the bar serving, I bang away at the jokes. I remember an early one. Man says to doctor, "My wife thinks I'm mad because I prefer brown boots to black." Doctor says, "How silly. I myself prefer brown boots to black." Man says, "Oh, how do you like them, boiled or fried?" Now that's how a normal joke would end, not me. But me, the doctor says, "I like mine boiled. My wife thinks I'm mad too." Jimmy organises a night with the Goons, as we have decided to call ourselves. So one evening after hours, we have an ad-lib session. Benteen starts the ball rolling. "Gentlemen, now you know why I've called you here." "No, we don't," we murmur. "Very well. We've been besieged in this fort. But does anybody know? 40 days, says one. 50, says another. Any advance on 50? 70, right. We've been besieged 40, 50, and 70 days. Gentlemen, will you synchronize watches?" They all adjust their watches, but never say a word. The phone supposedly rings. Seacombe answers. "Hello? Hello, Fort Agra. Hello. Just a minute." He holds his hand over the phone. "Does a Mrs. Gladys Stokes live here?" "No, sorry, Mrs. Stokes doesn't live here." Sellers. "Someone has got to go and get reinforcements." "Yes, someone has to." "Yes, someone has to." "Yes, gentlemen, someone has got to go and get reinforcements." "Good. Well, that's settled. Run up the Union Jack." "Right, sir." "Wait, that flag should be red, white, and blue." "Yes, I thought I would run up the white part first. It's these night attacks that worry me. One more night attack, and then I'll have to change the sheets." It went on for an hour, with all 4 of us crawling on our stomachs in the desert, dying of thirst. "Water!" "Yes, water, for God's sake." "Yes, water. Scotch and soda." I suppose it would only be a matter of time before someone in the BBC might use us. There was one enlightened producer streets ahead in perspicacity. Pat Dixon, totally unrevered by the BBC, but directly responsible for giving us the break. Already he had introduced the first comedy show on the new 3rd programme, for an unknown reason now called Radio 3. They can't leave alone, can they? Using Harry Seacombe, Peter Sellers and Benny Hill, it was the first comedy show without an audience. I used to go and listen through the studio door. I was desperate to be given a break as such on the media. It never did. The 3, Seacombe, Sellers, Benteen, are all working and earning. If I hadn't written myself into the Goon show, I'd never have been heard of. Peter Sellers is courting a girl called Anne Howe. His mother is dead against it. "She only wants your body," she kept saying to Peter. Actually, I think it was the other way round. Peter was hooked on blondes. Unfortunately, his mother wasn't. It's a wonder she didn't wear a blonde wig to keep him. I was awakened from my flat, deflated Sellers' ritual torture matters with Peter calling, "Peg, Peg, Peg." Well, it sounded like it. "Did you sleep well, darling?" said Peg. "Yes, darling, as sound as possible on a cold, hard wooden floor with knots in, mostly mine." Do you feel like scrambled eggs? She said. Not only felt, but looked like scrambled eggs. As I don't travel pyjamas, I sleep in my long johns. In the mornings, I look like Wurzel Gummidge without the stuffing. Today, Peter is to see a new car. I must come along for the only reason I must come along. You'll love it, Spike, says car-haunted Sellers. Peg, Peg, Morty, Peg. As usual, the house is full of Peg and Peter. Father Bill, I think, is kept in the clothes cupboard. I see his cigarette smoke filtering through the keyhole. Poor Bill, the original man who never was. He looked a pasty white and reminded me of those people in Belsen. He was a concert party pianist. Once he played the piano. I think it was with Peg's permission. Anyhow, he played a tune he claimed to have written, If I Had the Lamp of Aladdin. I hate to tell him I had heard my mother and father singing it in India 20 years before. Perhaps he did write it, but it reached India 20 years previously. So, the car. We drive to the Star Garage, Golders Green, and there a car salesman, so Jewish in appearance as to make Jewish people look European. Oh, Mr. Thelen, he pounced on Peter. She's all ready for you, I say. He brushed past me like Dante heading for Beatrice. You love it, Mr. Thelen. I say, love it. Peter's face is set as though the second coming is nigh. There, centre car showroom, the car is draped in a white cloth. I see no dust on it, Mr. Thelen. The atmosphere is like the Pope about to take communion. There, Mr. Thelen, there. The Jewish car salesman, who really had two Jewish noses, stuck a dramatic pose before the shrouded prize. Shall I, he said, offering to remove the shroud. By now Mr. Thelen is in a trance. It is for him Christmas time. He nods his head. Jewish car salesman takes one corner and sensuously slides it off the car. Voiler, he said, and oh dear, as it stuck on the far bumper. Holding the taut end, he appealed to me. Could you? Mr. Thelen was rooted to the spot, staring at his promised bride. I hurried, acting like Quasimodo and shouting, Esmeralda! All my comic effort was ignored by my two terror-stricken companions. Reciting a Hail Mary, I unhooked the snagged end. The shroud slipped off like a snake, shedding its skin. There stood a racing green Jaguar saloon. I couldn't resist it. I knelt down and sang Handel's Hallelujah, Hallelujah. The car was polished like a dressage gelding at the Dublin. Sellers, still mute, opened the driving door as though a hosanna of angels would come forth. He slid behind the driving seat, then placed both hands like a benediction on the steering wheel. Sellers grinned through the window at the salesman, who was now holding an HP document. I told you you'd love it, he said. Alas, the window is up. On top of that, Sellers has started the engine. Sellers lowered the window and spake. Can I take it for a trial spin? Of course, anything, Mr. Thelen. He shouldn't have said that. Sellers backed the car out, and stopping only to pick up Peg and Bill, drove to Brighton. As we drove through the Sussex countryside, I thought I'd mention the Jewish salesman. Oh, fuck him, said Peter. Did you hear what he kept calling me? Mr. Bloody Thelen. Thelen! At least you can get the bloody customer's name right. So we lunch at the Grand, and Peter signs an overdraft cheque. Peter, darling, that's very naughty. Will it bounce? Sellers relates his relationship with his bank. They keep writing these bloody letters about my overdraft. I write and thank him for reminding me. He writes back and says, when will I clear it? And I said, look, once a month I write all my creditors' name on a piece of paper, screw them up and put them in the hat, and then I draw one out and I pay it. And if you don't stop bothering me, I won't even put your name in the hat. We arrive back at the Star Garage at 6. Jewish salesman is in a state of shock as he sees it draw to a halt. He runs round the car looking for damage. He's very sorry, Mr. Sullen, but he's alerted the police that the car is stolen. So sorry, Mr. Sullen. My managing director made me do it. Did you like the car, Mr. Sullen? Yes, Peter likes it. Would he like to step in the office and sign the agreement? No, he has to sell the Hudson first. Collapse of Jewish salesman. Like many people, he ended up on Peter Sellers' scrap heap. Germany! At last, a solo booking. It came via a certain Joe Roncaroni in the music business. It was a tour of Germany in the United States zone. Backing the acts were Frank Weir and his orchestra, with a brilliant pianist Bill McGuffey, singer Helen Mack, Canadian comic Danny Arnold, plus a troupe of girl dancers. The company manager was Jack Delroy. We all meet at the rehearsal room in Goldhawk Road, shake hands, knees and bumps a daisy and all that. Jack Delroy is a prat, a know-all with a mid-Atlantic accent. Okay, everybody, I'm Jack Delroy. What a memory you have for names, I shout. Okay, now serious. We fly out from Greenham Common to Berlin, then Stuttgart and Munich. Oh, great, Munich, Nazis! I get along with Danny Arnold. By descent, I'm a French Canadian. By descent, I mean I was lowered down a cliff. I also have Indian blood. I've got 3 bottles of it in the freezer. Good. I am of Irish descent. I came down by green parachute. I was brought up by the nuns and brought down by Miss Muriel Body. I am a man of letters. I use nothing else while speaking. I shape up with the girls. Ellen, the petite blonde from Wales, and her friend Trixie, raven-haired, also Welsh, both very streetwise, so I avoid the streets and use the alleys. I seem, she said, to have been dancing since I was 6. You must be tired, I said. That's a bloody old joke, she said. And yes, I knew it was old. I only brought it out for its annual airing. We are both mining families, said Trixie. Ah, was it gold or silver? Marry me from the waist down, and I'll be faithful to you forever until tomorrow. Trixie raises her eyebrows. Oh, what have we got here, a nut? She said, well, I think he's trying to impress. Yes, I like impressing girls. There are some walking the streets with my impressions all over them. Trixie, raven-haired, slow-eyed, rolls her own cigarettes. It's cheaper, you see. Takes longer to roll one, and you smoke less. Would you like one? I'd love her to roll mine for me. You don't mind inhaling my spit, do you? She said, as he wet the Rizzler paper. No, I don't mind spit, as long as it wasn't in the eye of the beholder. No, spit was all right. I have a lot of it myself. We all meet Sunday morning outside Victoria Coach Station. It's the poor man's Orient Express station. It's a cold, blustery Sunday. We can hear the great bells going from Westminster Roman Catholic Cathedral. I can't help but grin at the thought of those campanologists shooting up and down like human yo-yos, all going like the clappers for Jesus. 2 large American Army coaches bear down. Okay, everybody, says I'm in charge, Delroy. Keep together in your separate groups. Whereupon we all broke up into separate groups. Danny and I sat in the seat adjacent to Ellen and Trixie. They both have the same surname, Roberts, but not related. Danny is great fun. He wants to make it in England. Right now, he's off to make it in Germany. He hasn't said what he wants to make, but I think it's money. No, he says. He wants fame, not fortune. I tell him he's on the wrong bus. I tell him in Berlin he could be famous with chocolate cigarettes and silk stockings. Yes, he knows. He's come loaded. He's done the trip before. But he says the real gold is coffee beans. Oh, I'm learning. There's a change in the airfield now. It's Lakenheath. Jack Delroy explains it's a security measure. Okay, folks. Sorry, but it's a security measure. The plane is a C-54, 4-engine bomber with bench seats. Oh, I trust 4 engines more than I trust 2, says Ellen. Ah, Ellen, would you trust me more than 2 engines? No, she doesn't trust men. She's got a husband in the RAF who buggered off. He's a pilot. So he buggered off on one engine. Now she only trusts two. Why did we bugger off? Oh, someone else. Ah, there's lots of those around. I told her I was someone else. And as far as I was concerned, so was she. In fact, everyone was someone else. There was a wide choice. It's a cold evening, but the plane has heaters. You done this flight before, Danny? I said. Yes, several times. Never mind, several. How many? Twice, he tells me. The accommodation is all military, but very good. The chow is great. Steak every dinner. Steaks, eh? With my belts and body, that's what I need. We are landing at Templehouse. Okay, folks, says Jack. I'm in charge. Keep in your individual groups. I was an individual group, so I kept there. It's night time. We are driven through the bombed streets, trying to look normal, to the bar hotel. Modern, but everything very efficient. Porters in dark blue run out to take our luggage. Okay, folks, listen. When you're finished, the chow is served. He points to the dining room sign. Dining room. Get the hint, said Danny. Danny and I get a room together. He, unlike Mulgrew, doesn't smoke. Unlike Danny, I do. Danny had a strange habit. He would count all his money on a table, the notes first, then stack his change in little pagodas. My father used to do this. Oh, did he kneel in front of it? Don't be silly. It was something to do with insecurity. He was afraid of being poor. Poor? I told him my poor grandfather was poor, only spoke Gaelic. He came to Britain, but he became rich, yet he only spoke 3 words of English. Stick 'em up. What was Canada like? Well, said Danny, as far as show business was concerned, the Indians are still in charge. Anybody who's anybody goes to America. I wasn't anybody. I'd do well there. How come he was here? Well, I was in the Canadian Army. Canadian? My regiment declared war on you in 1940. We were always having fights with you. Shall we stop now, he said. Why is he living in lousy London? I just like England. It's got something. These girls with big tits. Not Bexel Betty with bursting boobs. No, this was Thunder Tits Teresa from Tyneside. He had done stand-up comedy in the States. Never sitting down, he said, just one performance break. I should have got the VC. The only thing worse would be pulling your balls through a mangle. What's this? Oh, no. Could I not smoke in the bedroom, please? Look here, Danny. I could be pushed so far. Right, he says, and pushes me into the toilets. Smoke in there. It says in the book of Job, Verily, thou shalt not argue with a 6'3" Canadian. Yes, not smoking is good for me. I just have to get used to screaming convulsions and wanking. Dinner in a mixed hall with U.S. servicemen. We queue up for the chow. They give us strange looks. I've already had one. Afterwards in the bar, we sit around drinking Moselle wine and are introduced to our entertainment officer, Major Evelyn May, who makes a beeline for our singer, Helen Mack. Poor girl. Is there no let-up? He stands so close. Trixie said, I couldn't get this fag paper between them. He is middle-aged, used-up Air Force officer. No, he'd never flown a plane. No, he was never in action. Tennis, then. But I was bombed once, and that was enough. I don't think it was. As a result, I'm deaf in one ear. That's the one he'll use when Helen says no. If there's anything you want, you just ask Uncle Evelyn. Pardon? Okay, you hear that, folks? Echoes Delroy. Anything you want, just ask, you little arse licker. It's Sunday night, we're all tired. Danny and I turn in. We lie in bed, working out crossovers. I give him my original. The Invisible Man wants to see you. I'll tell him I can't see him. Quick, duck behind the couch. You're a liar. There's no duck behind this couch. He has a great opening gag. He unbuttons his jacket, and a tie unrolls across the stage into the footlights, into the orchestra pit. It was my brother's. He's taller than I am. I tell him I have an idea. We auction the theatre to someone in the audience. For, say, $1. Someone would bid. Thereafter, if the audience didn't react, we'd blame him for booking the act. We did this, in fact, and dragged the owner on the stage and made him apologize for each act. Go on. Say, I'm sorry, you mean swine. With your money, you could have got Bob Hope. We got unstuck one night. The owner was drunk and punched Danny and me, causing hysterical laughter as we tried to avoid the onslaught. Even giving him his $1 back, he snatched, tearing it in half. This infuriated him. God damn it, I'll kill you, you limey bastard. No one does that to, whatever his name was, from Texas. At this, there was, remember the Alamo shouts, and the band busts the Yellow Rose of Texas. 2 white helmeted military policemen took him struggling from the stage. As I lay in bed, I was dying for a smoke. Trouble was, I didn't. Danny, if I just had 3 puffs. Hell no, he's not sleeping in a room full of 3 puffs. Hell no. So hell no. What a pathetic figure I made sitting on the loo just smoking. If my poor parents could see me now, there he is, they'd say. Cigarettes are really hell. Yet I'm loving it. Maybe if I strain, I could have a crap as well and make it official. After a good night's coughing, I was awakened by Jack Delroy, who wants a meeting of the principals. That's Helen Mack, Frank Weir, Danny and me. He tells us this opening night is special, as General Dempsey, the British General, and the French General Leclerc are guests of honour. It's at the Opera House again. Sieg Heil! I don't know about the audience, but for me it was a disaster. I spoke and acted so fast that no one understood me. I was nearly in tears. Danny Arnold comforted me. Boy, did you die a death, he comforted me. That wasn't an audience, I said. That was the Nazi party waiting for Hitler. Wait on, said Danny. They're Americans. You speak too fast for them. But that's me. My act wasn't meant for dolts. I bet the fucking lot couldn't spell cat. Only one guy laughed, and that was Leclerc. He thought I was funny, and he doesn't speak English. Slow up the act, said Danny, and they'll get it. Get it? I said in a rage now. They've already got it. Brain damage. And all from a home. When I cooled down a month later, I did the act slower, but taking the piss out of the audience. Good evening. I'm not going too fast for you, am I? To get laughs from the men. I would address it to the officers in the front row. Mine was a wild act. I'd bounce across the back half of the stage like a kangaroo, making strange idiot noises. I'd circle the stage a few times, stop, and give an idiot grin to the audience, and say, "Not long now." Finally, when it reached breaking point, I'd say, "I must be a great disappointment to you." Then I'd say, I'd do my impression of General Eisenhower. Then I would just curl up in a ball. I'd then explain, "Mind you, that's only my impression." And then my impression of Paul Robeson. Here, the stage would black out, and I'd sing a few bars of Old Man River. And then I'd do my impression of Mrs. Gladys Lurks of Penge. I'd pull a face and then say, "You'll just have to believe me." And then I'd put a blindfold on and say, "Anyone give me a number between 1 and 100. Someone would shout a number, and I'd say, "Correct." I ended up singing Laura with comic interjections. Laura is the face in the misty night. Ah! That face! Like Tommy Cooper's pulled inside out, and so on. I was a good singer, so it was a very good ending to the act. It's a pity I stopped to concentrate more on writing. Day. Danny, Ellen, Trixie and I go walking in one of the black market squares. There are people selling their household belongings. All very sad, really. Women with all kinds, selling trinkets of family jewellery, pots, pans, statuettes, mirrors, and saddest, framed family photo. I bought, just for the sake of passing them money, 2 little tin pepper and salt containers, which I still have. Every time I use them, I remember the face of the woman and child I brought them from. Where is that child now? Has she a salt and pepper pot? If we'd have lost the war, said Ellen, this could have been us. Yes, in fact, if the truth be known, only one soldier won the war. That was Montgomery. He won the war. Who did Churchill invite to the victory banquet? Lance Bombardier Milligan? No. Montgomery. In fact, Churchill, the King, the Queen, Eisenhower, all ignored me personally. Do you know who I am? I am the unknown soldier. They just forgot to bury me. Who knows when I die? My friend Prince Charles may grant me a National Health Service state funeral and my tombstone. Danny Arnold is doing well. He's selling his imported coffee beans and has a wallet full of marks. Isn't all this a touch illegal? A touch, he says? It's totally illegal and authorized by the four powers. Smuggling, stealing, selling, secreting. God bless democracy, Spike. So as not to be excluded, I sold a piece of Cadbury chocolate to a young girl. She immediately started to eat it. I couldn't take the money. She might be putting on a sympathy act, said Danny. Well, it went down better than my bloody act. Who's to know, I said. In the strange atmosphere of Berlin, that young girl wasn't a British soldier in drag, who was a chocolate freak, who did this to get extra rations. Oh, the one thing, said Trixie, laughing and rolling one, they don't buy rolled cigarettes. Now a strange change in the fortunes of Milligan. Trixie, all of her, stood in front of me, blocking the way. You, Spike, darling, you could sell me anything. Oh, how about a harmonium? Wow. There was something on here. Here, try one of these, she said, taking her old cigarette and placing it between my lips. Oh! Ellen pipes up. She thinks your act is great. Oh, Danny doesn't notice. He's selling silk stockings. You're another Danny Kaye, said Trixie, lighting my cigarette. What's happened to her since yesterday? Was it the food? Something in the water, like crocodiles? Or was it me? I think I better start describing this chick. As I said, she is saturnine, raven black hair, eyes like black cypress olives. She's tall for a showgirl, short for a guardsman. She has an angular face, high cheekbones, small boobs, but legs forever, and alarmingly small hands and feet. When I first saw them, I sounded the alarm. I rang a bell shouting, "Beware! Small hands and feet!" When she walked, it was like one of those Okavango women carrying water pots. She spoke with a slow, silken Welsh drawl, and when I told her I played rugby, our mutual fate was sealed. She stood very close and felt my muscles. I hadn't got any. No, I wasn't big. I was fast. I was on the wing. All the while, Danny and Ellen are black marketing. Did you score any tries, he said. Like, have you done any brain operations? Yes, I had. I was top try scorer for my battery, 21 points in one game. She shook her head all the while, fixing me with those slow eyes. Oh, I've been looking for you, she said. Well, she didn't have to look far. I was right there with 21 points in one game. Come on, you two, said Ellen. Getting on well, are we? She said with a knowing smile, then turned into a bed. Help! I'd only come out to sell chocolate. Trixie linked arm as we walked the market. Now, she said, I want you all to hear this. Danny puts a hand to his ear. Listen, said Trixie. Spike here and I are going to have a tempestuous affair. Then turning to me, she says, I want you to save yourself just for me. Of course, anything to help. This is all new. and I was getting in free on the black market. We take a horse-drawn landau to the Vienna Park Gardens. We're a bomb city, a splendid winter garden. What grabs us is the absence of litter. The ponds has a mixture of wildfowl. Danny looks at the ducks and shouts, "In this town, you're lucky you're not hanging up in the butcher's." "Good afternoon, sir." This from a smart, uniformed park attendant, not without a touch of the Nazi or Prussian. "You are liking our park?" "Oh, yes, in the war, all bombed here. Nothing, but there's nothing. Nothing everywhere. A lot of nothing. Me and mine men, we make it all. No money. Just volunteer. Now we get money. But first, nix in the winkle." "Nix in the winkle?" He explains, means nothing in the corner. He marched off with a slight salute, no doubt modified from a Nazi one. "Who knows? That bastard," said Danny, who had been wounded in action on the Sangro. "But he was the bastard who shot me. I feel uneasy about anyone with a military bearing. I had a military bearing once. I lost it through a hole in my pocket. Tricksy ass. Now listen, everybody. I don't want any whispers behind my back. Spike, have you a bedroom on your own?" "Yes, but it's back in Leithwell Road, Deptford, with a harmonium." "Why, never mind. She has a single bedroom, darling. So, darling, I'll wait for you after the show." My God, this all sounds like the town crier standing on the steps shouting, "Fucking tonight! Spike Milligan and Trixie Roberts, oh yes!" This evening I do as Danny suggested. I calmed the act down. Slow delivery, almost Caesarean, and I went very well. During the singing of Laura, I knocked the mic into the pit. I dived after it. "You all right, Laura?" Got a big laugh. "Yes, a success. Now I've finished Laura, it's time for Thermonic Trixie." After the show, it's the usual invitation to the officers' mess, snacks, and drinks galore, all gratis. All those Americans, they know how to live. Of course, they know how to die as well. Even as I write, some might be doing just that. I mean, Reagan's getting on. I doubt if he can get off. So the officers ogle the girls. Some very fine ogling went on that evening. That night I gave Trixie a real good ogling. What was all this rubbish about chocolate? Now, if Trixie was a fruit, she'd be a peach, but stoned. No, that's it, folks. No juicy bits. I had all of those. Life is a repeatable formula. We did the show, wandered round Berlin, always present with the 4-power military patrols. The bullshit. Each national representative vied with the other for smartness. The Russians and French wearing white gloves. It's to stop them biting their nails, I said. Trixie and I are in a trance over our affair. You know, darling, this is all coming to an end, but... She looked away and smiled. You never know. Oh, yes, I specialized in never knows. I never know anything. Yet I knew there were no dry cleaners in Peru. Things like that. And Mary, Queen of Scots, thought Rizzo was a rice dish till they killed him. The show moves on to our last date, Munich. I have a room with a balcony, and I have to be stopped by order of Major May from doing Hitler's speeches from it. Given a bit more backing, I think I could have revived the Third Reich. I mean, people did stop and listen. Gesplatzen, Gesunder, Gescheitzenhauser, Handan, Gott Himmel. How did Hitler get away with it? Listen, Spike. Danny sounds like a vicar. No, listen. I know he's going to say something serious. This business with Trixie. It isn't a business. We don't have a shop or a store. Well, do you know she's married? Married? You're joking. If she is, it's not getting a laugh. I thought you knew. Strange. She doesn't wear a wedding ring. The poor husband. I confront her. Yes, I'm married, she said, blowing a long stream of smoke into my face. Does it make any difference, our darling? I don't know. When I try again tonight, I'll let her know. Her husband is a policeman, a detective sergeant. Oh, Christ, my fingerprints are all over her. All he needs is aluminium powder and a magnifying glass. Look, she said, he never suspects a thing. Sounds like one of our police. Why don't you wear a wedding ring? I took it off the moment I saw you. Help. That's not all she took off for me. We took Wiesbaden by storm. By then the show was broken in, and I had the hang of how to handle an audience. And Trixie. Help! The whole tour is like swinging along part 2, but with Trixie instead of Dorita, though I still missed her. So the time comes and we wind up the show. Okay, folks, says Delroy, it's been a great tour, a real success tonight. After the show, Major May invites us to an on-stage party. Where have I heard all this before? I was getting tired. This was my 3rd trip to Germany. It was like being on a conveyor belt. We were all about to come off the production line. I wanted home, that little back room in 3 Leithwell Road. The flight from Tempelhof is very early. I board the flight, reeking of Trixie's last night perfume. I think it was called Kill. We sit together on the flight. She feels for and holds my hand. She's wearing a wedding ring. What must you think of me? Dare I say a good fuck? Well, these affairs do happen, I say, but never before has it been so organized. I suppose I'd like to go on seeing her till the gas ran out, but no, she goes to Wales and her policeman. She'll say how much she missed him. So ended my final tour of Germany. Getting paid was a bonus. Back home, I made my way to the Grafton Arms and Jimmy Grafton, Arnhem hero and landlord extraordinary, who was helping Charlie the barman to wash the glasses. It was after closing hours, so the place was full. Last drinks, Charlie kept calling as he filled another glass. Hello, Spike, said Arnhem hero. Welcome home. Have a drink. No, thanks. I don't feel like a drink, except a brandy. Yes, Jimmy, the tour was over. I was over. What about Anne Leonard Trio? They were over too. I think everything was over. Even my dandruff was over my jacket. Was there any work going? No, not cleaning the glasses. Writing. Yes, along with Derek Roy, there were others coming along. Chubby, chattering Harry Seacombe, Bill Kerr, the latter an Australian, Alfred Marks, and Graham Stark. My life became one that kept me writing up in Jimmy's attic by day and sleeping on a mattress at night. It was the life of a drone, but it was all I had. Of course, I was on the fringe of the radio world and lived in hope. Sometimes I would sleep on the floor at Peter Sellers. Some writing was for money, some on spec, for an unknown comic called Dick Emery, who would pay when he could. Emery had a narrow escape from death. Desperately poor, unable to pay the rent, he sealed his bedroom, stuffing newspapers in the vents or cracks. He lay down, put his head in the gas oven. Almost at once, the gas ran out, and he had no money for the meter. It was terrible luck. A new star, whom we wrote for, has appeared on Variety Bandbox. Robert Morton, a droll, who told merry japes from his bumper fun book. He was like a lot of 5-minute wonders. As soon as he'd been aired enough, he'd be gently let off the BBC star list. Not finding work, he committed suicide. No one from the BBC was at his funeral. Still, he was, and that's what mattered. I visit Radio List. He too realizes that the Anne Leonard Trio is finished. He's looking for work. Won't be easy. He thinks that he and his girlfriend Jennifer can be a double act. Can I write something? Yes, I can, I offered, to whom it may concern. I, Terence Allen Milligan, being of sound mind, declare that Radio List and Jennifer are both free from infection and suitable employment for entertainers. Very funny, they say, now drop dead. So I write an act. It must have been appalling. As I recall, they got one day in which they were billed bigger than Harry Seacombe. We died, Spike, they said. We and your bloody script died. Well, that's showbiz, I said, with an embarrassed cough. I often had one of those. Thank heaven, I'd written the script free to see how it went. Well, it ended the brief career of Reg O'List and Jennifer. I don't think we've got it, said Reg. Fist clenched. Not only haven't got it, but had it. So I decided to have a fiesta. That meant chicken and chips and a bottle of wine in the bedroom. We sat eating and drinking. We had invited Mulgrew. Oh, you should hear the guitar player we got now, dear. He's like George Formby. How's the act doing? Well, we're doing the rounds. Not bad for a bunch of squares. And Bill Hall? Oh, he just lives for Arsenal football team. If they lose, he plays badly. Every Saturday, I have to look at the football scores to see how he's going to play on the Monday. Reg is worried about work. It's a worry. I'm not young. I'm 40. It's late to start again. I said, don't start again. Carry on from where you are. Tell him you're 30. He huffed, but I look 40. And tell him not to look, I said. He tried to kill me. For no reason, I said, I have a guilty conscience about eating chickens. I think I'm becoming a vegetarian. But you love meat, said Jennifer. Okay, I'll only eat animals that eat grass. It's cruel to kill animals, said Jennifer. I couldn't bear to see them killed in a slaughterhouse. Then the best way, I said, is to eat meat blindfolded. We talk about the good times we had in Italy. I'll never get over Sorrento, said Reg. The officers' rest camp was marvellous. Bella. He kissed his fingers in the air. Bella, he repeated. And I got over Italy? Me? I haven't got over Catford. I need a long convalescence. Why are you always on about Catford, said Reg. Well, I lived there when I was alive. It's the name I find funny. And you can never ever find the centre of Catford. It has absolutely no centre. It's everywhere except the centre. We were passing the wine around. At a late hour, we split. It was lovely to have such friends. Dorita lived at Chingford, miles away. You had to change buses 3 times. The same people always seemed to be on the same bus. I spent so long on one bus they thought I was the conductor. I met her mother, Flossie, Dad, Reg, Sister Olive, and Brother Edward, who is retarded. They let me stay the night in the little front spare room. They stayed up late, so our love life came to a temporary halt. Work. Alfred Marks is due to do a new review at Brighton, written by Jimmy Grafton, music by Jack Jordan, and bits by me. It's all ours, all guns go. It's got to be finished by the 1st of October. Oh dear, here it was only September, and I was finished already. At night, I'd bust off to see Dorita. Her father, Reg, starts to borrow money from me. I'm sorry I've miscalculated my monthly allowance. And I'm just off to the pub, and I've discovered I've got no money, so it was a quid here and a quid there, in effect a quid anywhere. Then Dorita says, has my father been borrowing money off you? Yes. The bastard! I should have warned you about him. Yes. The warning came £20 too late. I'll see he gives you back every penny, she said, with great determination in her voice. And she added, the interest. It's 1990 now, and I've lost all interest. He didn't stop. He made innuendos. Lend us 10 shillings, and I'll see me and mother go to bed early. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. It worked well. He and his wife had an early night, and Dorita and I a late one, and 10 shillings worth. By now, Dorita and I really got serious, but it was not to be. The Alfred Marks Review was called Panama, and set in that quarter. The theatre was the old Grand, now demolished, in Brighton. The week before opening the rehearsal at the Grand, the last night of rehearsal, I booked a room for Dorita and me at an hotel. A single door with adjoining rooms. Horrors. In bed that night, She refused to let me make love to her. Had she heard about the 10 shillings? Wasn't it enough? So there, between the hotel bedsheets, it all stopped my first coitus interruptus. Don't ask me why. I rose from the bed, crippled by non-coitus. I dressed, went down to the lounge, and entertained a Jewish family of 12 who had never had coitus interruptus. Dorita left next morning. I stayed for the first night. It was a huge success and ran for 3 months. What now, Milligan? How could Dorita be so cruel? The cost of the hotel room, I'd spent my life savings on her, £17. God knows that money could have been put to better use. For a start, I needed a new sock. One of mine was like a mitten, and the ragged state of my underwear, my long johns, had such holes I could get into them via the legs. My mother had cut up her bloomers to sew new collars on my shirts. My swimming trunks I had had since I was 16, and the elastic was gone, and I had to dive in, holding them on. Likewise, if I sneezed, all the wedding tackle dropped into sight, so I also chose swimming baths where the water was so cold that they all shriveled up out of sight. Dorita says I don't seem to reciprocate her feelings. Is she mad? I've felt all her reciprocals, and she's been well pleased. I even let her feel mine, and they pleased her no end. Well, it did end, but very late. At last, another breakthrough. The BBC have commissioned Jimmy Grafton to write a series for Derek Roy. Jimmy asked me to write with him. I really wasn't up to it yet. I could drum up a few one-liners, but a whole half hour was behind me. But in we go. We both work long hours, split with Jimmy in the bar. Then he's running as a Conservative councillor, and he gets me going round putting his election leaflets through the letterboxes. All this and writing with visits from the monkey. At night, Jacko was locked in the attic next to me. Out of curiosity, I wondered what he was doing. I looked through the keyhole, only to see his eye looking at me. To keep himself going, Jimmy took pep-up pills. Consequently, he could stay awake while I was falling asleep. The show was very well received. Well, folks, that's where I was on Wednesday, the 5th of October, 1949. I went on writing for the series, which was far from being a success when it ended. I was back where I started, though I had been paid £30 a week, and I'd saved nearly all of it, except I bought my very first radio, hoping one day I would be on it with my own show.
That was Piecework, written and read by Spike Milligan.